The Mara did could see such thing, but is moving through there not too badly. As you are headed to the south, out to the Cajon Pass, after patience, it's already super slow from Ranchero Road your way on down through the pass past the 138. Bill Colts driver, AMI in the sky. Discover credit cards do something pretty awesome. At the end of your first year, they automatically double all the cash back you earn. That's right, everything you earn, double. The cash back from trips, restaurants, all double. Seriously, those terms and check it out for yourself at discover.com/rich. This report is sponsored by Dell Technologies. The Dell Technologies Black Friday in July event starts now. With savings on select Bosco, Latitude, and XPS PCs with Windows 11 Pro. Plus, get free shipping on everything. Dell Technologies recommends Windows 11 Pro for business. Call 877-XPL.
Balance of nature's fruits and vegetables in a capsule. Changing the world one bite at a time.
I love it very much because I do notice if I don't take it on a regular basis, I have less energy because I'm always on the road driving and I take care of people's dogs, so I expend a lot of energy all the time. I do feel a difference. And I'm always telling everybody that take balance of nature, take balance of nature. And the fiber spice is really great. You know, sometimes when you're on the road all the time and you don't eat right and stuff, I take that and it's wonderful. It's very good.
Start your journey to better health with Balance of Nature. Call 1-800-246-8751 or go to balanceofnature.com to get 35% off your first preferred order. That's 1-800-246-8751. Go to balanceofnature.com or call 1-800-246-8751 and get this special offer by using discount code KFI.
It's Conley here for American Vision Windows. Yes, I love this company. Philadelphia have a lot. Revolutionizing the home improvement industry, one customer at a time, while changing the lives of their employees for the better. The best window company in the world. We installed 3 windows last year, 4 more windows this year, and man, they keep the heat out this summer and the noise out. No more than 10 a.m. reflow. I'm the man. Don't judge. Every single American Vision window is custom made to fit your needs and the style of your home. Now check out this offer. You're going to save $100 for every window you purchase, plus $300 off for every door and free
Every now and then. Why not get a toupee with a rubber band for when you water ski? Who's not busy? I'm busy. We're all busy. Everybody's busy. All right, tell me what's kept you Hey, Kate. So you called the cup of steak? I was yelling at the litter box. But this is my town. You don't throw trash on the streets of my town. Did you explain it to the cop? Oh, I'd love to see. Hey. Kramer, need to talk to you.
All right, gentlemen, that was very good. We're going to do the whole thing one more time.
Sure, you can share it with me. A few months ago. Why did he tell you I'm not going to see? So? Not like you're my wife. I still think you should have told me. Hey, believe me, you're better off not knowing. It's not easy to know in a situation like this. I was so nice then, I almost made myself sick. Well, I want to talk to him about this. That's right, you let him have it. Who is he to tell you about his life-threatening illness? That's what I'm saying. His illness is your business, not mine. Not now, when?
You're talking about me.
No, an old friend of ours, Gary.
Oh, having cancer?
You told her she's not your wife! If I told you, you would have given it away. You don't think I can keep a secret? No, but he would have read your face. You don't trust my phone? Do you ever win it, Pop? No. Hey, oh, I just saw your old boyfriend on TV.
Jake Jarnell.
I really like those glasses he was wearing. Where did you get those?
Why? You don't wear glasses.
I know. Look, I'm stuck.
My understanding is that glasses wearer, I take exception to that. That's like me buying a wheelchair to cruise around.
Yeah, look, how do I get in touch with this guy?
He's having a 2-day book signing at Walden. We had a really bad breakup.
The Juju Fruits?
Yeah, Juju.
Okay, Katie. Try to love it. Listen, Jody, those eyeglass names. I can't tell you more, so you don't know where you got them.
Yes, I do, but I don't want anyone else to have them.
That's okay. Millie, if she comes in, she sits at that table and eats. Then the folks don't know.
Oh, I spoke to Debbie Bibler. She said to say hi.
Really? Yeah, I really have to say, I'm a little bit hurt that you didn't decide to confine it.
Well, frankly, you can't keep a secret. You know, you get too pair, the whole table knows.
Well, I still think it was wrong.
I'm sorry, all right? I guess I was just thinking of myself.
Yes.
I called the litter bucket kid. Not you. I like bookies. I wanted to be a bookie.
Yeah, so I didn't. Scared of being shot. Mr. Kramer, let me tell you a story. In 1979, I picked a brown Dodge Diplomat for parking in a church zone. That fine was never paid. And since then, that scofflaw has piled up more parking tickets than anyone in New York City. For 16 years, I pursued him, only to see him give me the slip time and time again. I never got a clean look at his face. He's become my white whale. Mr. Kramer, that day was yesterday. Thanks to you, I don't know if I'll ever get that chance again.
I like it. All right, I'm going to move my car.
Listen, you know that company I work for? They own that parking lot.
What's the kitty lot?
Yeah, and there's a space opening up, and I could get it for you. You just have to pay the tax on it. It'd be like $50 a month.
That's incredible. Okay, thanks.
I got lunch.
Still owe me a seat.
All right, listen, there is something on your phone, right? You can't tell Jerry.
Tell Jerry everything. It's not like he's.
Ladies and gentlemen, may I present to you Mr. Charlie on case.
My wife.
The thing is, I've been living a lie.
Just one? You never like 20. What's yours?
Well, I never actually had cancer. I'll see it.
He refused to tell us where he got the glasses?
Flat.
Yeah, he's just like it. You know, he has to be the only one who has them.
Yeah, tell me about his soul system. Anyway, I told Jake that you said hi.
What? You told Jake I said hi? I can't believe you did that. Why did you tell him I said hi? I never said hi. When did I say hi?
I never heard him say hi.
No, Ricky, you don't understand. He made the last contact between us. I had the upper hand to break up relationship. If he thinks that I said hi, then I lose the upper hand.
Give it to him.
There you go. Nowhere.
You're going to the bank to check your account. Well, listen, if you call there, maybe you can get him to tell you where he got those glasses.
Bring it on home.
Hey. How you doing, Gary? What?
Bring the beat back.
Really? It looks like something's on your mind.
Ladies and gentlemen, may I present to you Mr. Charlie Cook Monkey.
State report that analyzed data from 2010 to 2022. The county had 24 ghost guns seized per 10,000 people. A specialized operation by the San Bernardino County Sheriff's Department has recovered more than 180 ghost guns this year.
So that's your poker face. No, it isn't. I've seen your regular face. That is not it. All right, George, come on. Bullets. Prepare. Drink time. Oh my God! You got a flush. You're holding a flush. Have a flush. Full house. You got a full house. Turn it over, George. I want to see you. Come on.
possibly even deaths. The Biden administration will pay millions of dollars to the state of California as part of a settlement over the construction of border wall portions. During the Trump administration, State Attorney General Rabbi says Trump officials illegally used taxpayer money.
What do you got? Gary Vogel never had this!
3-year-old San Diego County
Bring it on.
So you see, Kramer took it upon himself to say hi to me, but in fact, it was an unauthorized hi.
You're saying you didn't say hi.
That's what I'm saying.
So that's what you came down here to tell me.
Correct.
You never said hi.
Correct.
You still like me, don't you?
Hey,
I have been trying to get this book signed all day.
how can you say that?
Coming down here to say that you didn't say hi.
Ladies and gentlemen, may I present to you Mr. Charlie Fontaine?
I was more of a gesture than if you did say hi.
Doctors thought he had kids, and the surgery revealed he never actually had them.
So what was wrong with me?
Nothing.
So he's been lying to me for 2 months?
That's right.
What kind of person is this? There's only one other person who might be able to do something like this, and that's you. Well, I don't even think you could do it. Yeah, I guess you could. Come on. Did you know he was so worried about losing more hair he had to get chemo treatment? I bought him an unlimited gift certificate at the hair team for men just to put his mind at ease. You did? Yeah. Oh, I didn't wait to talk to this guy.
Wait a minute, you can't say okay.
Why not?
He'll know I told you. Besides, he's giving me a parking spot around the...
But practically nothing. So you're telling me because you're getting free parking, I gotta pretend this guy had cancer when he didn't?
Yeah.
Well, I don't like it. I don't like it one bit. And I'm supposed to see it to laugh at.
You have to be against same disposition, too. You can't start acting any differently. You have to be nice.
You tell me.
Because you were being so nice.
I don't think I can be that nice. You be nice! Gary? What do you think? Take it off. Is that for my gift certificate? Yeah, buddy. You really came to a and you've been so nice. Well, I'm glad you could take advantage. Hey, what I'm thinking of doing? I'm getting rid of all my abilities. That Mercury's toxic. Hey, let me see your bill. I don't think so. Oh, come on. Open up. Let me take a look.
Be nice. Pockets. Pockets. Pockets.
What do you know? Hey, looky there. You're loaded. Okay. Hey, look who's over there. Mr. Check this out, Jack. right side? No, it's itchy.
So, I'm saying I told him to send you my regards. Anyway, I admit I was dumb to go to the bookstore and tell him I didn't say hi, but he didn't have to act so smug. I hate smugness. Don't you hate smugness?
Smugness is not a good quality.
The man over there. Frank White is just like Jane. Pull over, stop the car. Here. I think I've got it. Please, get me back at my house.
Revenge is very good.
Excuse me. Could you tell me where you got your car? I know this will sound odd, but can I buy them from you?
Actually, I was going to buy a new pair.
Oh.
But I could really see what that means. Well, these were expensive.
Let's start the day.
So you didn't think this was a date?
No, really, why? Is this today? No, let's be honest. My cards don't mean anything. I mean, it's not like I said hi. I mean, the fact is, I should say
Oh, yeah.
I never had feelings for Barry until he got sick. He was so brave and gained such a wonderful perspective on life.
Hey, you know what the whip does? The whip is set at the house. Well, you know, in the old days when the soldiers didn't vote the way the party leaders wanted, they whipped them. We vote the way we wanted to, or there's going to be big trouble. She won't talk to anyone, huh? Oh, no. She won't say a word to anybody. Well, she's talking a blue streak now.
No way. It's always the problem around here. I don't want to even self-caution right now.
Fine, it's your house. George, what's up with that?
No. Wait. Can you believe he sold his glasses on the street? Can you believe someone would lie about chemotherapy to get a ring? Would you do that? No, definitely not. And you know what else? He thinks there's nothing really to tell you. So what are we sitting by ourselves? Yeah, I'm very glad because he was bringing the confidence from the two patients. And Debbie told me that she fell in love with him because he had all this perspective. She thinks the guy lies, but he lies for you know so he can get some phony hair and perspective. Victor, walk right over to your table.
See, you're not the only one who has it. I have it too.
Where did you get so?
Malaysia.
Just try. I know don't play dumb. It's me. I know how you're feeling every second of the day. Looking over your shoulder to see if someone's coming up from behind, sitting alone at night knowing they could be closing in. Yeah, of course you can, or sap. Now, why did you tell me? So you've been living this secret the whole time by yourself? It's just there. You ever see what that thing looks like in the back? You got your natural little curls on the bottom, and then that big bony nut comes down on top. The ones that look good. No, what if you get an offer? How are you going to tell it? The way they make them these days, so I'll never have to tell it. So you keep it a secret your whole life? And at your funeral, when Letitia comes to... Now, here, this is Costanza. I thought you might want it. You know, but I think it's just, if I can get this whole thing off the ground, then you get it.
I'm so excited. I mean, you have been here. Running around town looking for stuff. Oh, really, Rabbi? Do we know what?
Oh, no.
No. Go to that place on the corner. They'll change the prescription in an hour. Say something. You just don't used to them anymore, honestly. They're from Malaysia. Fabulous.
Well, in all my years on the bench, I have never come across anything quite like this. I have given this matter some very serious consideration, and I decided that what's best for the city and possibly for yourself is keep your home in a garage. Your home. Afford it you will, Mr. Newman. Or this court will see that your car is impounded and sold at auction.
Well, don't you worry, Your Honor. He's in my custody. I really can't say. I'll say it. I want you to say it. It's not good, okay? It's not good. You look stupid. I'm sorry. You have to realize this is not good. Just to put it to the floor. Oh, maybe it's just pretty good. What do you get a pair of white shoes, move down to Miami Beach, and get the whole thing over? You can show me something else. As I said, once we design something specifically for you, I don't think your friend here is being very helpful. Oh, hey, I'm being helpful. I am the only one being helpful. No, I don't think you're being helpful. I think you're being disruptive. And you make it very difficult for your friend here to improve his life. Hey, I'm trying to prevent my friend from becoming one of those guys George, I got some bad news. I'm not going to be able to give you that parking space. What? Listen, Judge has to use it for some scofflaw. You know, you can't find City Hall.
Ladies and gentlemen, may I present to you Mr. Charlie Hook on King.
You know, Gary, I will check with George the other day. You did it. Oh, and watch the 100% coverage of that thing. And now, ladies and gentlemen of the press, it is my pleasure to present Mr. Jason.
Okay, what's your percentage on this book?
Where did you get those? Those glasses. Where did you get those glasses? Is this supposed to be some kind of a joke on me? Because it's not very funny. Give me those. I want the glasses. Give me those. The whole concept of the wanted poster has got to be the most wildly optimistic crime-fighting idea. I mean, so how does it work? Okay, I'm online post office. I see the guy. I see the list of offenses. I check the guy standing in line behind me. If it's not him, that's pretty much all I can do. Okay? It's not that I don't want to help. You know, the annoying thing is you think, what?
The ladies are not blowing off work to relax for the rest of the day from 4 to 6. I mean, this is real stuff. Workers are saying that 4 to 6 is what time they used to take turns. You know, because they were working at home. And you were working just 15 hours. So you're
What's your favorite song? Does it make you smile? Do you think of me? When you close your eyes, tell me what are you dreaming? Everything I know. I spent 10,000 hours just because you know.
I buy into that. At the same time,
Change up the rain, just make your plans. Bring back at your friends at a party. Do you like a song? Do you make you smile? Do you think of me? When you close your eyes, tell me what are you dreaming? Everything I've known, I wonder all. I spent 10,000 hours and 10,000 more. No, if that's what it
Well, what it does is you're here working, and you work at your pace. Now, assuming you have to do what you have to do, you're not cutting it. Of course, you're going to.
Halo device stores. Remember when all your friends, you should be like, hey, everybody, let's not call Mike and let's call him low device storage. Mike, there's no. So they just be like, it rolls off the tongue. Like, Mike, you got low device storage. It's just so much easier to say low device. Oh, no.
Formula seems to be some kind of a hybrid, which is what they do here. Those of us obviously are on the air, I mean, that's a different story. But when it comes to sales, for example, and the sales is right down the hall, up to the fifth floor. I can't go around sales people anymore, which I tend to do every day. And so that's a 3-day in-office work week for sales. Now, the management does the same thing. The problem is, and this was a sample taken from Microsoft Team software usage. They studied working at home versus coming in the office, and the share of virtual and in-person meetings scheduled between 4 and 6 p.m. way down, 7% down from a year earlier, despite the huge office returns. It's hard to keep workers either staying at work now, because those workers who have the skill set and are in demand, even though there are tons of layoffs going on, you still have highly skilled people in huge demand that call their own tune.
Do you love the rain? Does it make you dance when you're drunk with your friends at a party? Do your favorite song? Does it make you smile? Do you think of me? Do you close your eyes? Tell me what are you dreaming? Everything I've known, I know it all. I spent 10,000 hours and 10,000 more. Oh, if that's what it
It's the hardest time to reach people, even at home, because that malaise comes in. I don't know about you, but at the end of the day, when it comes to sort of duskish, sort of 4 o'clock, 5 o'clock, and the day is over, that's when I get super depressed. When it comes to night, and the lights are on, I sort of come back, power nap. I don't have at all. Never. And I wake up, and there were times when I was doing this show,
I spent 10,000 hours and 10,000 more. Oh, if that's what it takes to earn that sweetheart of yours. And I might never get it, but I'm gonna try. Oh, it's 10,000 hours, all the rest of my life. I'm gonna love you. Till you think about.
the reason I can't get naps is I'm one of those people that can't take a 20-minute power nap and then jump up and wake refreshed. I'm one of those people, if my nap, I'm down for 3 hours, and then I wake up so groggy that I can't function for the rest of the day. So I don't nap before 6 o'clock in the afternoon with the light. I would never do afternoon block. Guaranteed you will never do afternoon block. It's waiting for everybody else.
Would you please do you think of me? No, it all. 10,000 hours. Do you know the road that you grew up on? Did you get your middle name from your grandma? Did you think about forever now? Do you think of me? Maybe your eyes tell me what are you dreaming? Everything I know it all. I spent 10,000 hours and 10,000 more. Oh, with that song.
Where in the world, any time of day for me, any coffee shop, right? The tech companies were the first one to say everybody has to go back to the office. Isn't that weird? It's like all these productivity everything that they gave out to the world, and they're the first ones to say everybody has left the station. Yeah, we don't really know enough, but the studies haven't been around long enough.
Do you miss the road that you grew up on? Did you get your middle name from your grandma? Do you think about you forever now? Do you think of me when you close your eyes? Tell me what are you dreaming? Everything I want it all. I spent 10,000 hours and 10,000 more with you.
Where your work day is 9 to 1, you get an hour and a half off for lunch, and they're now down to 4 days a week. Oh no, they just struck and burned half of Paris down because they want 3 days a week. Okay, we're going to come back. It is really good to have millionaire friends. Hey, it's a good time. Let's get the end of this. Let's the middle thing live and they can't find 24-hour replay. Two members of the LA City Council were arrested last month. An ex-doctor from Palmdale
I'm gonna try if it's 10,000 hours or the rest of my life. I'm gonna love you. I'm gonna love you. And I'm gonna love you.
Oh, yeah, purple jam. Temperatures in LA County have dropped enough to cancel the excessive but another dangerous behavior expected to take place by the end of the week. Forecasters say some of these higher weather conditions will
I'm gonna love you. I'm gonna love you. The good and the bad and the bad and the sweet. You gotta cure my curiosity. I spent 10,000 hours, 10,000.
Philadelphia weather for KMI, sunny for LA and Orange County today. Highs in the lower to mid-70s at the beaches, low to mid-80s inland tonight. Clear early and then some clouds and fog are going to roll in. Lows in the mid-60s tomorrow. A lot like today. High temperature should be a few degrees warmer tomorrow afternoon. High KMI in the sky at the 1. We've got a little issue here on the westbound side of the 118 at the 5. Traffic is certainly slow. The transition from the southbound 5. But we're going to do some circles here and get a better look at the situation. Southbound 5, those slows from Florida 118 headed southbound. 210 eastbound at La Crucero, we have reported some injuries in a crash there. We'll take a look at that as well. You're slow on the 57 approaching Maverick.
the good and the bad, everything in between. Ooh, gotta cure my curiosity. And I spent 10,000 hours and 10,000 more. Oh, if that's what it takes to burn that sweetheart of yours. And I might not need get there, but I'm gonna try. If it's 10,000 hours. Yo, dog. That was sick. Yo, dog. You for the good and the bad, everything in between. You're such a fan. Yeah. Got a queef? Push back. Look at these moves. Gosh.
Would you dance if I asked you to dance? Would you run? Never look back. Would you cry if you saw me crying? I can be
Again, no one has gotten all the Powerball numbers. I think since April that no one is drawing. No one has gotten those magic numbers. That is correct.
April 19th.
Right. So honestly, I do play it. It's I'm part of a group, a consortium, if you will. Michelle Q, executive producer here at the station, used to be our producer here on this show for 25 years. She gathers some money, and there's like 80 of us who are part of it, and if we win, we all get $1.68. Except we're all going to get a good chunk of money. Chances of winning 1 in 270. Figure double your chances. Yeah, it's 2 out of 270 million. So that doesn't lie. Well, 270 million. Well, so much for that. Interesting story, and it's been covered over and over again. This is Clarence Thomas and how his friendship with Harlan Crow, the zillionaire, who owns jets and yachts. Matter of fact, he owns a 162-foot yacht, the Michael Rose, or the Michelle Rose. And I don't know if you ever saw the situation Colorado, sort of leaving out that he has gone over 20 years and will try and trick aboard a 160-foot yacht on Harlan Crow. I think it's conflicted all over. Supreme Court Justice can be Supreme Court Justice can be very unless he is to get impeached, and that's not going to happen. So,
It's a lovely day today. Hard at 23.
You can definitely and the fellowship don't succeed.
Is that considered a gift? I would say yes. Certainly the finance committee said yes. But hang on. How do taxes work for the ultra rich? How is he able to deduct those trips? Well, because he doesn't own the boat. It's a company that he owns that charters the boat. It's a business that charters the boat. Shows enormous tax losses. Now, the IRS is saying, wait a minute. You don't charter the boat, or if you do, it's only to one group of people or one company, yours. And we're looking at Clarence Thomas. He received those gifts. So here is the problem. If Harlan Crow handed Clarence Thomas, let's say $400,000 a year, which is what the trips it's been estimated over in a given time, that's certainly a gift tax kicks in. There's no question. Again, Clarence Thomas can take that money. I mean, Supreme Court justices are inviolate. It's really crazy how there is no oversight of Supreme Court justices except for impeaching them. So if he takes that money, clearly tax kicks in. However, when Harlan Crow is arguing, outside of the business area, we got the tax issue of it. What? The issue is the gift tax. And here is what his argument is. Hey,
They hold on to this guy when they're taking his picture. No, we don't do it that way. We take their picture and we let them go. So we get the front and side shot. front of his face, the size of leaving. Look at you. Why don't you use a fork? You're no good with the sticks. The stick. You know you stink. What is this?
I got my chickens.
Oh,
Maybe you're about the ballet?
no, I don't see people on TikTok.
I don't know. I dated a ballerina. Really?
Yeah.
Multiple.
Friend of a friend
But
is
one in
baker
particular.
bags.
What's your name?
30-inch
Laura?
unbelievably
Really?
gorgeous.
Yeah. The first lady.
So anyway, his boss is his boss, and he invited him to go see Swan Lake with his wife. But
Her dad would be the second best boss business school dean of all time. Really? Yeah.
Yeah. Chinese. I knew I smelled something.
Is George still wearing a toupee?
Yeah.
You know, how ridiculous.
Looks fantastic.
Okay, come on.
Oh, I never realized what an attractive man he is. He's a real that.
You look ridiculous in that hat.
Is that so? Or could it be that it's just
I think they might exude you that thing to your brain.
Deride if you must. But let me tell you something. With my personality and this head of hair, you know what I am now? I am in the game. I no longer defer to the pussy. I'm a player.
I just thought so. I know these gorgeous women this morning. She's moving into the city. She asked me if I knew of anyone she could meet. Now, you go on. What about me? I think it's got you anything. She's gorgeous. That was 5 years ago. No. I haven't seen her. I know people. I got a friend who works over at the police station. He's a compositor. Yeah, maybe I can get him to draw a picture of him. You can come up there. You think he really do it? Yeah, I think he do. Sounds like an interesting idea. Hey, Jerry, you done with all this? I'm going to give it to a homeless person.
What are you talking about? Sketch shot. Thank you. You're a good man. Bless you.
I make the eyes, what's that? I make the lips full.
How do you like that?
Can't go wrong with pouting.
Excited about the house.
All right, I think that about does it. All right, George, come on, take a look.
God, you were right. She was gorgeous.
Hey, Lou, who's that, oh, Sergeant Chandler. Nice officer.
This worked out okay.
Hey, man. Enjoy the food? Yes, I did. Where did the Chinese learn to cook like that? Listen, I'll take that Tupperware. I don't think so. You gave it to me. Look, I didn't say you would give it. See, I don't give away Tupperware. You should have said something. I didn't think I had to. Look, with a piece of Tupperware, you can just assume. The bank I work for is so conservative. Excuse me, I have to run to the bathroom.
Yep. Really? Yes, indeed.
I'm surprised.
Really? Why?
No reason.
Robert is not exactly A1. I wish he's a typical guy who likes his sports. But he counters at times. Just aside to see here tonight at the ballet, or the pleasure he gets in watching Miss Liza Minnelli belt out few choice numbers. It's those two halves of his personality that just come together to make him the very special guy that he is. Hi, honey.
And did they suspect anything?
No, it was a fantastic beer. I held hands, I called him honey.
And we discover yet another challenge. Posing as a girlfriend for homosexuals.
Such a great night.
You said that already.
Oh, I did?
Yeah. Oh, no. No, tell me. You like him?
He's so pretty.
Yeah, but...
Yeah, I know.
So? Not conversion. You thinking conversion?
It did occur to me, and
You think you can get him to just change teams? He's not going to suddenly switch sides. Forget about it.
why? Is it irrevocable?
Because when you join that team, it's not a win. He likes his team. He's set with that team.
We've got a good team.
We do. We do have a good team.
Why can't he prefer us?
They're only comfortable with their equipment.
We just got along so great.
Of course you did. Everyone gets along great when there's no possibility of sex.
No. I sensed something. I did sense something. I perceived a possibility, Jerry.
You realize you're venturing into uncharted waters.
I know it.
Are you that desperate?
Yes, I am.
Bring your gun? Yeah, I think you should leave it at that. Well, I don't really know you that well. What if we get into a fight or something? You know, you lose your temper. Who knows what you're capable of? All right, then it's first date, no worries. All right, I'll see you then. Okay, bye. Yeah. What are you looking for? Sorry,
I just made a delicious casserole, but now I'm won't eat because I have no Tupperware.
plastic bag.
The patent roast Jerry, it locks in freshness.
So did you describe yourself to her on the phone? Yes, I did. I told him as you see it. Yes, as I see it. Did you tell him about your little hat there?
She can't tell. It's a perfect match. Beautiful.
It's about that bird's nest 2 blocks away. Have you noticed people staring at your head? People staring at my head because they like what they see.
Well, I think you need to take it off and tell her about it. I'm going to take it off, and he's going to go with that ball and go with the new stuff. I guarantee she won't know.
Hey, any of you guys want to be one? Like a beauty book? Perfect. Okay.
To the right.
The music seems so loud. I wish that we could lose this crowd. Maybe it's better this way. I don't think what I need to say. We could have been so good together. We could have made this last forever. But now it's over. Please stay. And I never wanna dance again. Guilty feet.
If I could tell you the famous faces that have been up here. A certain kind of sniper power. Really? You ever seen the show? No. You can admit it, Jerry. It's okay. You can admit it. I don't want to. Hey, look. Maybe we should put him on the wall.
Tonight the music seems so loud. I wish that we could lose this crowd. Maybe it's better this way. We heard the word to say. We could have been so good together. We could have had this last forever. But now it's better last again. Please stay, and I'm never gonna dance again. Please.
Please, I'm going to be taking this lie detector test, and that needle's going to be going wild.
Why don't you just confess?
It's too stupid to confess. Look what I'm confessing to.
Well, what are you gonna do?
I'm going to marry shit.
Who do you think you are? Costanza?
Hey, you know what? I have access to one of the most deceitful, duplicitous, deceptive minds of our time. Who better to advise me?
Remember, kids, it's not a lie.
Shake it
You
up.
believe it.
I'm sick of shaking you and shake everything.
Yeah, that's a real nuisance. Yeah.
Going out tonight with Robert and Louis and his wife.
Hey. So, what happened? Could she detect it? Interesting question. How so?
How so? I'll tell you how so. She's full. What do you think her name's called? Full.
What the hell happened?
If they don't want to, well, go looking at biases in partiality. Right. Of course not. Right? There's no bias there. Also suggested that city elections.
Now, I was thinking the other day about hair, and that the weird thing about it is that people will touch other people's hair. You will actually kiss another human being.
Those are semantics. I don't know if that's ever going to work. And there was a case. In 1981, the council intervened on behalf of the Teamsters chapter strike against Yellow Cab Company. The city voted to block the renewal of Yellow Cab's franchise because of the dispute. And those members who picketed voted to not renew the license of Yellow Cab. They went out of business. And it went all the way to the Supreme Court. And the court said this is twice in favor of the company. That the city had improperly interfered in a labor dispute, and they're still doing it now. There is a little wonky distinguishing aspect, which I'm not going to get into, city officials versus the city officially doing it, but I don't think it makes so much difference. So tomorrow. We do this every Tuesday. Let's check in. No. This is KFI AM 640 live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. We're watching everything, so you can trust your sanity. KOST HD2 Los Angeles Orange County live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. Letter of investigation. Jason Middleton live in the KFI 24-hour newsroom. Former President Trump says he's received a letter informing him he's a target of the DOJ's investigation into efforts to undo the 2020 presidential election results. BBC's Catherine Walters says Special Counsel Jack Smith is looking into Trump's involvement on the day of
Yoshi.
what he was telling
Yoshi.
his lawyers about what he wanted to and didn't want to do.
Trump posts to social media called the investigation a witch hunt. He was indicted last month on 37 felony counts accusing him of illegally retaining hundreds of classified documents after he left office. News brought to you by OPO Law. Two LAPD officers have been awarded more than $13 million in a gender discrimination suit. AFI's Lake Control reports live. The men say they were investigated much more than their female counterparts over the treatment of an alleged drunk driver. The driver sued the city single. He said custody, his eyebrows were shaven off and his body was marked with a pen. He says a Hitler mustache and male private parts were drawn on him. The two officers' suit states that search warrants were served on the two male officers, but not their female counterparts. The officers say when one of them complained about discrimination, both were ordered to stand a termination hearing. While the LAPD ultimately did not have them attend the hearing, the men say their reputations were damaged. The LA City Attorney's Office says while there wasn't enough evidence to punish the men, they were most likely uninvestigated personnel to have been involved in marking the man. Reporting live, Blake Soley, KFI News. President Biden is meeting with Israeli President Isaac Herzog in the Oval Office to highlight what they'd like
I'll go. Israeli President Herzog and some other douche, then Herzog and some other douche, then Herzog and some other douche for the end of time. Yoshi.
Ladies and gentlemen, may I present to you Mr. Charlie Cook?
Yoshi. Yoshi. Yeah.
Right on the head. But if one of those hairs should somehow be able to get out of that skull and go off on its own, it is now the vilest, most disgusting thing you can encounter. Same hair. People freak out and say, hey, give me extra hair. Say it's Saturday night. You know what, Dad? Can they do the flamenco? I would think. So you can call her on for a date. Ask her if she's free for dinner on the flamenco. You know, flamenco on the first date. Yeah, but you know. Yes, I think I would. Well, I know you haven't been there anymore because the dance is very proud people. Hello? Oh, hi, Nana. What? Oh, all right. Okay, don't worry about it. Okay, I'll see you later. All right, bye. I have to go with my grandmother. I have to open up all the ketchup for her. So, what, no lunch? No, we don't have time. How's she doing? Starting to slip a little. Sometimes she has trouble distinguishing between the past and the present. That's gotta be an easy way to open ketchup. We should make it into two. Like two. There's a squeezed ketchup. I've seen squeezed mustard. I've never seen squeezed. Well, if they make squeezed mustard, doesn't it stand to reason that they make squeezed ketchup? So, mustard lends itself to the squeeze. I really don't see the difference.
It's supposed to be really good. Yeah, that you preserve, but you know, like you don't waste it.
Yeah, she's full of friends. Is that the physical therapy? Yeah, I'm on a kiss hello program. Yeah, every time I say I got a kiss hello, I just did it once on her birthday. Somehow it mushroomed. Now I try to see her. You know I'm not a one kiss hello. Yeah, it's. Oh, that's fortunate. Say you're more than me. Oh, I told you I tried to get here. Oh, don't slow it up. Hey, you're a physical therapist. It's a little swelling right there. This is George. Have you tried to eat nicer? It seems like a lot of trouble. Oh, you can come down to my office later. I can work on it for you. Oh, okay. Oh, thank you. Well, I'll see you guys later. Nice meeting you, by the way. Bye, bye. Bye. What's that form? That's her form.
Yo, dog.
I still don't see why I can't ask her about my illness.
She's a physical therapist. She doesn't have to deal with that outside of the office. Because it is what she does.
I love these people. You can't ask them questions. They're so mentally gifted that we mustn't disturb the delicate genius unless it's in the confines of an office. When you sons of money are involved, then the delicate genius can be disturbed.
George, you've got a little something right here.
People think they're so important. Well, I'm going over it right now. That was my last kiss all. I am getting on the kiss program with her. Well, you know, frankly, outside of a sexual relationship, I don't see the point to it. I'm not through with all the handshaking either, but one step at a time. You get me. And what's with that hairdo, by the way?
Yeah, I know. It's not very fine.
She looks like something out of an old high school yearbook. You should say something to her.
Oh, I could never say anything to her about that.
Yeah, that was the only person who could say something like that.
Yeah.
Just tell Craig to tell her.
No, if you tell him to do it, he'll never do it.
What you have to do is introduce him, and then he'll just come out.
Yes, you're right. That's right. I'll wear a pretty flavor.
Oh, boys and girls, up there.
Listen,
What for?
well, I'm everybody's picture up in the lobby of our building.
Why?
So everyone will know everybody's name. So people are going to be a lot friendlier.
I don't want my picture plastered up in the lobby.
Imagine walking by someone on the floor and you say, "Hey, Carl." He says, "Hey, Jerry." So that's the kind of society I want to live in.
Hey, well, I don't want to stop and talk with everyone every time I go in the building. I just want to nod and be on my way.
All right, that was so much. What a research.
What the hell, you in a plastic squeeze container? Jerry! Hello! How are you? What are you doing here? Nana told me to open the ketchup bottle. Yeah, me too. Hello, Jerry. Hi, Nana. Aren't you going to kiss her hello? Yes, yes. Okay, I'll give you the bottle. What are you doing? Take it.
You should let Buddy open it.
Buddy, this next door was 45 years ago.
Leo, did you give Ellen the
That should
$50?
never be fucked to say when I think about it.
Your father got $1,000 in the track policy,
I think so.
and he gave you 100, and you were supposed to give $50.
Maybe I don't owe you about $50. I'm just not getting any help. I take care as soon as I can, Jim. Thanks, What's going on here? Nothing. What are you doing? You got that stuff. I told you, forget it.
Oh, come on, Jerry. If everybody knew everybody, we wouldn't have the problems we have in the world today. Well, you don't rob somebody if you know their name.
You're robbing me.
And I'm going to get your picture, and you're going to participate in my program.
Are you going home?
Yeah.
Can you come back in about 5 minutes? No reason. Just want to see you again.
So, are you sure when he's coming?
Yeah, she'll be here any second.
Oh, this will be a very interesting experiment to see if Kramer says something. You sure you want to go through with this?
Listen, Jerry, she never dates, and I know it's because of her hair.
Oh, hi, Mom. Yeah, I was at Nana's yesterday. I had to help her open that ketchup bottle. Hey, Mom, let me ask you a question. Do you remember when you were a kid, your father winning like $1,000 at the track? Really? Did you know he gave Uncle Leo $100 and he was supposed to give you $50? How do I know? Because Nana doesn't know what year it is and she thinks this just happened. Well, I think you should. Okay, bye. You know what the interest of that $50 comes to over 53 years? $663.45, and that's figuring conservatively at 5% interest over 53 years. Yeah. Come on up.
This is it. Should I go get Kramer?
No. Wow, this is going to be my first opportunity to not just say hello.
What is the big deal about putting your lips on somebody's face?
It's the obligation. You know, as soon as this person comes in, you know you have to do this. I mean, if you could say, touch a breast as part of the kiss hello, then I think I could see the value in it a little bit.
How about an intercourse hello? How would that be?
Lame. Now you're being ridiculous. Hi, Wendy.
Hi, Jerry.
Would you like something to drink? There we go. Oh, look at that. I'm almost at a Klondike bar. So how's everything going?
Okay, your friend George came by the office the other day, and then yesterday he canceled them.
Oh, yeah, I gotta take this round to the disruptors.
Oh, did you hear that? That must be good.
Hey, Jerry! I really like that hair.
Thank you. I actually was thinking it might be time for a change.
You were?
Oh, no, you don't want to do that. Nobody wears it right there.
Now, Kramer, she wants to change your hair.
Oh, you'd be a damn fool to change it. It's very becoming.
Sounds like a friend of yours, that guy who came in. Oh, Kramer. Yeah. Does he have a girlfriend? It's just a... Yeah. Is there anything wrong with him?
Return tomorrow.
Sorry.
Oh, you owe $150. Well, you canceled on Tuesday, and our policy is 24 hours notice for all cancellations.
Well, I couldn't come. I had to drive over to the chiropodist.
What's the problem?
Are you aware that I'm being charged for Tuesday's appointment? I had to take my mother to the chiropodist.
Oh, I'm sorry, that's our policy.
Oh, you have a policy? The delicate genius has a policy.
So will you be here tomorrow?
Well, it's less than 24 hours, so I guess I have to. Hey, so what do you think? You like it? Oh, you get what that picture on. Well, it's not a beauty contest. It's just a way for people to get to know one another. Hi, Cosmo. Hey, Steve. Steve.
Hey, Kramer, my friend Wendy wants to go out with you.
How do you do?
Hello, Jerry.
Oh, hello, Mary.
I've seen you so many times, and now we can finally talk to each other.
What did I tell you?
Jerry, could you help me with a package?
Oh, sure.
Thank you.
No. Hello? Oh, hi, Mom. What? Oh, my, you did it. You couldn't. All right, I will. Okay, bye. Uncle Leo put Nana in a home. What? I don't know. Maybe to keep her quiet.
Hi, Jerry.
Hi, John.
How you doing?
Pretty good.
Pretty good, not great.
Okay, great.
Are you happy?
Oh, I'm delighted.
Have a nice day. Hi, Jerry.
He should have his own fucking show. It would be so huge.
Picture on that wall. I'm like,
It would be
dogs are
amazing.
down there now. Person I see engages me in this long, boring, tedious conversation. I can't even get out of the building. You should be thanking me for liberating you from your world of loneliness and isolation. Now you're part of a family. Family? You think I want another family? My father's demanding my uncle pay interest on $50 he was supposed to give my mother in 1941. And my uncle put my Nana in a home to try and shut her up. And I'll tell you another thing, Cosmo, Kramer, whatever you want to be called. The kissing thing is over. There's no more kissing, and I don't care what the consequences are.
Hi, Mr. Costanza. We were trying to get in touch with you. Wendy can't make an appointment. She had some personal affairs she had to attend to. I left a message on your machine. You didn't get it?
Where did you leave the message?
A few hours ago.
I require 24 hours notice for a kid. Now, as I see it, you owe me $75.
Look, Mr. Costanza.
Will that be cash?
I am really glad I took the day off.
Oh, man, nothing better than skiing.
Well, my clients weren't too upset.
The hell with them. What are you stopping here for?
I'm dropping you off. Oh, no, I'm 3 more blocks. Yeah, but if I take you right to your door, then I have to go all the way around Central Park Plaza, back to Columbus, it's all one way. But it's only 3 blocks. Right, it's only 3 blocks.
Then all of a sudden, 3 blocks or she decides this trip is over. Isn't that strange?
Yes, it's very strange, very strange.
I've never heard of anything like this. I mean, it's almost as if I was hitchhiking. And she said, well, this is the car I'm entertaining.
I'll tell you, if you were hitchhiking, you'd never get in a car with someone with a hairdo like that.
Sneeze and my boots and my cold. I think I've been nerve like
What in the phone?
Remember 2 years ago when you ever had the doorman strike? They have a union, the fancy buildings, and they went out on strike. Now you would think if people would not want to demonstrate what life would be like without them, it would be dormant. Let's see how they do without us. There's no doorman. People open the door, they walk in. Who's going to walk out next? The guys that clean your windshield at the traffic light with the dirty rag? We demand shorter yellows and longer reds.
Okay, good.
Yeah, just see you later. Oh, she's house sitting. Oh, house sitting. What are you, boyfriend? I like it. Quite a ways of time to make this small talk. You might tell them the door. Oh, I see on the sports book. Yeah, it makes you think I wasn't reading the Wall Street Journal. Why? It's time for uneducated woman. Your parents will get back together. I hope so. I can't make them live a little much longer. And if it's Kasha, it sticks up the whole house. Then it's George. Stick him up. He's journeying to us. Pretend that I'm robbing you. Why? So these people can go back home and tell their friends they saw a real New York mugging. Look at them. All right, hands up, Bucky. Is that all you got? Is that all you got? All right, you got it. I'll stop you.
We're gonna miss the movie. Let's go.
I'm not going back down there. I can't face that guy again.
What guy?
The doorman. I don't want to play any more of his mind games. What time does he get off?
6. Then the night doorman comes up. Much scarier.
It's almost 6 now. Can we just wait till he goes home? We'll still make the movie. Today I went record shopping in Greenwich Village. I bought this record, but I can't seem to find the high file. Did I give you my old record player? That's the first time. Well, I want it back. I want to listen to that cha-cha record. All right, here we go, Alvin. Let me change my shirt.
Jerry, 6. Let's go.
That doorman's still milling around outside. Very peculiar. Hello? Oh, hi, Mr. Pitt.
Mr. Pitt, how's Scotland?
Elaine, are you having a party?
A party? Oh, no. That was just my stupid friend Jerry.
You just let me go. Because there's to be no entertaining while I'm gone.
Believe me, we're not entertained. We were just leaving.
I need to know what's in the menu.
We're trying to catch a movie.
It's the thing to shoot because I need to know what's in the menu.
I can't go. Hi, Meg.
doorman has to work 2 jobs to put food on the table for mother and baby. No,
Hey, so you work all day as a doorman in one building, and you come home and stand inside your own building? Look, I'm not going to your building. I really don't have to talk to you. Come on. You really think you're better than me, don't you?
my father opened his shirt.
Yeah, hey.
Don't bring me. Get dressed.
Big breasts. Come on, a lot of older men have that. These real boobs.
I was throwing up all night. It's like my own personal crying game.
Maybe you're going to get into it.
That's right. What if it's a genetic thing? You know, like father likes son.
Your father's not bald.
No, that skips a generation. The baldness gene comes from your grandfather.
But I suppose the bosom gene comes from your grandmother.
You know, Frank can't be too comfortable with those things clanging. You should wear something for support. You mean like a bra? A bra is for ladies. I'm talking about a support undergarment specifically designed.
Well, that brain never stops working.
I'm gonna go move this.
Hey, we're twins. Our shirts are the same. What did you say to the doorman?
Well, nothing.
He claims that you followed him home and started harassing him.
What is this guy got a personal vendetta with me? What do I do to him? Because I asked him about the dicks?
You know, make a movie. You want to go tonight? Yeah.
All right, can we go to a later show so he's off the ship when I come by?
So now we have to rearrange our lives to avoid the doorman.
Yes, we do.
What is wrong with George?
He's trying to get something off his chest.
I'm gonna try and talk my mother into taking him off my hands. Okay.
What are you doing here? You're supposed to be gone.
I traded chips with the night doorman. He had some personal affairs to attend to. You see, my little doorman and I watch out for each other. We don't stab each other in the back like people in the
Look, I don't want any trouble. I don't have a doorman in my building. I guess I'm just not used to talking. I'd really just like to be friends.
Friends?
I'd like to be.
Then what's the door? What? I just want to run out there. I'll be back in a minute.
Well, wait a second. What do I do?
Not friends. They don't live here. Here. Okay. Hey, wait a second. Hey, hello?
Hey, wait a second.
Looks like for 20 years. Now, if you don't let me in, I'm going to call the police and have you arrested.
Think you're better than me?
You have a sign for us.
Oh.
Hey, how about this mix, huh?
Yeah.
Thank you, Kevin. Sorry, I feel it. I'm tired. Your back hurt? How'd you know? Well, it's obvious. Carrying a lot of extra baggage. Oh, yeah, top floor. It's good wearing something to support. It's mindfulness is just the first. You want me to wear a bra? No. A bra is for ladies. Me, the bro.
Was your father excited about coming home? George! Come on. All of a sudden you're interested in your grandmother?
You don't even know something more. I don't know about you.
Physical? Are you seeing pictures? Now what? You want to know if your grandmother was bosomy?
Wait a minute. The information could be wrong.
Where do you get your genes from? Stevie left your post.
He left me there. You see the mind games?
Hey, what's going on here? Somebody stole the couch out of the lobby.
Where's the door here? How come someone wasn't watching the door?
What are you doing watching the door anyway?
He asked me to. We were getting along.
My fingerprints are all over this. That doorman knows you're a friend of mine. He'll tell that co-op lady. She'll tell Mr. Ted. Jerry, I'm in this too deep.
How'd you find it on as soon as he leaves the couch gets stolen?
Listen, all right, shut up. Just let me think. We gotta get our story straight. All right, here it is. This is what we'll tell them. You came to pick me up.
I came to pick you up.
Yeah, that's what I just said.
No, I was just...
No, I know what you were just. It's not helping.
just started over.
Okay, you came to pick me up. You see, again.
Oh, I said right.
All right, you came right upstairs without talking to the doorman.
But the doorman's gonna say that I was there.
Oh, what? No one's gonna believe a doorman.
But I don't know if this is gonna work.
Just stick with the story. We'll be fine. Let me do the talking.
Okay.
Good. Now fix me a drink.
How's that feel? This feels very comfortable. You see? I feel 10 years younger. Yeah, and your posture's a lot better. Look at you. And I can breathe easier, too. Told you. A friend is each one thing. Now, you have a friend in the bra business, right? Of course, Sid Farkas. He's the best in the business. Here's our chance. What do you say? Me, you, and the bro. Let's go! Except we gotta do something about the name. No, bro's no good. We got something better. How about the man-see? Man-see. That's right. A Brazil for a man. The man-see. Get it? Scared her up. And they never see mom again. Hey, George, what do you like better? The bro or the man-see? We need to talk. But to use the bathroom, so I asked this guy to watch the door for a few minutes.
Why should I believe you?
Actually, it's her friend.
I was just speaking to the doorman here about the couch rug. Oh, really?
The doorman. And pray tell, what did the doorman say?
He said he asked a friend of yours to watch the door.
Well, the doorman certainly has a wild imagination, doesn't he?
Well, what do we have here? Perhaps this will explain why Jerry signed the photo. Signed through this package the exact same time the cat was stolen.
He never watched the door before, Mrs. Payton. He didn't know how to do it. You know, he's a comedian, Mrs. Payton. They don't know how to do anything. Don't you see what's going on here? He set us up. He's playing all these mind games.
You're saying I'm responsible for the couch?
There was nothing I could do. He said he had a Federal Express slip with your signature on it.
Oh. I thought of everything he was setting me up from day one.
Possible we were victims of a sting?
She was having a good laugh over this with his doorman buddies.
Anyway, Jerry, we have to replace the couch.
Now we have to buy a new couch?
Why don't you take back the couch?
The one with the poppy stain?
Yes. Then my father will have no place to sleep. You gotta move on.
He's got a stain on it.
Four cushions turned over. You get a couch, I get rid of my father. It couldn't be more perfect.
The Man Zero, but I prefer the book. I like Man Zero.
Well, I have to tell you, it's a very interesting idea. You know, selling bras exclusively to women, we're really only utilizing 50% of the market.
That's what they think.
I told you. And to be perfectly frank, I've always felt I could use some support. I know when wearing band line, there appears to be some jiggling. What we call dead band. So, what do you see in the back? Hooks, Velcro?
Say you're getting intimate with you don't want her fumbling and struggling. I think we've all experienced that.
I still have to talk about this to Mr. Drummond. But barring any unforeseen development, I think we're safe. Right. I want to tell you how sorry I am to hear about you and Estelle separated.
Thank you, Chief. That's all I'm saying. I'm ready to move on.
You've always been very fond of Estelle. Beautiful. I hope you don't think this is out of line. Would it be okay with you if I were to ask her out? You want to go out with my wife? Where do you get the nerve to ask me something like that? No, Frank, I'm just saying. I know what you're saying, and I know what you're saying. No, Frank, I'm not doing this.
Jerry took the couch back.
Took it back. Did you tell him I was using it? Oh, I pleaded with him.
Where am I supposed to sleep?
Half in your face. Mom's coming to get you.
I thought Jerry didn't want that couch because of the stain.
What stain?
Oh, you didn't notice? It has a pea stain.
You had me sleeping on a pea-stained couch?
No. The cushion was turned over.
But the very idea, you had me lying in Europe.
Come in. You're not having any trans sex with him for 40 years. I never saw him trying on my underwear. As soon as he leaves the house, he turns into J. Edgar Hoover.
I got one of them.
All right, let's go.
Go out for dinner tonight.
I can't tonight. I'm busy.
What do you mean busy?
I'm having dinner with someone. Sweetheart.
You're not having dinner with a brown cell. Okay, that's it. I'm not coming home.
But you can't stay here. There's no place to sleep.
We'll work something out.
Aside from that,
How does it connect in the back? You know what? Yeah. Parece que está buscando problemas.
Well, I suppose it'll have to do. It's you, cat.
it's hardly been used. Bobby! Oh, hello, Jay! What are you doing here?
I'm sitting right here.
Oh, hey, how you feeling?
Much better, much better. Say I feel no cognition, so I summarized the report. I just did KB. See, if I get a Sunday, that's aggravated my
Ladies and gentlemen, may I present to you Mr. Charlie on key. Africa, Asia, South America, the countries there.
Ladies and gentlemen, may I present to you Mr. Charlie Post on King.
ladies and gentlemen, I'm a fire driver. We're gonna do the whole thing one more time. Follow my step. Ladies and gentlemen, may I present to you Mr. Charlie on King. Ladies and gentlemen, may I present to you Mr. Charlie on King.
right, ladies and gentlemen, that was very good. We're going to do the whole thing one more time. Follow my step. Bring it on home. Bring the beat back.
I don't know if the bar is that high. And that's what they want to run for. And
Ladies and gentlemen, may I present to you Mr. Charlie on King.
We shall see how it goes. Again, I think it is significant that Jack Smith is now potentially working up an indictment for January 6th stuff on the heels of the Jack Smith indictment on the classified documents stuff. And that hearing, when it comes to the classified documents stuff, a lot of people are going to be watching that specifically because Judge Aileen Cannon is considered to be Trump friendly. At least she was before, and we'll see what the former president says, whatever decision she makes today regarding these potential delays in the case.
I wouldn't be surprised if we find that investigators have interviewed him in recent months, and Mike Pence has a lot to say about January 6th bill. He is still pissed off.
Yeah.
And what he knows, what his communique was with the president, and if he's rolling on him, and in what way. And that led to this indictment.
The other political thing that's happening tonight is that CNN is doing an exclusive interview with Governor Ron DeSantis. He's doing an event at Belize, South Carolina, but he's sitting down with Jake Tapper. It's a different format. Remember, President Trump did one with Caitlin Collins, and it was a town hall style format where they were able to kind of pack the event into a bunch of people who love Donald Trump and were booing Caitlin Collins. This, I believe, is a one-on-one interview, sit-down interview, and we'll see. I don't know if that plays into Ron DeSantis' strengths, if he's better at an interview like this than he would be in front of a town hall style booth, if he would feed off the energy of the crowd. I mean, that'll be later tonight.
Are you planning a visit to Panmunjom anytime soon? Maybe in the fall?
Belize are beautiful in the fall, but I love their double play combination.
Do you love their pancakes?
huge on anything. You know, with a savory pancake. I don't like that.
I don't either. I'm not a savory pancake person. I also don't like savory crepes.
Just say, if I eat the crepe, yeah, throw some chocolate or Nutella or syrup or brown sugar or maybe all of it.
Yeah.
I'll take it all.
Give me the sweet. I don't want any meat on my crepe.
The story about the American soldier who crossed into North Korea, there may be some more explanation as to why he wanted to leave, freedom.
Gary and Shana will continue. I'll see your shot at $1,000 when we come back. Jason Middleton's in the KFI 24-hour newsroom.
The largest fire in Riverside County is about 45% contained at about 1,300 acres. Phoenix has had 19 straight days of high temps above 110 degrees. Overnight, the low there was 95. A U.S. soldier who crossed the DMZ into North Korea apparently did so voluntarily. Gary and Shana will have more on that soon. Some California weather today, sunny skies for LA and Orange County today. To the lower to mid-70s on the beaches, to the lower to mid-80s. Tomorrow, sunny afternoon and a tad warmer temperature-wise. Now, KFI in the sky checks the 101. It is slow. If you're heading into downtown LA, look at the northbound side of the 101, right out of the East LA interchange. Just a great drive all the way on up through the circle right there.
Airwave Media Podcast.
Southbound side of the 101, typically slow from Santa Monica Boulevard on
Hello, and welcome to the Explorers Podcast. Today we are going down a path I have not ventured until now, and that is an interview. I've had lots of opportunities to interview people on this show, but I have not pulled a trigger. However, I got the chance to read a new book, Everest 1922, the epic story of the 1.5 years ago. I fell in love with these stories, and I just wanted to learn more and share that stuff with you guys. So, some background for today's podcast. Mick Conifray is a filmmaker and writer from England. He has done all sorts of documentaries for the BBC and American TV, mostly about mountaineering. He's also written several books, including looks at the first descents of Everest and K2. As noted, his latest book is Everest 1922, looking at the first attempt on the world's highest mountain. It's a great read. I love the detail Mick provides in the book about the people, events leading up to the climb, and the expedition itself. Despite reading a ton of books about this era, I learned so much. Everest 1922 is full of all sorts of fun stories and details about the expedition, and it really expands on the episodes we did on the show about George Mallory. Mick's new book is available now, and I very much recommend it. I have put links to the book in our show notes, as well as on our website, explorerspodcast.com. In today's interview, we talked about these early attempts on Everest, plus a whole lot more. So I hope you enjoyed this wide-ranging discussion. Otherwise, that's it. Let's get on with our interview with Mick Conifray, the author of the new book, Everest 1922. Alrighty, today we are here with Mick Conifray. He is the author of the new book, Everest 1922, about the first coordinated effort to climb Mount Everest. Mick, thank you for being on the show.
Thank you for having me.
Excellent. We just covered a lot of this territory about 1.5 years ago on the show, and I loved it. I learned so much. And when your book came out, it's literally being released like right now, and I got a chance to read it, and I would have loved to have had it during my own series that I did, but I just wanted to do more on this because this is a subject that I think that we are so missing a lot of the great stories of. And I read your book, and it was just like, okay, this is something that'll be really interesting. The book covers the initial attempts to climb Everest in 1922. It also covers the 1921 reconnaissance expedition, things we covered in our series on George Mallory too. But one of the things that I think is really fascinating is the mindset and the world of these people coming out of probably the most cataclysmic event in world history to Europe, World War I, and kind of talk about how the Great War affected them.
Well, the question is, did the Great War affect them? I mean, that's a kind of assumption, and I think that obviously there's another very good book, Wade Davis's Into the Silence, which very much is about the idea that these characters were very much influenced by their wartime experience, and it gave them a particular attitude to risk, for example. And I do understand that, and I can see where that's coming from. But I'm not necessarily sure that I would agree with it, because if you actually look at the composition of the actual team, that sure, most of them were soldiers and or had served at some point
during the First World War, but several of them were professional soldiers who had begun soldiering before the First World War. And so, for example, Charlie Bruce, the leader of the expedition, Geoffrey Bruce, his nephew, Edward Norton, they were career soldiers who had been in the army before the First World War. And any soldier who had served on the northwest frontier, border of India and Afghanistan, would have been toughened, arguably to a greater extent than anybody, than people who'd been in the Great War, or to an equal extent. And so the experience that they brought to it wasn't just the experience of being in the trenches in World War I, it was of being professional soldiers beforehand. And if you look at the early history of Everest before the First World War, it is professional soldiers who are involved in it. The first kind of recorded incident where people say, hey, let's go and climb Everest, is Charles Bruce and Frances Young husband, who were both soldiers in the 1890s. The first person who gets into Tibet and gets close enough to see Everest is John Knoll, who is again another professional soldier working for the British Army in British India. This is before the First World War. So the soldiering and mountaineering, particularly in the Himalayas, were connected because the only people who got access to the Himalayas, the only people who got anywhere close to it, a lot of those people were soldiers. And if you were, so say somebody like Geoffrey Bruce and Charles Bruce, that they became, they weren't, Geoffrey Bruce wasn't really a mountaineer at all. He was initially taken on as the transport officer, but eventually took part in one of the summit attempts in 1922, and he was able to do that because he'd been toughened up by operating at high altitude as a soldier patrolling the northwest frontier, in the modern day Karakoram Mountains. So I think that first of all, there is a strong connection between soldiering and mountaineering, but it's not just because of the First World War. And it seems to me that mountaineering has always been about taking risks. And if you go back to the earliest expeditions in the Himalayas, the first attempt on K2, the first attempt on Kanchenjunga, the first attempt on Nanga Parbat, which was in the 1890s, that people were taking risks then, and they knew that going to the Himalayas meant taking bigger risks. And so I would sort of disagree with the thesis that because of the First World War, people came out and had a different attitude towards risk, because I think that there were expeditions before the First World War, and they were fundamentally different to how they carried it out in the 1920s.
Excellent. That's awesome. You talk about some of these, the people involved in the expedition, Charles Bruce, and obviously everyone knows George Mallory and stuff like that. They have some characters on this thing. Bruce being one of the interesting men of the era, I think, has a little bit of a Teddy Roosevelt kind of swagger to him. How he just can sit with the Sherpas and drink with them and have fun and then still command everything. Who are some of your favorite characters from these early expeditions?
Well, I would very much agree. I mean, I think that they, this sort of people who are drawn to this world were often a little bit eccentric, and the people who are drawn to the Himalayas were frequently sort of interested in the Orient and enjoyed meeting, Tibetan and culture and Indian culture and Chinese culture. And kind of often quite larger than life. And I mean, I think that Charles Bruce was literally larger than life. He was slightly overweight. He used to joke that his liver was so big that it needed two people to carry it. Before he went on the expedition, he had to endure a medical exam, and the examiner came out by, with this kind of list of wounds and all of that. He was still deemed to be fighting fit. He was a very charismatic leader who clearly enjoyed working with Sherpas and Tibetan people and Nepalese, and so he genuinely enjoyed it. And so it was kind of easy for him to be the leader of the porters. It was a crucial for the British expedition to have the porters on side because they were the people who were going to carry the stuff up the mountain, and so their morale was really important. And what was great about this is he genuinely liked them, genuinely could speak their language, he genuinely enjoyed mucking around with them. They were his kind of guys. He was Shermans and Moshes, and then quite macho kind of people, and also quite playful as well. And he really liked that. So I think that Gerald Bruce is a great character. George Mallory is completely different, very interesting character, very artistic. His background was he'd been at Cambridge. His friends were bohemian artists. And so he had a completely different side to him. That he was famously painted by Duncan Grant, a British artist. His friends included people in what they call the Bloomsbury set, and so he brought a completely different kind of sensibility to it, and was a complex, rich, and interesting character. The team's de facto oxygen expert. Completely different, from he was the only person on the expedition who wasn't British. He was a scientist, had a completely different mindset, a completely different way of approaching things. Whereas, for example, Mallory was very chaotic and was always losing things and wasn't very good with technology. But the plates in the plate camera in the wrong way round. He was famous for forgetting things. He was really hopeless with equipment. Finch was the opposite. He was really good with equipment made for him beforehand, which was the precursor of the modern day down suit. He worked out a way of putting a rubber coating on top of his maps so that they would be water and wind resistant. He took a lot of photographs. He developed his own film. He was very methodical and indeed also a very, very good climber. So what's so interesting about the 1922 expedition is the range of people. They're mainly pucker British chaps who've been to public school and either into the army or to Oxford and Cambridge, but they're not all like that. And it's the Mallorys and it's the Finches and it's the Bruces who make it really rich and interesting because there's something very idiosyncratic about them.
When I did the Mallory series, I touched on his role and stuff, and I don't know if I emphasized it enough, but he would drive people crazy sometimes with his just flightiness, I guess, or whatever. But like you said, Finch is the opposite. Yet they were both considered some of the finest climbers of their day. It showed. Now, Finch and Mallory did not necessarily get along. Is that correct?
Yeah, I would say that was true. I think that in fact Mallory really saw Finch as a rival. Mallory was a kind of a complex character. He was very ambitious, but at the same time was quite generous to other people. And Mallory, for example, never became the leader on any of the expeditions. But at the same time, he clearly wanted to be the first person to climb Everest. And I think that if you look at his diary, there are quite often quite little barbed comments about George Finch. He was quite critical of him. And I do think really he saw him as a bit of a rival. And I think Finch probably saw Mallory as a rival as well. I think Finch was envious of Mallory and that Mallory was a golden boy of the British establishment. Everybody loved him. Everybody thought he was a great climber. Finch had learned his climbing living in Switzerland. He'd gone to school in Zurich, I think it was, and he learned his mountaineering living on the continent. And so it's undoubtedly, I think, the case that he was a much better snow climber. That he had experience of doing a lot of alpine climbing. Mallory had done some alpine climbing, but he'd also done a lot of rock climbing in North Wales. Arguably they were both at the top of their game, and there was a little friction between them. And then afterwards, when they came to lecture about the expedition, they were very much pitted against each other and the people who promoted the lectures. And they specifically had them arguing about oxygen, whether it was valid or invalid to use oxygen on Everest. And because Finch, although he in some respects didn't actually initiate it, but Finch became very much the team's oxygen expert. And Mallory, in 1922 at least, was very against oxygen. And he famously called this damnable heresy. and thought it was, and agreed with the sort of line that it wasn't sporting, it wasn't aesthetic to climb with oxygen, whereas Finch was a much more scientific, pragmatic sort of person and said, look, if oxygen is get us to the top more quickly or make it possible, then we've got to go for it. It's stupid not to, it's scientific to see the benefits of oxygen. So very much Mallory was the non-oxygen guy, Finch was the oxygen guy, and so they were kind of pitted against each other during and after the expedition. So that added to that little bit of rivalry that they were both top climbers and wanted to be the first person to get to the top.
With regard to oxygen and anything else on the expedition, what were the key issues that you saw that came up in there that really made for good drama, or just really key points? What were the things that happened and issues that cropped up?
I think the thing about the 1922 expedition was that it was the first expedition, first attempt. There had been a reconnaissance in the previous year, and so it was quite hyped up. In Britain, they spent a lot of time trying to raise money, and the way that they raised money was to say this was going to be a great thing, and if you could step onto the top of Everest, it would be great for the whole of humanity, and it was a little bit like the kind of one small step for a man, one huge step for mankind, and all of that rhetoric. And so when they went out there, they definitely took with them a kind of pressure to succeed. And that definitely, to an extent, informed what happened. For example, the 1922 expedition ended with a disaster when there was an avalanche that killed 7 porters. Now, really, they shouldn't have made a third attempt. Everybody knew they shouldn't have made a third attempt. Charles Bruce certainly knew that. And because it was clear that they were all exhausted, that the weather was turning, and it was just a dangerous thing to do. It shouldn't really have been done. But the reason why Charles Bruce, as the expedition leader, said yes to Mallory, but Mallory suggested let's try for a third time, was that in the back of his mind he's thinking, well, that all the organisers back home want me to come back with success, and although we've done really well in the first attempt, we haven't got to the top. So if we can give it one more shot, then who am I to say no to George Mallory? I think probably was what was going through his mind. This was certainly a sort of British drama, and they felt that, and a global drama, they'd sold the story around the world. That they felt this kind of thing. We've got to succeed here, and that's obviously so different from a sort of modern Everest climb 100 years later, where it could be just as dramatic, but it's generally a personal drama. Everest, you sign up with a team. You're going there, and if you get to the top, that's great, but it's not as if the rest of the world cares, really. This is your personal drama. Your friends, your family, your immediate circle might care about it, but there's not going to write about it on the front page of the Times because it's been done before, whereas in 1922 it hadn't been done before. The people had been selected, a team had been formed, letters had been sent out to raise money, events had been held to raise money. There's a lot of expectation there, and that's what makes it, that's why people are forced themselves to do things which perhaps are against their better judgment, and that's what, drama is what happens when people are under pressure, and that's why exploration is interesting, because people are under pressure, and it's how do you react when you're under pressure. Some people are pushing themselves a bit harder than they should do, that, and they're making decisions based on what they hope the outcome is going to be rather than necessarily what their better judgment is.
I don't want to obsess on Mallory, because I think we obsess on Mallory a lot. It's easy to. He was described as being obsessive at times about climbing Everest. Did you see that, or was it just like all the others and we just kind of latch onto it because it makes for a good story?
I think that Mallory was obsessive about mountaineering, but he also had other interests in his life, and so he was quite conflicted at certain points about whether he should go to Everest or not. Not in 1922, but in 1924, he definitely had an ambivalence as to whether he should go believe passionately in education, particularly for workers. He'd just started working on a new job where he was lecturing to workers in the evening. Everest for a third time in 1924. In 1922, I think he definitely wanted to go. And it's also, he wasn't really interested in anything else other than culture and want to go to the temples and would be interested in Buddhism and would be interested in Tibetan life. Mallory just wasn't interested at all, in spite of the fact that he came from a kind of artistic background and had friends who were painters and friends who were writers. When it came to being on location, as it were, in the Himalayas, all he wanted to do was climb. And so even before the main attempt on Everest gets underway, he tries a smaller mountain called Sakari. And then when it came to Everest, he was very focused on wanting to get to the top. So I think very much he's obsessive in the sense that once he's there, all he wants to do is cut. When he's not there, he's got another quite rich life. And so he's torn between his different desires, and that's what makes him interesting, So he certainly was in 1924 very ambivalent as to whether he should go there or not, and eventually decided he had to, but that was a struggle for him.
I want to touch on modern Everest. The very first thing I think you talk about in your book, and that is today climbing Everest is almost like a corporate thing, or it's like a 2-week excursion, and you pay $50,000 or whatever. They fly you here, they do this, and have we lost some of that understanding of how incredibly hard and unknown this was 100 years ago, even 50 or 60 years ago when Tenzing and Hillary did it. What is the really huge thing that you see that's different that you think people don't necessarily realize today about what it was 100 years ago?
I think it's just that sense of absolutely knowing what you don't know. In 1924, when the reconnaissance happened, there wasn't a map. There wasn't even a map of Everest. When they got close to Everest, a lot of local people weren't that interested in it. So, for example, there were 2 different mountains, which they called TRUMAN, and it was a question of which one. And so you really were walking off the map, and also nobody had any idea whether you could survive at high altitude. The opinions were very contradictory, and so there was a real sense of risk and the unknown. Whereas now everybody knows you can get to the top of Everest, and if you're an elite mountaineer, then you might want to get to the top of Everest under your own steam, not using oxygen. If you're somebody who doesn't consider themselves an elite mountaineer, you would invariably use oxygen because it makes it possible in a way that removes some of the risk to it. So, and again, I come back to that thing that in the 1920s, it was a public event. It was an international event which everybody was interested in. It wasn't possible for it to be your own private drama because as a private individual, you couldn't go there. It took years, decades, just to negotiate passage through Tibet to get to Everest. Most people now climb Everest from Nepal until 1949, 48, 49, you couldn't get into Nepal. Nobody could. So now everything is kind of easy, up to a point, but at the same time, it's still very easy to get killed on Everest because it's a very dangerous place, and if things go wrong, they frequently go cataclysmically wrong. So the risk has been mitigated, but it's still very hard.
Well, there's I think over 100 bodies on that. Do you see any sort of regulation or anything that can be done to alleviate that things, or is it just too much of a business now that they're just going to keep queuing people up the hill and letting them go?
If you look at the Denali and the Kimberley as it once was, there's a lot of regulation there now, and people have to take their trash out. People have to take out their excrement. So it is possible, if you have a rigorous policy, you can force people to leave the mountain in a very clean condition. But obviously it's a slightly different situation in Nepal and Tibet, where there is a greater economic need to have the largest possible number of people going there, and less money to kind of to ensure that they leave it in a clean condition. But I think people exaggerate how dirty it is. Since the 1980s, maybe 1990s, there have been several Everest cleanup expeditions. Sure, it may be the case that there are a certain number of corpses high on the mountain. The reason why they're not taken away is not because people are kind of, they're not a sense of litter, but it's quite dangerous to do that. And so there's a sort of difference between the waste which is left, which is simply which is litter, really, and people being lazy, and things where it would be very difficult to bring a corpse down, or it would be dangerous, and you're having to look out. Do the dangers outweigh the benefits? So as I say, I think I'll get that. I think people exaggerate how low it is. When I went to Everest Base Camp, for example, 20 years ago, it wasn't dirty. It wasn't a massive amount of litter around, and definitely both the Nepali and the Chinese Tibetan government, they're aware of this, and I think it will gradually get better. It's not as bad as people say it is.
Why do we find popping bubble wrap so satisfying? Why do we say boop when we touch somebody's nose? Boop. Why do we turn anything and everything into drums? Honey, I need those pots to start dinner. Why do we sing in the shower?
I'm taking a shower.
And outside the shower.
This conference call is boring.
Rick, you are not on mute.
Why? For the same reason we play scratchers from the California lottery. Because a little play can make your day. Please play responsibly. Must be 18 years or older to purchase, play, or claim.
Everyone deserves to feel connected. That's why Cox has high-speed internet to fit any budget. For real. Learn more at cox.com/ACP. Non-transferable, one per household. Application and eligibility decisions are made by the FCC. Other restrictions apply.
What attracted you to doing this latest book, the Everest 1922?
I have made a lot of documentaries for the BBC about mountaineering and exploration, and so the first reason why I wrote books, I wrote a book about the Everest 1953 expedition, was because whilst making the documentary, we both gathered a lot of research information which we couldn't put into an hour-long film. But it also surprised me that there hadn't really been very much written about it. In the 1950s, there were lots of books by the official expedition accounts, Hillary and Tenzing, but between the 1950s and the year 2000, there were no books at all written about it. It was included in lots of bigger books about the Himalayas or bigger books about Everest. Within the expeditions of the 1920s and my latest book, Everest 22, this was slightly more familiar ground. There have been lots of people who've written a lot about Mallory, kind of probably the most famous character involved in the Everest story. But strangely, again, it struck me that the 1922 expedition had been slightly ignored because everybody was just interested in what happened 2 years later in 1924, when Mallory and Irving may or may not have gone to the summit, and they weren't really interested in the precursor expedition. And so I thought, well, this is a little bit strange, and obviously, with it being the 100th anniversary this year, it's a good opportunity to take stock and say, well, what is different today to how it was then, but also to kind of give a fairly detailed account of what happened in 1922. And because the characters from the 20s were very, very different from the characters from the 1950s. They share some similarities, but the post-war team who made the first attempt were very different from the kind of the Packer English chaps in the 1920s, and so that made it interesting to me.
You mentioned the 1953 people expedition, and you said they're very different people. Those obvious differences, they have a Sherpa and a New Zealander going up onto the top of the mountain, while everyone else back in 1922 and 24 was British, save for Finch. What else was, you talked about how different, what else about those guys that was so different about the approach and things like that that let them succeed as well?
as you say, the crucial difference in the 1950s was that exceptional character, and in the 1920s, the idea that a Sherpa might have accompanied them to the summit would have been inconceivable, because at that stage, the local people of the Himalayas just weren't interested in mountaineering at all, and so they were tough characters, who were used to going for sport. And by the 50s, that's a change. There'd been enough Sherpas and Tibetans on expeditions for them to both get very good at it technically and also to, in the case of tenting, to actually want to be part of it. He was very different from most other people, and they actually wanted to climb Everest. None of they enjoyed it. They liked the British because they were kind of, they were all, as I say, quite macho characters, that they enjoyed the camaraderie of it. But fundamentally, they did it for money. They were all people, and somebody comes along and says, if you carry this load for me, we'll pay you a lot of money. And so they say yes, So the changing role of the Sherpas is very significant. But very much the people from the 1920s are, quite a few of them are sort of Victorian. Charles Bruce is a Victorian character. Francis Young husband, the person who was the head of the Everest Committee, was a Victorian character. So they're really taking it back into an earlier era of the British Empire, the British being in charge of India. By the 1950s, the Empire was gone, and the influence was still there to an extent, but the British were no longer top dogs. Other countries were making attempts on Everest. In 1952, a Swiss team almost got very high on Everest. So there was now, in the 50s, there was a sense of international competition, whereas really until the Second World War, everybody knew that no other foreign climber would ever get to Tibet, because the only people who had any power in the region were the British. And so American climbers might want to go to Everest, Germans might want to go to Everest, but they knew that they wouldn't get permission because they didn't have the diplomatic clout, was what it was really about. But certainly by the sensibility in the 50s also is different in the sense that there is an acceptance of the value of science, whereas in the 1920s there's a bit of ambivalence about it. On the expeditions in the 20s, George Finch is carrying the scientific banner saying, let's do this efficiently, let's have the warmest possible clothing, let's try and have oxygen that works, let's do this, let's eat the right food, let's be all very rational about this. And everybody else is saying, well, hang on a minute, it's not quite sporting, and I'm trying a little bit too hard, but by the 50s, there's an acceptance that, science works for us, and now we can have oxygen equipment which is relatively reliable. Now we're going to go there, we're going to test every single tent available. We're going to develop new clothing, we're going to develop new climate boots. We will be systematic in our approach to things. But that being said, after all of that, you've got to remember that in 1924, that Morton and Somerville got to 28,100 feet. They got to 1,000 feet at summit. We should never forget that. They got very, very high. And even on the first attempt, they got for all the unsystematic approach that you could say they took, they still almost succeeded in 1924. It's quite possible that Morton got to the top, but he didn't. He withdrew, realizing that he couldn't quite make it that day.
Now, you touched on Tenzing. One of the 53 out of Tenzing's story and stuff was almost like the reclaiming or the claiming of climbing status, climbers, by the Sherpas, the Nepali people and stuff like that. Till today, now they're not just pack guys; they are climbers unparalleled in this world. I love that story, and you talk about it a little bit in the book. And just you mentioned some of the amazing things they've done already recently climbing, and I was wondering if you could just talk about that.
Yeah, I think that what you have to remember is that in the 20s, right up to the 1950s, the European mountaineers and American mountaineers on K2, for example, felt it was very much their job to look after the Sherpas, that they would escort them from one camp to another. And whereas now it's the opposite way around on commercial expeditions, it's the Sherpas who are escorting the Europeans. You feel a duty of care towards them. Certainly, they felt a duty of care towards the Sherpas and their Tibetan porters in the 20s up to the 1950s. And to a large extent, the Sherpas were not that interested in getting to the top. Famously, the first ever ascent of an 8,000 meter peak, Annapurna, in 1950, Angtaki, who was considered again one of the very famous Sherpas, he was offered the opportunity to go to the summit, and he said no. He thought, why would I do this? And subsequently, it turned out that the people who did go to the summit came back with very severe frostbite. So perhaps he wasn't kind of so stupid after all. Tenzing was just different in the sense that he definitely wanted to get to the summit and thought of himself as an equal to any of the Europeans, and then obviously today with Nims Purgel, who's not actually this awesome winter ascent of K2 with an all Nepali team. He's just climbed all the 8,000 meter peaks in record time. So there's no question that in Himalayan climate now that the Sherpas are some of the best climbers in the world. So we're at the first ascent of K2 almost happened in 1939. German-American climber Fritz Wiesner and his partner Hassan Dalai Lama was a Sherpa. So it was starting to change just before the Second World War, and then changed dramatically with the arrival of Tenzing in the 1950s. But really, it's only in the last 20 years that you've seen this very significant number of Sherpa climbers, and really it is kind of only even more recently that we've seen all Nepali climbing expeditions, and so that is a sea change.
You have a wide range of experience, as you said. You're a filmmaker, and you've done lots of stories on various different mountains. And what's the story that people don't realize is the greatest story out there? Everyone knows Mallory and Urban, and everyone knows Hillary and Tenzing. What's the story that is so good that I should be looking to do that on my show, that I should be talking about?
There's lots of great mountaineering stories. I mean, lots of people. The thing about mountaineering literature is that a lot of it is what you might call painography. Certainly, if you look at Annapurna, the Morris Herzog book, Touching the Void, famous Joe Simpson book, it's all about suffering and how much I suffered, And so in a funny kind of way, when people succeed, then often people think, oh, it's a little bit boring. And so to an extent, that was one of the feelings about the 1953 British Everest expedition was that it was like a military operation. It all went successfully. It was like all went like clockwork. But of course, anybody who knows anything about the military and military operations, well, sometimes they go supremely well, but frequently they go supremely badly. And in fact, there were many with much more tension on the 1953 Everest expedition than people think, and many more points where things could have gone wrong. But I think there are kind of thousands of stories out there. They're interesting in different ways. Is kind of fascinating and has very comical aspects to it, and the whole fakery of Frederick Cook pretending he got to the top, and then these strange characters, the sourdough miners who tell the world that they've got a flagpole at the top of Denali, and then sort of realize they put it on the wrong peak because there's more than one peak, and then Hudson stuck the British missionary who succeeds, and so I think there's an awful lot of great stories there. I can't say there's one desperately unknown one, which
no problem. I just was, like I say, fishing for ideas too.
But well, then you should read The Last Blue Mountain. Amazing story. It's called The Last Blue Mountains by an English journalist called Ralph. I can't remember his second name offhand, but it's a story of an attempt on a mountain in the Himalayas where everything goes absolutely disastrously wrong. Tremendous heroism involved and just kind of such terrible luck. So that's a great tale.
I always kind of realize, not always, but often realize some of the best stories we have are, as you said, they're tragedies. Even if you look at Shackleton's endurance stuff, literally nothing goes right. They get stuck in the ice, the ship sinks. They have to cross the mountains. All that stuff should never have happened if things had gone well at the beginning. So it's a lot of times it's overcoming tragedy and things like that with these stories. I always have a great right, and I talk about the Lewis and Clark expedition where they spent 3-4 years going across the country in the United States and back. They only lost one man, and that was to a burst appendix, so there really wasn't anything they could do about that. And to have done that was just extraordinary for the time and place, to have 30, 40 men make it back and live. I do appreciate people who do things right, but it sometimes loses the drama, as you said. Is there anything else special about the book or the story that you really want to talk about?
Yeah, just the last thing I'd say that what makes the expeditions of the 1920s so different as well from modern ones is the kind of issue of communications. That now it's commonplace for people to be making telephone calls from the summit of Everest, tweeting from the summit of Everest. Certainly you'd expect to have live transmissions going on from base camp. But I think that people don't quite appreciate how utterly different it was in the 20s, with messages that are literally carried out. And the further that you get away from the nearest telegraph station, the longer it takes to get back. And because of this, you get strange things starting to happen where, because one messenger may have hurt his leg and got ill, another messenger gets there more quickly, or you might have a couple of weeks when you've got no news at all, and then suddenly a week when you get all three expeditions, news of all three attempts coming in at the same time. And so that created a very kind of strange atmosphere for the people who are back home trying to work out what's going on, because people disappear for a long time and then suddenly you hear about them, and you get confused because you've got one telegram which is coming back which says, oh well, we're all coming home now, and then the previous one which arrived the day before said, oh yeah, the third attempt is about to happen. That issue of the communications is so very different, and obviously the other thing it feeds into is weather forecasting. That now it is kind of taken as a given that you'll have very good weather forecasting for the Himalayas. It's obviously a difficult place to predict. Weather is rarely absolutely predictable, but basically teams go to Everest now. They're constantly looking at weather information. They look for what they call the best weather window. And in the best weather window, everybody tries to climb. That's why you get queues at the summit. It's not just because they've been told, well, you've got 72 hours of good weather coming up. This is the optimum time to climb. Whereas in the 1920s and even up to the 1950s, there's a lot of suck it and see. The great enemy is the monsoon. That's going to bring loads of snow. It's going to make it really dangerous. And so you've got to try and get up before the monsoon arrives. But when is the monsoon going to arrive? Well, we don't know. Tea farmers in Darjeeling say that it usually arrives at this time, but sometimes it starts and then it stops for a couple of weeks, but we're not really sure, And this is the whole thing. This is constant fear of bad weather coming, and having to do things quickly in order to meet its arrival, but never sure when it is going to arrive. Whereas now, sophisticated communications technologies getting in sophisticated weather forecasts, which make life much more predictable. Not absolutely predictable, because often things go wrong and storms come in an unexpected way, but it really changes the game, because definitely the enemy in the 20s and 30s is the weather, and that's what really has an impact on whether you succeed or not.
I can't remember who it was in which expedition, but wasn't someone getting postcards or that was being set up, and like the monsoon's here yet, it hasn't arrived. And they were, I mean, that's how they were figuring out where the monsoon was, by seeing where it was in Sri Lanka, which is just mind-boggling when you think about it today. So I did have one last question, actually two last questions. One is a personal one for you. The other one, though, is when the avalanche happens at the end of the 1922 expedition, they're heading up to the North Col, if I remember right, and Mallory's leading them, and there's fresh snow, and there's an avalanche, and seven of the Sherpas die. I think one of the hardest things for a non-mountain person is to understand the why an avalanche like that. Why were those difficult conditions at that time, and were just set up for a disaster like that? Can you explain that a little bit?
I mean, basically, avalanches are large amounts of snow, and so when there's a lot of snow, it increases the chances of an avalanche. And with the arrival of the monsoon, or the kind of front end of the monsoon, what it brings is lots of moisture into the Himalayas. The Himalayas are very cold, so the moisture condenses and falls as snow. And so the later you leave it, the more chance that you're going to have much when you have layers of snow which has been frozen below, and then lots of fresh snow on top, because that is the kind of condition that if there's a sufficient accumulation of snow on top, then it's in a very precarious position. I mean, avalanches happen on mountains without any people there. Avalanches don't just happen because someone tries to cross a slope, which is kind of heavily burdened with snow. They're kind of a natural occurrence, snow accumulates against a point where the angle of the slope is severe enough for it to start coming downhill, But if you're also happen to be trying to walk across a slope which is kind of burdened with this enormous amount of snow, and particularly if there's a cold layer underneath and a fresher layer on top, then that snow is liable to kind of break off. But the conditions in the Himalayas are kind of different from the conditions in Europe because of the topography and the climate, and so people hadn't had experience of this. They didn't really know. They didn't understand the snow conditions, and so they just made a misjudgment, thinking that it was safe and it wasn't.
My last question then, before we wrap up: do you have any plans for the future for another book, or is there any subject or topic that you're aiming at, or not?
Doing the story of the 1922 expedition got me interested in these characters, and their story doesn't end in 22, it kind of ends in 24. And so although my initial interest in the 22 expedition was because people hadn't really written quite so much about it in comparison with the 1924, kind of part of me feels I'd like to bring these characters to the end of their story, to Mallory to the end of the story, Bruce to the end of the story. What happened next with Finch, and so that's what I'm thinking about at the moment. I don't really want to go off and try and find Irvin's body. Truth of the matter is as to quite what had happened. And today it's no question as to quite what had happened. There's a little bit more information available. Obviously, the finding of Mallory's body was a significant event, but I don't think that people are any clearer or can be any more definitive about whether Mallory and Irvin reached the summit or not, now as they were then. So I don't think that's necessarily the only interesting issue there. And so I'm kind of interested in that and trying to finish this story, take it to the end of the line, what happened next.
Yeah, I kind of had that feeling when I did the Mallory series, and I just said, this is only part of the story. My title of the podcast was George Mallory and the Assault on Everest, and I followed it up with Hillary and Tenzing and the Conquest of Everest, because I almost see Everest as the overarching character of the story, because so I totally understand you wanting to finish up that story. Mick, I want to thank you very much for spending the last hour sitting with us and chatting about your new book, Everest 1922. It is out now. It's a great, I want to say, very geeky history, nerdy kind of thing, because that's what I come from. And I love the detail and so forth that you find in the book. And I recommend people pick it up if they're interested in this kind of thing. But again, thank you very much for being here.
Well, thank you. Nice to speak to you.
We've had Mick Conifray, the author of Everest 1922. I've had a great time. Thanks much. I want to again thank author Mick Conifray for taking part in this interview. He was a great sport and tackled every question I threw at him. If you're interested in learning more about Everest 1922, there are links in the show notes, as well as on our website, explorerspodcast.com. So again, thanks to Mick Conifray. I hope you enjoyed the interview. The Explorers Podcast is part of the Airwave Media Network. Go to airwavemedia.com to find other first-rate podcasts, including Art Smart and Legends of the Old West.
You're listening to an Airwave Media Podcast.
Don't let a busy schedule get in the way of your flexible class scheduling. Allows you to complete your courses at your own pace, day or night, on campus or online. Balancing work or family? Let us help create a plan that works for you. See what's possible at Santa Ana College. New classes start every 8 weeks. Learn more at sac.edu.
Addressing the situation. We don't know much.
On Gone Medieval from History Hit, we set out to solve the biggest mysteries of the medieval age.
So many of these travelers who went out looking for Prester John, what did they think they were hearing?
Using science to identify our buried ancestors.
Genetic signatures found in present-day
Answers to centuries-old riddles.
I stand up straight in a bed, I'm hairy at my base, and I make the ladies cry. The solution is an onion.
I'm Matt Lewis, and every Tuesday and Friday you can join me to travel the medieval world in search of the stories you haven't heard and to get under the skins of the ones you have. Gone Medieval from History Hit, twice a week, every week. Listen and follow on Apple, Spotify, or wherever you get your podcasts.
Listen, it's hot. It's summertime, right? So Phoenix is going to set a record today, probably.
Hello, and welcome to the Explorers Podcast. Thanks for joining us. I'm going to start by saying that today's topic, Brendan the Navigator, is a difficult one. It's a tale I have always wanted to cover, but figuring out exactly how to do so was always the challenge. And that's because Brendan's story is mostly myth, but maybe rooted in reality. And trying to figure out exactly how to present such a story is just not that simple. This is because Brendan was a very real and very important man in his lifetime. He was one of the early Irish monastic saints and is one of the 12 apostles of Ireland. Those are very real things. However, it is for his legendary voyage in search of paradise that he is most remembered. And when we examine this voyage, it raises questions as to what, if any of it, is based on reality. You can look at the voyage of Brendan the Navigator and see it as nothing more than a religious allegory told within a narrative framework that was popular in the 7th and 8th centuries. But there's more to it than that. Brendan's story is so widely embraced beyond its religious and literary natures that for centuries, Brendan's island would show up on world maps. When he sailed west in 1492, Christopher Columbus was said to have had a map showing the supposed location of Brendan's island. And thus, the idea that Brendan did make a voyage of discovery is something that historians and religious scholars have debated to this day. There are even some who argue that Brendan may have reached North America. With all of that in mind, here's how I'm going to tackle the topic of Brendan the Navigator. First, we will briefly look at the life of Brendan. This is the history stuff, the real world things we know about the man and his life. Second, we will take a look at the legendary voyage of Brendan. We will base this on the manuscript, The Voyage of St. Brendan the Abbot, which was first written down around the year 900. This manuscript reads like a fantasy, with giant monsters and talking birds and stuff like that, and it's loaded with religious themes and ideas. What I'll do is take you through Brendan's voyage and describe some of the places he goes and the major events, but I will go super in depth with the details. Also, regarding the religious elements of the story, I will touch on them throughout the narrative, but I will not dig too deeply, and that is because a lot of what's presented in the voyage of St. Brendan the Abbot is probably best discussed by religious scholars, which I am not. And to build on that comment, I will offer some of my thoughts about Brendan's voyage and the Christian nature of the story. But know that those ideas will come from me, and they may end up being completely off. I can promise you that Matt Green talking about 1,000-year-old religious texts is going to be a mixed bag of stuff. So forgive me if I miss some really obvious things, or I'm totally off on others. Also, I want to stress that while I'll talk about the religious elements of Brendan's voyage and life, I will not use divine aid or intervention or inspiration as an explanation to the questions we pose. By this, I mean I won't say that perhaps God drove Brendan and his ship in the right direction, or maybe God protected Brendan and his monks from disease. People may believe such things, but as I said, those kinds of discussions are for religious scholars. Okay, so that's the second part of the podcast. Part 3 will shift from the religious nature of Brendan's voyage and focus on the possibilities of what Brendan did. This means asking, could Brendan have made a voyage or voyages of discovery in his life? If so, where might he have gone? In doing this, we will call back to Brendan's manuscript and link some of the fantastical tales of our Irish monk to real-world locations. And for the third part of our podcast, we will touch on the legacy of Brendan and his stories and how they have affected explorers for centuries. So that is it for all of our disclaimers and explanations. Let's get on with our story. St. Brendan of Clonfert, also known as Brendan the Voyager, Brendan the Bold, and, most famously, Brendan the Navigator, was born near Tralee in the county of Munster in southwest Ireland, circa 484. He was of the clan Altraig. His parents were Finlug and Cara, and his family was socially prominent. Brendan was baptized, and from the age of 1, was given to some nuns to be raised. He was then sent to a monastery school in Tuam at the age of 6. Christianity was only about 100, 200 years old in Ireland at this time, existing alongside traditional Celtic deities of the age. However, Christianity was growing rapidly, with the power of the church centered around the land's monasteries. The monasteries emerged not only as religious communities, but centers of learning and medicine, as well as sanctuary. That Brendan, the son of imported parents, became a part of one of these powerful religious and social centers is not a shock. Joining the clergy has, for centuries, been a common path for men such as Brendan. He was tutored by Finian of Clonard, one of the fathers of Irish monasticism, making him one of the 12 apostles of Ireland, a title given to those who learned under the legendary monk. Brendan would be ordained a priest at the age of 26, and then go on to become one of Ireland's most famous religious leaders. He formed monastic cells throughout Ireland and became known as a traveler, sailing to the Aran Islands, Scotland, Wales, and Brittany, the latter the northeastern coast of France. So all of these things are considered historical facts, and from his extensive work founding monasteries and spreading the Christian faith, Brendan would go on to become a saint. It makes him a significant historical individual and one of the most important figures in the history of the Christian church in Ireland. But it is Brendan the Navigator, Brendan the Voyager, not Brendan the Saint, that most people have heard about. And it is Brendan's voyage that we will move on to at this time. Now, despite the fact that most people have heard about Brendan's voyage, most really don't know the specifics surrounding it. So what I'm going to do is talk about the background of Brendan's voyage, most importantly the source material, and then what we'll do is go through the actual manuscript of the voyage of St. Brendan the Abbot. The earliest recorded version of Brendan's voyage is from around the year 900. It is an Italian manuscript titled Navigatio Sancti Brendani Abbatas, the voyage of St. Brendan the Abbot. By the way, I'm not sure if I read that Italian title very well, but I hope it works. Now, it is not like there is one version of Brendan's tale. There are literally hundreds of different versions of the story, written over hundreds of years in many different languages. It speaks to the enduring appeal of the story that it spreads so far and wide and in so many tongues. Brendan's tale is likely drawn on and inspired by earlier stories. One is the pre-Christian saga called The Voyage of Mael Doon, which is the story of a son of a murdered Irish chief who goes on a voyage to all these fantastic islands, not unlike Brendan. Another likely source of inspiration for Brendan's voyage is the story of Bran. Written in the late 7th or early 8th century, Bran's story, again, features a man who goes on a sea voyage, visiting all sorts of wondrous islands. Bran's tale can be classified as an Imram. These are old Irish tales featuring a hero's sea journey to some fantastic other world. In addition to the whole sea journey part, an Imram generally incorporated elements of Christianity as well as Celtic folklore. In these stories, the hero usually undergoes trials and tribulations and succeeds in reaching his destination because of his righteousness and Christian nature. And thus you can see how Brendan's tale could easily have developed. Like so many stories, it was probably passed down orally before being written down. Brennan was known as a widely traveled man, founding centers of Christian learning and teaching. In an era where people often never ventured more than a day's walk from the place that they were born for their entire life, Brennan would have been a traveler of great renown. Insert him into an imram simply would make sense. So with all of that in mind, let's tell the story of Brendan the Navigator as told in the Voyage of St. Brendan the Abbot. Our story begins when Brendan is an old man. He's often described as being in his 70s or 80s. He's visited by a disciple of his, a priest named Berinthus, later to be called St. Berinthus. Berinthus described to Brendan an island to the west he had visited, which he called the Promised Land of Saints. It was an earthly paradise that only the most righteous could achieve. It was such an amazing place, Berinthus was driven to tears as he describes it to his mentor. Upon hearing this tale, Brendan was determined to visit this holy place. From a monastery at the foot of Mount Brendan on the Dingle Peninsula in Western Ireland, Brendan began to organize his journey. He assembled a group of 14 monks to accompany him on his voyage. One of the monks, according to some tales, is Mallow, later Saint Mallow, and the founder of the city of Saint Mallow in Brittany. Brendan told the monks, quote, "I have in my heart resolved to go forth in quest of the land of promise of the saints, about which Father Berinthus discoursed to us," end quote. He then asked their advice regarding the quest, and they encouraged it to go forward, and all agreed to participate. With that decided, they began fasting for 40 days at 3-day intervals. The monks then constructed a boat to take them on their journey. It was described as a light vessel with iron implements. It had wicker sides and ribs and a hull covered in cowhide. There was a single-masted sail as well as oars. The boat was loaded with 40 days of food and provisions. This was a curragh, which was a classic boat of this time. In fact, it's likely that Pythias, who did a show on several years ago, used a curragh to circumnavigate Great Britain. This kind of boat was remarkably seaworthy, although it was not designed for long ocean-going voyages. These boats would have mostly sailed along the coast, or perhaps ventured out to nearby islands. They were certainly capable of moving from Ireland to Scotland, Wales, England, and France. We will talk more about the curragh after we do a review of Brendan's voyage. So just before Brendan and his 14 companions were ready to depart, they would be joined by 3 other men. These are often depicted as monks. This is a bit of an upsetting thing, because according to Brendan, the number of men on the voyage is holy in nature, and they can't accomplish their mission until these newcomers are gone. Numbers, by the way, are very important in many cultures and religions. 40 days and 40 nights, for example. 14, 12, 7, and 3, all important numbers in Christianity. Anyhow, the expedition, now consisting of 17 monks with Brendan, would depart on a journey to find paradise. They set out in the direction of the summer solstice, likely meaning the northwest point, where the sun sets in the summer. Now, going forward, the tale of Brendan is divided up into 28 chapters. In these chapters, the monks visit about 15 new locations, most of them islands. Some of these episodes are quite intricate, paragraphs of detail and descriptions. Others are very simple, just a sentence or two. Oftentimes, the stories involve the monks landing on an island, and some event happens or a lesson is learned. Many of the stories involve faith, with Brendan and the events of the story teaching his companions to have faith in God. I'll describe a few of these encounters. Brendan and his fellow monks would set out from Ireland and initially have fair winds, followed by 12 days of dead calm. And then after 40 days at sea, and their food nearly gone, they sighted a rocky island. The monks would circle the island for 3 days before finding a small cove where they disembarked. Once on shore, a dog appeared and led them to a mansion with a spacious hall. The men washed and were amazed to find fish and bread on a table. Fish and bread, by the way, are very powerful symbols of Christianity. Anyhow, in this hall, there were many fine items of metal on the walls, including bridles and horns inlaid with silver. The company would spend 3 days resting and recovering on the island, with Brendan warning his disciples not to take anything. However, at one point, Brendan saw a demon in the guise of a small African boy, encouraging one of the late arriving monks to take a bridle. Brendan later confronts the monk, who confesses his sin and begs forgiveness. The demon then jumps out of the chest of the monk and flees. The man then dies. The other monks give the man a Christian burial, and angels arrive and carry his soul to heaven. The tale has some obvious religious overtones. It speaks of how the devil will tempt us with earthly riches, but it also demonstrates that a sinner can still be redeemed by God if he is willing to show true remorse and repent for one's sins. On another level, it shows that a guardian must keep a watchful eye on his flock. The next island Brendan goes to is described as Bountiful. springs full of fish, fountains, and flocks of pure white sheep. The monks spent Easter Sunday on this island. One of the more fanciful stories of Brendan's voyage is another of the early islands the monks come upon. This island has no grass, no sand, and just a few bits of timber. The monks were nervous about this strange island, but Brendan calmed them and told them not to be afraid. They go ashore and gather up some loose timber to start a fire and celebrate Mass. It is then that the island began to move. The men, save for Brendan, are terrified, and they hop into their boat and sail off. It is then that Brendan reveals that the island is actually the greatest fish in the ocean. His name was Lasconius, and it did not harm the monks. The point of this story may have been to emphasize that all of the earth's creatures, even the largest, were created and are under the dominion of God. In another story, the monks find their boat being stalked by a great fish, intent on devouring them. Brendan calmly tells the monks to pray and have faith, and just as the big fish moves in for the kill, another fire-breathing sea creature appears and tears apart the threat. The next day, the men come upon a grassy island, and on shore they find a huge piece of the dead fish. This provides the men with 3 months of food. A later island features a similar story, where a giant bird is out to attack the monks. Just before it can strike, another bird, sent by God, intercepts the attacking creature and kills it. 2 things here. First, Brendan is always the calm, wise, and knowing leader of the monks. When everyone else is panicking, he's there telling them to chill, pray, and have faith in God. And it always works out. God does answer the prayers of the faithful. God does provide food, water, and security to those who deserve it. The voyage of Brendan will be filled with many wonders. There's an island with 24 monks who never age. Another island is filled with people who sing psalms. There's an island of birds, some of which talk and sing. We find fountains whose waters put you to sleep for days and days, and holy men of great age. Another interesting item is described as columns in the sea. Later in their travels, the monks encounter a tortured Judas, the betrayer of Christ. It is one of the more striking moments in the manuscript, as Judas is tortured endlessly by demons for his sins. Brendan's arrival provides Judas a single night respite from the torments of the demons. At another island, these hairy, hideous men throw fiery slag at the ship. On another island, they saw it shooting flames from its peak, like a volcano. There will be storms, as well as periods of good weather. Brendan frequently lets the winds take the ship in whatever direction God intends. In the end, the ship will sail for 7 years searching for the Blessed Isle. The monks will travel in a circle, visiting the same islands over and over, often on a specific date. For instance, there is one island the men return to each Easter to celebrate the rising of Jesus. Eventually, the voyage of Brendan will have to come to an end. Now, remember, the monks had added 3 men at the last minute before departing. Well, one of those monks had died on that very first island. As for the other 2, they would be detached from the party in various fashions, thus getting the contingent back to the holy number of 14, which is necessary to reach paradise. And then, in the final chapter of the manuscript, Brendan and his monks sail west for 40 days and then approach a great darkness. Brendan is then informed by God that this is the land that he had been seeking. And then from the darkness a light shone, guiding them. In the manuscript it says, quote, when they had disembarked, they saw land, extensive and thickly set with trees, laden with fruits as in the autumn season, end quote. This was the promised land, often called the Blessed Isle or Brendan's Isle. Some say it was the Garden of Eden. A young man would approach them saying, quote, this is the land you have sought after so long a time, but you could not hitherto find it, because Christ our Lord wished first to display to you his diverse mysteries in this immense ocean. Now return to the land of your birth, bearing with you as much of those fruits and of those precious stones as your boat can carry. For the days of your earthly pilgrimage must draw to a close, when you may rest in peace among your saintly brethren. End quote. After exploring the lands for 40 days and finding it had no end, Brendan would gather food and gems and depart paradise, eventually returning to his monastery. He and his disciples had been gone for 7 years. And that, my friends, is the conclusion of the story of Brendan and his legendary voyage. Slipping back from the story to historical fact, Brendan would die around 557 in Annandale while visiting his sister. He would have been about 90 to 95 years old. Brendan had been worried that his followers would take his remains as relics, so he arranged to have his body secretly returned to the monastery of Clonfert, where he was interred in Clonfert Cathedral. And that is the life of St. Brendan.
Don't let a busy schedule get in the way of your college dreams. Achieve your goals at Santa Ana College. Our flexible class scheduling allows you to complete your courses at your own pace, day or night, on campus or online. Balancing work or family? Let us help create a plan that works for you. See what's possible at Santa Ana College. New classes start every 8 weeks. Learn more at sac.edu.
Billions of dollars for the people who were displaced to continue living.
On Gone Medieval from History Hit, we set out to solve the era using science to identify our buried ancestors.
Genetic signatures found in present-day Ashkenazi Jewish population shared by the genetic ancestries we found in these individuals.
And reveal the answers to centuries-old riddles.
I stand up straight in a bed, I'm hairy at my base, and I make the ladies cry. The solution is an onion.
I'm Matt Lewis, and every Tuesday and Friday you can join me to travel the medieval world in search of the stories you haven't heard and to get under the skin twice a week, every week. Listen and follow on Apple, Spotify, or wherever you get your podcasts.
With the voyage of Brendan complete, I want to do two things. First, I want to look at Brendan's voyage in the context of the real world. Most of this will be speculation. But what I want to do is understand if any of the tales in Brendan's stories have potential roots in real places. Also, I want to ask if it was even possible that Brendan traveled out on the ocean for an extended period. And, of course, I'll address the question that everyone likes to ask. Could St. Brendan have actually reached North America? Like I said, most of this will be speculation, but it will be fun. And second, I'll talk about how Brendan's life and the story of his voyage have not just endured, but thrived in the centuries after his death, and even up to this day. So let us start with the fun stuff, the examination of Brendan's voyage and linking it to the real world. Now, as we discussed earlier, this type of seafaring hero story was popular around 700-800, and Brendan was known to have been a widely traveled man, sailing to Wales, England, Scotland, and France. So creating a story around the man is not a surprise, but were there elements of truth in Brendan's voyage? In the voyage of St. Brendan the Abbot, he and his disciples visit 15 or so lands, most of them islands, and that leads us to wonder, were some of these places real? Well, the logical way to look at a potential real-life voyage of Brendan is to start in the north, as noted in the story. If you go north from Ireland, you will sail along the coast of Scotland and then strike out into the ocean. About 200 miles, or 325 kilometers, north of Scotland, you run into the Faroe Islands. This is a collection of 18 small islands. The first permanent human settlement of the Faroes wasn't until the 800s, but there's evidence of human habitation as early as the 4th century. Amongst these early visitors were believed to have been Irish monks. Also, sheep DNA has been found on the island that dates to 500 CE. In our tale, one of the first islands the monks visit was filled with white sheep. Also, an early Norse name of the Faroes translates as Sheep Islands, which causes people to ask, could this island in our story have been one of the Faroes? Of course, I can't actually answer this or subsequent questions, but it's fun to speculate. So, right after Brendan reaches the island of Sheep, he then goes to an island full of birds, referenced as the paradise of birds in the text. One of the Faroes may well have fit this description. Today, more than 300 bird species have been recorded living on the Faroes, and more than 50 species breed regularly on the islands. That Brendan and his disciples reached one of these islands during breeding season could offer an explanation of this part of the story. Now, from the Faroes, a ship could go northwest about 300 miles or 485 kilometers and reach Iceland. Now, unlike the Faroes, there is no evidence of human habitation of Iceland until around 800. Iceland offers some interesting possible links to our story. Specifically, the voyage of Brendan talks about a mountain spewing fire, as well as creatures throwing slag at the ship. This could be construed as a volcanic eruption, with lava and ash spitting into the ocean. Iceland has numerous active volcanoes. From Iceland, it is on to Greenland, a voyage of at least 500 miles or 820 kilometers, and then it's another 600 miles or 1,000 kilometers to the North American mainland. The waters between Iceland and Greenland are notoriously dangerous, filled with ice flow and icebergs. Brendan talks of big white columns in the ocean. Could these have been icebergs? The water around Iceland and Greenland and the Canadian coast are filled with bergs and floating ice. And just about anywhere in these waters, the monks could have come into contact with a great whale, which would explain the huge fish in one of the chapters. The last item I want to talk about is the final island in Brendan's story, the Blessed Lands. It is described as being cloaked in darkness. It's not hard to imagine this being the mist and fog-shrouded shores of Labrador and Newfoundland. And remember, the monks explored the island for 40 days and found there was no end to the land, indicating it was more than just an island. After reaching the Blessed Isle, Brendan and his fellow monks would have had to return home. The ocean currents do flow from North America back to Europe, so it's possible they could have caught these and made it back to Ireland. Now, all of this said, there are some huge questions about whether Brendan or anyone from this era could have made such a voyage. The first thing we should look at is Brendan's boat. He conducted his voyage using a traditional curragh from the era. While these were nimble and light and seaworthy, you're probably wondering how well could they have held up crossing the Atlantic and back. Well, we actually have an answer to this question voyage using only materials and knowledge from the era. Using traditional handcrafted tools, Severin and his team built a 36-foot long, or 11 meters, two-masted boat of Irish ash and oak. They hand-lashed it together with leather thong and wrapped it with 49 traditionally tanned ox hides. Severin and his crew of 3 men then sailed from Tralee, Ireland, intent on reaching the North American coast. They departed on May 17, 1976. They would spend 13 months and travel 4,500 miles, or 7,200 kilometers, before arriving in Newfoundland, Canada. Severin and his boat, named the Brendan, went up the coast of Scotland, stopping the Hebrides and then the Faroes, followed by Iceland. There was onto Greenland and Canada. I want to note that Severin and his people took their time, stopping for weeks and even months at a time to allow the weather to clear. This was just like Brendan had done in his story. Now, while Severin had built the boat as a traditional curragh, he had many modern conveniences, such as a radio, tarps, a bilge pump, and stuff like that. Plus, they knew the specific route they had to take and had help available when and if needed. Still, it was an impressive deed, and it did demonstrate how a voyage such as Brendan could have happened. I stress could there, because just by making a crossing, it does not prove that Brendan did so. By the way, Severin made a movie and wrote a book about his expedition, both called The Brendan Voyage. Also, the boat he built, the Brendan, is on display at the Craignawan Open Air Museum in Kilkenny, Ireland. So, was this route the same taken by Brendan? I will be honest and say unlikely. Impossible? No, but unlikely. To me, the biggest factor would have been the complexity of such a voyage. To have managed to sail thousands of miles of an unknown ocean in a primitive boat is just not likely. They would have had to have had food, water, and clothing. They would have had to survive storms, ice, and cold. And as Severin demonstrated with his boat, navigating the current is very hard. The current mostly just went where the ocean took it. To have completed such a voyage and then return would have been immensely difficult. Again, not impossible, but a 1 in a million odds type of thing. Now, I want to stress that this doesn't mean that there aren't nuggets of truth in Brendan's story. The bards of the age may simply have taken a popular literary form, the Imra, and imbued it with religious stories, personalities, and themes. This means taking their most famous traveler and revered saint and inserting him in one of these stories. The voyage to the Faroes and even Iceland may not have been Brendan, but other monks. It was not uncommon in ancient times to meld various stories together, or borrow or alter elements to make a good narrative. In the end, the voyage of Brendan, while we wonder about all the real-world stuff, is really more impactful as a religious vehicle. The stories speak about the power of faith, about working together, about being good. It teaches us that there are difficult challenges out there facing us, and there will be rewards for those who are good and true, and torments for those who sin. There's nothing wrong with those ideas and themes. Now, regarding Brendan's voyage, I do want to note that we are looking to the north for real possible world links. But what about elsewhere? Well, I'll throw out a few other ideas. These from the south. The Azores are west of Portugal and about 1,200 miles, or 1,930 kilometers, southwest of Ireland. Madeira Islands and the Canaries are even further, but almost directly south of Ireland. Maybe Brendan was sailing to France or wherever he got swept up in a storm, and he was going to one of these places. Again, who knows? But they all offer possibilities, even if fanciful ones. So this basically wraps up the whole real-world links to Brendan's story, and that moves us on to our next section, a short rundown regarding the legacy of St. Brendan. So the legacy of Brendan the Navigator is long-reaching. He is a Christian saint and one of the founders of the Irish monastic tradition. He was very important to the growth of Christianity in Ireland. All of the this makes him an important historical figure, but it is his legendary voyage that has resonated with people for 1,500 years. It's really quite extraordinary. One sign of how influential Brennan has been is with map makers. If you look at surviving maps of the 13th, 14th, and 15th century and beyond, you'll often see appearances of an island in the Atlantic marked as Brennan's Isle. Early maps place Brennan's Isle at the same location as the Canarias, Madeira's, and Azores. Other times, the island appears where no land actually exists. In the age of discovery, navigators, such as Christopher Columbus, had maps that included Brennan's Isle. It was a conceit of the map makers, but it shows how seriously they took the story of our famed Irish monk. So why has Brennan's voyage been so embraced over the centuries? Well, I would argue that it's just a great story that fires the imagination. Think about it. Irish 500 years before the Vikings. Of course, people are going to love that. You add in the religious themes, the idea that God had led his devout followers to the world centuries before anyone else, and it's just a great mix of adventure, teaching, and wonder. That's just really hard to beat. So, to this day, St. Brendan is honored and remembered in so many ways, it is impossible to list them all. For obvious reasons, Brendan is the patron saint of boatmen, sailors, and travelers, but he's also the patron saint of some lesser groups. He is also the patron saint of elderly adventurers, whales, and also of portage canoes. I love that the last group, canoe portagers, have their own patron saint. St. Brendan's feast day is May 16th. Anyhow, you will find schools and churches with Brendan's name on them in Ireland, Scotland, England, Iceland, the Faroe Islands, Newfoundland, Florida, Maine, Australia, Argentina, Nigeria, and Italy. That's 4 different continents. The most famous place associated with Brendan is Clonfert Cathedral of Ireland, which Brendan founded in 563. The original cathedral was replaced with a new one beginning in the 12th century. Also, regarding Brendan, you will find tons of references to the man and his voyage in songs, poems, novels, video games, and a bunch more. There are also many famous paintings of Brendan, as well as statues and monuments. One of the most well-known statues of Brendan is at Square Bantry in County Cork in Ireland. And I have actually been to that location, and I posted a photo I took of the statue on our website, explorerspodcast.com. So that is it for the story of Brendan the Navigator. It is, admittedly, a different type of story than we normally cover here on the Explorers Podcast. But I had fun with it, and I hope you enjoyed it as well. I want to offer thanks to a friend of the show, Jim, who helped out with some of the Irish pronunciations in this episode. I will wrap up by saying thanks to all the supporters of the show. From our Patreon program, I want to acknowledge some of our staunchest backers, including Elizabeth, Fleur, Gregory, Peter, Philip, Ralph, Benjamin, Robert, Jesse, Dave P., Donald, Rudy, Adam, Eileen, Cameron, Catherine, Christopher, Collier, Craig, David, Michael, and Chris. To you and all who help out, thank you very much. Otherwise, thanks again for joining us at the Explorers Podcast. EasterWayMedia.com to find out about other super cool podcasts, including kick-ass news and the history of the Second World War.
For the Millers, movie nights were once not on that old couch. But one day, while shopping on QVC.com, she learned La-Z-Boy recliners had slimmed down a bit. And in just a few clicks, Sarah got her La-Z-Boy chair and a popcorn maker and a soundbar by Bose. And with one quick trip to QVC.com, movie night and Sarah's back were saved. Shop QVC.com and use code QVC15podcast for $15 off $30 for new customers. This is shopping brought to life.
You're listening to an Airwave Media Podcast. This episode is brought to you by Meta. With Meta, every connection is an opportunity for your brand to stand out, sell, and grow. So connect with 3.8 billion monthly active people and maximize your performance. It's your world. Meta. Learn more at facebook.com/business/connection.
On April 12, 1961, a spaceship, the Vostok 1, launched at 6:07 a.m. from Baikonur Cosmodrome in what today is Kazakhstan. The Vostok 1, which had been fashioned from a ballistic missile, carried Soviet cosmonaut Yuri Gagarin. At 6:17 a.m., history was made as humanity achieved spaceflight for the first time. It is one of the pivotal moments of the 20th century as humankind moved from beyond the confines of Earth to a new frontier. Hello and welcome to the Explorers Podcast. Today's episode is the fascinating story of the first man in space, Soviet pilot and cosmonaut Yuri Gagarin. Here's what we will cover in today's episode. First, we will go over Gagarin's early years growing up in the Soviet Union and how he got into flying. Next, we will cover how he got involved with the space program and his training. We will also talk about the competition between the USSR and the West, which fueled the push to put a man into space. All of this will lead to Gagarin's historic flight. We will finish by talking about the aftermath of the flight, which included some darker days. Alrighty, let's get started. Yuri Gagarin was born on March 9, 1934, in a small village in western Russia called Tushino. His father was a carpenter and his mother worked on a collective farm. As a child, Yuri and his family suffered through World War II. The Nazis captured Tushino in 1941, burning down its school and dozens of homes. A German officer took over the Gagarin, and they were forced to live in a tiny mud hut for nearly 2 years. Young Yuri found ways to fight back against the occupiers, including sabotaging German tanks. But it was a dark time for the family. The Nazis beat Yuri, and his brothers were sent to a labor camp in Poland. However, the family survived, and after the war, Yuri, still a teenager, became an apprentice foundryman at the local steel plant. So, the son of simple peasants, check. Resistance during the war, check. Factory worker, check. Basically, he could not write a better script for a working-class hero. And there's more propaganda gold. Gagarin was athletic, smart, charismatic, and handsome with a killer smile. And he would eventually marry Valentina Goryachiva and have 2 daughters, making him a respected family man as well. Always fascinated by planes and flying, Gagarin joined the local flying club and then was accepted into the Soviet Air Force School in 1955. After his training, he was stationed in Murmansk near the Norwegian border. At the time, the competition between communist Russia and the capitalist United States was fierce. I don't know if people today really understand how intense the Cold War between the East and West really was. You had people building bomb shelters in their backyards and conducting air raid drills. Wars and revolutions and revolts were happening all over the globe, the sides usually falling into eastern and western camps. This included Korea, Vietnam, Cuba, Hungary, and dozens of other places. Many nations saw this conflict as a fundamental threat to their very way of life, and above it all hung the threat of nuclear war. A big part of this United States versus the USSR rivalry included both nations trying to gain an edge in space. On October 4th, 1957, the same time Gagarin was stationed in Murmansk, the Soviets shocked the world by launching the first satellite in a sphere called Sputnik. But getting the first object into space was a great coup for the Soviet Union and sent shivers down the spine of the West. Both sides feared what would happen if the other gained supremacy of the stars. People envisioned their enemy hovering overhead in space stations with nuclear weapons, poised to obliterate them on a whim. And thus, the space race kicked into high gear. The next great step in the race would be to put a man into space. And this takes us back to Yuri Gagarin, who at this time was a simple pilot in the Soviet Air Force. But that was about to change. One day, several mysterious men in suits came to Gagarin's Air Force base and recruited him for a top-secret mission. What that mission was, they didn't say, only that it was for a new type of flying machine. For the Soviets, Gagarin ticked all the boxes. He was a gifted pilot, and at 5'2", or 157 centimeters, he was short enough to fit into a tiny capsule. And perhaps most important, he was a loyal communist. Gagarin wrote in his autobiography that he wanted to make his first space flight as a member of the party. And so off Gagarin went on his new mission, which was a tightly controlled secret. He and his fellow recruits would be the vanguard of the new Soviet manned space program. These men had to endure a battery of grueling medical tests, both physical and mental. The doctors put them through some really awful stuff: poking and prodding, oxygen starvation, severe psychological stress. A lot of this was purely speculative, because let's remember, no one knew what weightlessness would do to the human body and mind. Would they be able to fly in such conditions? Would they hallucinate? Would their organs get all jumbled and float around inside their body in zero gravity? The doctors were testing for anything they could think of. I mean, up to this point, only a handful of animals had been sent into space. Most didn't come back alive. We couldn't be too careful. In the end, they whittled down the candidates from a couple of hundred to 20. These were the very best of the best with the right stuff, which is a nod to the fantastic book and movie The Right Stuff by Thomas Wolfe. So within the space program, Gagarin would quickly rise to the top of the list and as well. But Gagarin would stand out due to his extraordinary discipline, determination, focus, and flying talent, plus his ability to stay calm and collected in difficult situations. Gagarin was so highly thought of when the recruits were asked to vote who should be the first men to fly in space, besides themselves, of course. Almost all of them chose Gagarin. Now, Gagarin and his fellow cosmonauts went through all kinds of training, much of it in a simulator on the ground, basically a mock-up of the spaceship. And with that, let's talk about that ship for a minute. It was called Vostok 1 and was a sphere, super cramped, with only a couple of meters or 6 feet of room inside. It was basically a hollowed-out warhead sitting on a missile built to carry nukes. There were some gauges and very simple controls, but Gagarin was not allowed to touch them without official permission from Moscow. Everything would be automated. But what if he lost radio contact and there was an emergency and he couldn't get permission to take control? Well, there was a plan for that. There was a keypad with a secret code to unlock the manual controls. The secret code, however, was hidden in an envelope tucked away in the cabin and was hard to reach on purpose. The thinking was that if a pilot could fish it out and enter the code, it would be proof that he hadn't gone crazy in zero gravity. In the end, probably recognizing how silly it was to make the guy risking his butt in space go hunting for a secret code that could save his life, and every second counts, his colleagues ignored the bureaucrats in Moscow and just gave him the code. By the way, the Soviet paranoia gets even wackier. The Secret Service, a notorious KGB, actually wanted to put a bomb on board in case the rocket veered off course toward landing in the West, or worse, if Gagarin felt like defecting. But in the end, there was no bomb. Instead, if he did land in the West, Gagarin was under strict orders not to reveal anything. And if he landed in the wilderness, he had a gun and a knife for hunting, plus enough food and water to last 10 days. Just an aside here, I think the philosophy on spaceship design for the Soviets and the Americans really speaks to the different ideologies. Russia, even before the communist regime, was very much a top-down command structure. Power came from the top, those on the bottom were expected to follow orders. The people on the top feared independent and free thinkers as they were a threat to their power. This mindset extended to the space program, including all the way down to the construction of the spaceship. The communists had total control over everything from Moscow. Any flight would be automated. They wanted no deviation from the plan. As for the Americans, individual freedom was highly prized. The capsules were packed with joysticks and switches, and the astronauts were in the driver's seat. In the award-winning 1983 film, The Right Stuff, there's a great scene where the scientists first demonstrate the space capsule to the American astronauts. And it is the astronauts who demand and get the ability to actually pilot their own ship. That sort of thing would never have happened in the Soviet Union. Anyhow, that brings us to another difference between the two arch rivals, the launch pad. For the Soviet Union, the Space Center was at the aforementioned Baikonur Cosmodrome, which, by the way, is still in use today. This was definitely not NASA's famous Cape Canaveral on the Florida coast, with its beaches, pools, and strip malls. Baikonur was built in the harsh and unforgiving Kazakh desert by army workers, some of whom died in the construction. As the Soviets moved closer and closer toward launching their first manned space flight, the candidates were all ranked for their readiness to make the flight. On April 8, 1961, a state commission selected Gagarin as the pilot. Kermit Titov was picked as his backup. Titov, by the way, became the second Russian to blast into space, just missing out on the glory. Gagarin and his fellow cosmonauts were moved to Baikonur before the launch, where some final medical checks were performed. The doctor said Gagarin was in good health and good spirits, listening to music and playing chess with the other cosmonauts. Still, Gagarin obviously knew the very real danger that was ahead and wrote a letter to his wife and daughters in case he didn't come home. It said, quote, "A simple man has been entrusted with a great national task, to blaze a trail into space," end quote. And if the worst happened, Gagarin told his family, quote, "Do not waste yourself with grief. Life is life," end quote. Gagarin spent the night before the launch in a little cottage about a mile from the launch pad. He barely slept. The next morning, April 12, 1961, the weather was perfect, light winds and clear skies. Gagarin gave a short speech thanking the workers and put on his spacesuit. At the last second, someone had the idea to paint CCCP, the Russian acronym for USSR, in bright red letters on his helmet. It wasn't even dry. Some emotional farewells followed, including lots of hugging. I mean, no one was sure if they were ever going to see this guy again. And then Gagarin rode a bus out to the rocket. Vostok 1 was suspended over the launch pad by giant metal arms, which would snap away when the ship built up enough thrust to lift into the sky. The rocket was full of kerosene and liquid oxygen to be mixed together and ignited. Of course, if it blew up, Gagarin would likely be blown up with it. There probably wouldn't be time to bail out if anything did go wrong. And even if he could exit the ship, there was no fancy abort system, just a net to catch him if he jumped. So it was all pretty Spartan. Even the ignition system his life depended on was some explosive charges stuck to wooden sticks, like giant matches. No matter, into the capsule Gagarin went, and almost right away they ran into a problem sealing the hatch. As technicians fiddled with it during the final countdown, Gagarin remained a cool customer. He asked for some music and whistled along, even though he knew it might be the last song he ever heard. When the hatch issue was resolved, the countdown continued. It was time to send a man into space. At 6:07 a.m., the countdown hit 0, the rocket lit, and rumbled to life. It would have been awesome. Gagarin had been pretty relaxed, but now his heart was racing. Another cosmonaut who was watching said it was hard to imagine another human being sitting on such a monstrous fireball, much less surviving it. As for our cool customer, Gagarin, well, he stayed that way under pressure, shouting, Poyakale, which sort of means let's go or off we go in Russian. Very informal, very cool. And with that, into the sky rose the giant rocket. The flight of Vostok 1 would consist of 3 stages. In each, the engines burned out and then fell away. At 6:17 a.m., the final stage would kick in with a violent jolt and carry Yuri Gagarin into orbit, making him the first human being to achieve outer space. From orbit, Gagarin had a mesmerizing view, climbing higher than anyone had flown, seeing our planet as no human eyes had before. He described the clouds, rivers, and snow-capped peaks over the radio. Author Stephen Walker, in his biography on Gagarin, points out the irony that appreciating our planet's beauty was made possible by a missile that could destroy it. Remember, the ballistic missile. On top of what he described over the radio, there was a little tape recorder in the cockpit, and Gagarin would get down his thoughts and capture the first sounds of space. Sadly, some of his first impressions are lost forever because he ran out of tape, rewound, or taped over. Gagarin zoomed around the planet at 18,000 miles an hour, or 29,000 kilometers. He watched the sunset, then rise again in a matter of minutes. As I said, it was an experience no person in human history had ever been through. While Gagarin was in space, the Soviets broke the news to the world over the radio. It was a stunning coup. It was the same case a few years earlier with the Sputnik launch, which had also caught the West off guard. This was deja vu, another win in the space program for communism. Until that moment, the mission had been shrouded in secrecy. The Soviets had an iron grip on their media, and they didn't announce stuff like that ahead of time like the Americans. That way, if the mission ended in disaster, then, well, what mission? But now the Soviets were crowing to the world about their stunning achievement. However, the mission was not yet a done deal. Gagarin may have reached outer space, but he needed to get home. And that was not going to be easy, as serious problems loomed for Gagarin and Vostok 1.
This episode is sponsored by Indeed. Finding the people you need to help your business thrive doesn't have to be a second job. With Indeed, you can attract, interview, and hire all in one place. So reclaim your time and find the people you need fast. Start hiring now at Indeed.com/podcast. Terms and conditions apply. Cost per application pricing not available for everyone.
Why do we find popping bubble wrap so satisfying? Why do we say boop when we touch somebody's nose? Boop. Why do we turn anything and everything into drums? Honey, I need those pots to start dinner. Why do we sing in the shower?
I'm taking a shower.
And outside the shower.
This conference call is boring.
Rick, you are not on mute.
Why? For the same reason we play scratchers from the California lottery. Because a little play can make your day. Please play responsibly. Must be 18 years or older to purchase player claim.
Yuri Gagarin had reached outer space, the first person in human history to do so. However, getting back to Earth was not going to be easy. The first issue was with the orbit of Vostok 1. It was off. The rocket engine that had brought Gagarin into space had fired too long, so he was too high. Best case, he was going to land way off target. Worst case, he would wind up stranded in space and die. No one could do anything about it, so the guys on the ground decided not to tell Gagarin about the problem. In fact, they flat out lied. When Gagarin asked how his trajectory was, they told him he was fine. One of the men on the other end of the radio, back on the ground, was cosmonaut Alexei Leonov. If the name sounds familiar, it's because he did the world's first spacewalk a few years later. Anyhow, it must have pained him to hide the truth from his close friend and fellow aviator. Ultimately, no one knew how things would shake out until it was time to come home. And when that time came, there was, surprise, yet another major problem. As the ship prepared to re-enter the atmosphere, a small rocket fired to slow down the capsule, allowing Vostok 1 to slip back into Earth's gravity. Except at that moment, the spacecraft went haywire. It began rotating violently and tumbling back to Earth, with Gagarin basically along for the ride, powerless to control his ship. Soon, Vostok 1, if the capsule, with its special heat shield, wasn't pointed the right way, Gagarin would be incinerated. Still, our cosmonaut was as cool as ever. When he tried to tell the ground he was spinning out of control, he couldn't get through on the radio, so he managed to type out some Morse code on a backup radio while the capsule was turning end over end. The reason for all of this was a design flaw. That little rocket for slowing down the capsule was supposed to come off and fall away once it fired, but some of the cables didn't disconnect, and it dangled there, holding the capsule upside down with the crucial heat shield facing the wrong direction. Luckily, as the capsule began re-entry, the first thing to burn up were those cables. This allowed Gagarin and Vostok 1 to get upright again, the heat shield now properly aligned. Into the atmosphere, Gagarin went. He never lost consciousness despite attaining 8 G of force. When he came out of the other side of that intense and fiery entry, Gagarin could see he was way off course. He could see he was over the Volga River, hundreds of kilometers from where he had just made it smaller, circling the globe in record time. As for the people looking back up at him, well, I have to imagine they couldn't believe their eyes, seeing a capsule shooting across the sky like a comet and a spaceman popping out of it. That was Gagarin ejecting about 20,000 feet up with an ejector seat just like the ones fighter pilots have. Then a parachute came out. Vostok 1's own parachute would deploy a short time later. Now, if you thought Gagarin was out of the woods, well, you would be wrong. His parachute deployed just fine, but so did his backup chute. This nearly caused Gagarin's death, as the two parachutes almost got tangled. It would have been a terrible way to have ended it all, our explorer having survived so much, only to plummet to his death back on Earth. But Gagarin would land safely in a farm field where an old lady was picking potatoes. Remember, his mission had been secret, and she had not heard the news on the radio. So when Gagarin told her he had just come from space, she must have thought he was a madman. What happened next is rather amusing. Gagarin had just traveled 18,000 miles an hour through space on the bleeding edge of scientific achievement. And to get to the nearest village, he took a horse and a cart. You can't make this stuff up. Anyhow, that is the story of humanity's first manned space flight. One single orbit of Earth. Total time, just over an hour and a half. Now, let us talk about what happened in the aftermath of this flight that shook the world, plus Gagarin's sudden fame and his legacy. First of all, the mission national hero and a global celebrity. There was a massive parade in Moscow's famous Red Square and a world tour, a visit to the United Nations in New York, tea with the Queen at Buckingham Palace, stuff like that. The Communist Party showered it with gifts, though they were pretty modest by Western standards. A home, a car, a TV, even an electric razor. The schedule was grueling. Gagarin was always jetting off on some meet and greet or speech. But all this had a downside. Soviet leaders were determined to never let Gagarin fly in space again. It was just too dangerous, and they were terrified of the idea of killing a national hero. Thus, Gagarin felt a bit like a bird who just made an epic flight, but was now trapped in a gilded cage. He felt pressured to live up to the ideas of being a national hero, and at the same time, he was seduced by the trappings and temptations of fame and glory. And I don't mean the electric razor. We are talking about heavy drinking and womanizing. One time he hurt himself, apparently jumping out of a window to avoid being caught by his wife while fooling around with a nurse. It all kept his government handlers on their toes. They never knew what Yuri would get himself into. The truth is, Gagarin was bored and distracted. He longed to return to space, but eventually he convinced Moscow to let him train as a cosmonaut again. Sure enough, once back in the swing of things, his friend said he was his old self again. Professional, his sense of purpose back. The drinking stopped, he focused up. But any chance of returning to space would be dashed when, in April of 1967, Gagarin's friend and colleague Vladimir Korobov was killed when his ship's parachute failed to open on its return to Earth, plunging into the ground at full speed. Gagarin had been the backup pilot for that flight. And beforehand, he had protested to Soviet officials that the mission was a risk. And he was right. Officials had cut corners, ignored warnings about shoddy design, then tried to cover it up. Gagarin used his influence to try and pressure the government to come clean about the accident, but instead found himself out of the space program once and for all. It was just too great a risk for a national hero. Instead, he was sent back to the Air Force to fly planes. 1968, when Yuri Gagarin would be killed at the age of 34. He and another pilot in the two-seater jet crashed through the woods outside Moscow on a routine training flight. What happened? Well, there are multiple theories on that, some of the conspiracy kind. A mysterious crash, a secretive government that deems the result of the investigation classified, rumors of sabotage, poisoning, even of Gagarin faking his own death. Though it's juicy stuff, at the end of the day, there's no real proof of any of it. Usually a plane crash is just a plane crash. The KGB's investigation into the crash was only recently declassified, and it blamed bad weather. Another reports that the men had lost oxygen and passed out. No one knows for sure. Gagarin was given a huge state funeral in Moscow, where his remains were interred in the Kremlin wall, his country's highest honor in death. He was also awarded its highest honor in life, Hero of the Soviet Union. The anniversary of Gagarin's historic flight, April 12th, is the UN's International Day of Human Spaceflight. Reaching space has been described as the greatest feat of exploration in the 20th century, only until being eclipsed, pardon the pun, by the moon landing. Today, you can find all sorts of monuments and memorials to Gagarin, from a 2-inch postage stamp to a 20-story building in Russia with the world's largest mural of him. Russia's Cosmonaut Training Center and Launchpad, which are still in use today, bear his name. Soviet Navy ships, a trophy in Russia's Pro Hockey League, a bunch of streets, squares, and even his entire hometown, renamed Gagarin, Russia. His childhood house is now a museum, and there's a statue of him, one of several throughout Russia. There's even a Gagarin statue in the heart of America's space program in Houston, Texas. In fact, there is little real bad blood between the Cold War rivals when it comes to space. I think there's just a mutual respect among anyone daring enough to take that risk. After all, you can't see the borders from up there, and it's a pretty small club. American astronauts always got a warm welcome in the Soviet Union, while Soviet cosmonauts were met with the same hospitality in Houston. They got together for backyard barbecues and talked shop. Gagarin's accomplishments, by the way, pushed the U.S. to shoot for the moon as a way to pop the Russians. And when NASA astronauts went to the moon in 1969, shortly after Gagarin's death, they even left some of his medals on the moon's surface as a memorial. As for the Soviets, they never got to the moon. After a head start out of the gate, they fell behind in the space race and never recovered. So that is it for this episode on Gagarin, who, like so many of our explorers we cover, ventured into the unknown and changed the course of history. So Khrushchev once called him a Russian Christopher Columbus. If you want to learn more about Gagarin, I recommend the biography by Stephen Walker, who goes into extraordinary detail in his book. A lot of the great nuggets in this episode come from his book. Also, a little side note. If you like this story, I highly recommend the book and the film, The Right Stuff, which I mentioned a couple of times in this episode. It is the story of the Mercury program, roughly the first 5-6 years of America's manned space program. It is basically the American perspective of this space race. It is a fabulous story. So there you go, the life of Soviet cosmonaut Yuri Gagarin. I hope you enjoyed the show. I'll wrap up with a few notes. First, many thanks to Ross Arbor, who researched and wrote the script for this episode. Second, I want to mention that if you want to help out the show in a way that doesn't cost you anything but a minute of your time, go to wherever you get your podcasts, such as Spotify, Apple Podcasts, or wherever, and give us a nice rating and review if you're Apple Pals. I appreciate it. Otherwise, thanks again for being with us today. I wish you all good health. Please take care. I will see you next time. The Explorers Podcast is part of the Airwave Media Network. Go to airwavemedia.com to find other fun and engaging shows. This includes The Accidental Creative and Art Smart.
You're listening to an Airwave Media Podcast.
On Gone Medieval from History, we set out to solve the biggest mysteries of the medieval age.
So many of these travellers who went out looking for Prestigion, what did they think they were hearing?
Using science to identify our buried ancestors.
genetic signatures found in present-day Ashkenazi Jewish population shared by the genetic ancestries we found in these individuals.
And reveal the answers to centuries-old riddles.
I stand up straight in a bed, I'm hairy at my base, and I make the ladies cry. The solution is an onion.
I'm Matt Lewis, and every Tuesday and Friday you can join me to travel the medieval world in search of the stories you haven't heard and to get under the skins of the ones you have. Gone Medieval from History Hits, twice a week, every week. Listen and follow on Apple, Spotify, or wherever you get your podcasts.
On December 17th, 1903, at 10:35 a.m., near Kitty Hawk, North Carolina, Orville Wright piloted a gas-powered biplane into the air. It stayed aloft for 12 seconds and covered 120 feet. And with that historic first flight, the world would be changed forever. Hello and welcome, because it is not actually one put together and told by myself. At the Explorers podcast, we focus on telling the stories of explorers. I often describe these tales as slogs, men and women marching through unknown lands or across uncharted seas, often enduring immense hardships in the process, and sometimes not returning. However, one of the things we don't necessarily get to do on the show is talk about great and not so great moments related to exploration, adventure, and discovery. And with that, I want to introduce you to History Daily, a podcast by Lindsey Graham. Now, let's be clear, Lindsey is not the United States Senator. This Lindsey Graham is a master storyteller, the man behind some of the biggest and best history podcasts in the world. This includes American History Storytellers and American Scandal. His show, History Daily, is just what it sounds like it would be, a daily podcast telling great stories from history relating to events that happened on that specific day. These are short episodes, perfect for your daily commute, or if you need a break from your boring day. They are stories that remind you about the amazing things that make the day historic. They are fun, entertaining, and informative. So today, I'm going to deliver you a pair of episodes of History Daily, focusing on a couple of significant moments in aviation history. This includes the legendary flight of the Wright brothers, as well as the story behind Howard Hughes's notorious Spruce Goose. The latter is the largest plane in history ever to take flight, even if it was just for a single time. Anyhow, I hope you enjoy this little addition to the Explorers podcast feed of shows. It's History Daily by Lindsey Graham. If you want to learn more about the show, just look it up on your podcast app. I also put a link in the show notes. It's a great show, easy to digest, and always entertaining. Here you go.
It's December 14th, 1903. On a windswept beach a few miles outside the town of Kitty Hawk, North Carolina, a man with a thick black mustache and keen, inquisitive eyes pokes his head out of his tent and looks around frowning. A moment later, a second head emerges, similar in appearance to the first, but balding and clean-shaven. The two men squint up at the sky, checking for rain clouds. Then they glance across at a winged wooden contraption sitting outside their tent. Today, we would recognize the contraption as a rudimentary airplane. But on this day, December 14th, 1903, the word airplane does not yet exist. Instead, the two men simply call their invention the Wright Flyer. But whether or not it will fly remains to be seen. If it does, it will be the first piloted, engine-powered airplane flight in history. And its inventors, Orville and Wilbur Wright, two bicycle mechanics from Ohio, will become the unlikeliest of celebrities. With the help of three local Coast Guardsmen, the Wright brothers carry their machine to the foot of a nearby sand dune known as Kill Devil Hill. They flip a coin to decide who will make the first attempt. Wilbur, the bald one, wins the toss. He climbs into the cockpit and signals to his brother. He's ready. Orville pulls the propellers and the motors sputter to life. The machine rattles down the launching rail, picking up speed until, with a final lurch, it rises up into the air. But then immediately, it stalls. The engine cuts out, and the Wright Flyer crashes down to Earth. Now they must repair their broken machine. The two brothers figure repairs will take about 3 days, meaning that the earliest their second attempt can be made is December 17th, 1903. And there's still no knowing who will by then win the race to the skies and who will be forgotten. From Noise cruiser and airship. I'm Lindsey Graham, and this is History Daily. History is made every day. On this podcast, every day, we tell the true stories of the people and events that shaped our world. Today is December 17th, the first flight of the Wright brothers. It's May 6th, 1896, 7 years before the crash of the Wright Flyer. On a spring afternoon in the village of Quantico, Virginia, a houseboat floats on the serene waters of the Potomac River. Sitting on deck is a stern-looking elderly man in a dark three-piece suit. His name is Dr. Samuel Pierre Point Langley. He is the secretary of the Smithsonian Institution, and the man who many believe will someday invent piloted, engine-powered flight. For the last 10 years, this has been Langley's sole obsession. The former Harvard astrophysicist rose to prominence during the 1870s and 80s, establishing the unit for measuring the sun's radiation that still bears his name, the Langley. But by the mid-1880s, Langley felt intellectually unsatisfied and hungry for a new challenge. He turned his attention to a lifelong interest in a subject that had yet to be deemed respectable by the wider scientific community, aviation. During the late 19th century, the idea of human flight caught the imaginations of inventors around the world, but it would take a while for the new field of aeronautics to be accepted as something worthy of serious academic study. Early aviators were written off as cranks and crackpots. Because of this, Langley knew he had to proceed with caution and carry out his experiments privately. His reputation was at stake. But there were others like him, legitimate scientists and engineers who based their aeronautical experimentation on meticulous calculations, drawing on the research of early pioneers like Leonardo da Vinci and Galileo. This burgeoning aviation community included Langley and Augustus Herring in the United States, Lawrence Hargrave in Australia, Louis-Pierre Mouillard in France, and Otto Lilienthal in Germany. The focal point of the community was a French-American engineer named Octave Chanute, who encouraged open communication between inventors. But out of all of them, Langley made the greatest strides toward the holy grail of aeronautics, piloted, engine-powered flight. And yet, for all his progress, Langley was still conducting his experiments in secret, fearing that if found out, his peers would ostracize him from the scientific community. Then in 1887, something happened that guaranteed Langley's place within the academic establishment. He was offered the role of secretary of the Smithsonian Institution, the most prestigious scientific position in the country. With this as his title, Langley was free to carry out his experiments at will. He assembled a team devoted solely to the invention of powered flight. Langley's workers found him domineering and obstinate, often dismissive of other people's ideas. But by May 1896, Langley had constructed a non-piloted flying machine, a four-wing wooden construction powered by a steam engine. He called it Aerodrome Number 5, and today is its first test flight. Langley fidgets nervously as his assistants position the launching rail aboard a houseboat on the Potomac River. The last four prototypes of the aerodrome all crashed just seconds after takeoff. If number 5 is a failure too, Langley's aviation career might as well be finished. Langley grips the railings of the boat as the aerodrome engines fire up. Observing the launch alongside him is the inventor of the telephone, Alexander Graham Bell. Langley hopes to achieve the same level of renown as his esteemed friend. And to his elation, the aerodrome number 5 is a success, staying aloft for 1 minute and 20 seconds before gracefully landing on the riverbank. It's a moment of victory for Langley. He receives a combined $70,000 grant from the War Department and the Smithsonian to develop a piloted version of the aerodrome. So Langley spends the next 6 years working on this machine. Each year that passes, he feels like he's getting closer to securing his place in the history books. And by October 7th, 1903, the piloted aerodrome is ready for its first test flight. But the machine barely makes it off the launching rail before it crashes into the Potomac River. A month later, on December 8th, a second attempt also fails. Langley will never make a third. In a few days, he will receive word from Octave Chanute, his fellow inventor, that somebody has beaten him to it. A stunned Langley will assume it's one of his rivals, Augustus Herring perhaps, or Lawrence Hargrave. But Chanute will inform Langley that actually, in the race to the skies, He's been beaten by a pair of bicycle mechanics, two brothers without a high school diploma between them, named Wilbur and Orville Wright. It's 1878 in Cedar Rapids, Iowa, 25 years before Samuel Langley's piloted aerodrome crashes into the Potomac River. Milton Wright, a Protestant bishop, arrives home one day with a toy helicopter. The toy is made of paper and cork with a rotor powered by a twisted rubber band. Milton bought the 50-cent toy as a gift for his sons, 11-year-old Wilbur and 6-year-old Orville. From a young age, Wilbur and Orville Wright started exhibiting an intense curiosity about the world around them. Although there are 3 other siblings, and Wilbur is 4 years older than Orville, these 2 brothers have an especially close bond. Milton and his wife Susan nurture the boys' inquisitive nature, encouraging them to read widely and take responsibility for their own education. On that afternoon in 1878, Orville and Wilbur play with the toy helicopter for hours. The experience will spark a passionate interest in aviation, but throughout the brothers' childhood and adolescence, that's all it will remain, an interest. By the time he's 18, Wilbur, the more academically brilliant of the pair, intends to go to Yale to become a minister. And he would have done so had a freak sporting accident not changed the course of his life. It's the winter of 1885. The Wright family has relocated to Dayton, Ohio. Wilbur plays hockey on a frozen pond with some friends when he's struck. Injuries are psychological. He plunges into a deep depression, decides not to attend Yale. He withdraws and becomes a recluse. Wilbur's once bright future has been abrupt for his dying mother. Wilbur reads voraciously. He consumes every book about aerodynamics he can get his hands on. He analyzes complex aeronautical data, working out precise equations that might enable humans to fly. By the time he emerges from his period of isolation, Wilbur's fascination with aviation has become an obsession. But there's still the matter of making a living. So in 1892, Wilbur and Orville, who also dropped out of high school, opens a bicycle shop in Dayton. There, the brothers design, manufacture the latest developments in aeronautics. Their lives become consumed by their ambition. Of the 2 brothers, Orville is the more brilliant engineer, but Wilbur is the visionary genius and the driving force behind their work. But despite their abilities, the odds are stacked against the Wright brothers. They have no formal qualifications and are almost entirely self-taught. Try as they might, they cannot gain access to the exclusive community of aeronautical inventors, men like Dr. Samuel Langley. In 1899, Wilbur writes a letter to the Smithsonian, headed by Langley. Dear sirs, I have some pet theories as to the proper construction of a flying machine. I wish to avail myself of all that is already known, and then, if possible, help the future worker who will attain final success. The letter doesn't do much for Wilbur. Langley is busy developing his aerodrome. But later that year, on his own, Wilbur makes a significant discovery, one that allows the Wright brothers to overtake Langley in the race to the skies. One day, while fiddling with a scrap of rubber in the workshop, Wilbur discovers the principle of wing warping, the system of pulleys that twist the edges of wings, mimicking the way birds keep balance in flight. It turns out to be a major breakthrough, and the Wright brothers make good use of the discovery as they assemble their earliest gliders. Learning from the mistakes of their contemporaries, like Otto Lilienthal, who crashed and died in 1896, the brothers realized that control is the fundamental issue. To stay aloft, the machines require built-in steering and an ability to adjust the wings and maintain equilibrium. The brothers also need a suitable place to test their gliders. They settle on the coast of North Carolina, where the dunes outside the town of Kitty Hawk will provide a consistent breeze and soft, sandy landings. Kitty Hawk is also remote. There, they will be able to carry out their experiments away from the prying eyes of the press. The Wright brothers spend the next 3 years traveling between Dayton, Ohio, and Kitty Hawk, North Carolina. Slowly, methodically, they develop their gliders. They experiment with tilt, lift, and thrust. They adjust the curvature of the wings and design a movable rudder for steering. Eventually, they add a diesel engine, built by Charlie Taylor, the mechanic from their bicycle shop. By 1903, they have built the Wright Flyer, a meticulously designed masterpiece of engineering. But when the first test flight ends in calamity on December 14th, Orville and Wilbur must contend with the possibility they've gotten something wrong. With the weather worsening and rival aviators closing in on the prize, there isn't time for a radical rethink. Instead, everything comes down to the next test flight. It's December 17th, 1903, the day of the second test flight. Wilbur and Orville emerge from their tent to a bitterly cold winter's morning. A freezing headwind whips in from the northeast and stings the brothers' faces. They look ruefully at one another. Conditions are even worse than they were before, but they don't have much choice. It has to be today. They don't want someone else to be first. Once again, they enlist the help of some local Coast Guardsmen, as well as a 16-year-old local boy who happens to be walking down the beach that morning. Together, they drag the Wright Flyer into position at the foot of Kill Devil Hill. Wilbur went last time, so now it's Orville's turn. He climbs into the cockpit and checks his controls. Everything's in order. It's now or never. Wilbur pulls the propellers. The motor starts running. Orville stares directly into the icy wind and begins moving down the launching rail. The sand beneath him becomes a blur as the plane accelerates, the sound of rattling wood filling his ears, until suddenly the plane lifts off the rail and the rattling disappears. It's only air between him and the ground now, for 15 feet of its pilot. The onlookers cheer, and for the first time in history, a machine has taken off from flat ground and sustained controlled flight through the air. The 16-year-old boy will run straight into the nearby village, spreading news of the groundbreaking achievement. Wilbur and Orville Wright will become celebrities, but nobody, not even the Wright brothers themselves, could have predicted how radically their invention would transform human existence. From international travel to modern warfare to space exploration, the age of aviation changed the way we live, and it all began on that windswept beach in North Carolina on December 17th, 1903. Next on History Daily, December 20th, 1860, South Carolina secedes from the Union, and the United States of America is plunged into civil war. From Noiser and Airship, this is History Daily, hosted, edited, and executive produced by me, Lindsey Graham. Audio editing by Molly Bob. Sound design by Misha Stanton. Music by Lindsey Graham. This episode is written and researched by Joe Feiner. Executive producers are Stephen Walters for Airship and Pascal Hughes for Noiser.
Gone Medieval from History Hit. He set out to solve the biggest mysteries of the medieval age.
So many of these travellers who went out looking for Prester John, what did they think they were hearing?
Using science to identify our buried ancestors.
Genetic signatures found in present-day Ashkenazi Jewish population.
Riddles.
I stand up straight in a bed, I'm hairy at my base, and I make the ladies cry. The solution is an onion.
I'm Matt Lewis, and every Tuesday and Friday you can join me to travel the medieval world in search of the stories you haven't on History Hit. Twice a week, every week. Listen and follow on Apple, Spotify, or wherever you get your podcasts.
It's November 2nd, 1947. It's a typically golden morning on the southern coast of California. Excited crowds line Long Beach Harbor, ready to see a spectacle. Underneath the sprawling canvas tent, reporter James McNamara has his rows of clattering typewriters. McNamara enjoys the crackle of his fellow newshounds as they quarrel, flirt, crack wise, and gossip even faster than they type. Today, the main topic of conversation is Howard Hughes, the famous American businessman, investor, and daredevil aviator. Whether or not he's ruined, whether or not he's insane. McNamara and the rest of the reporters are here to cover the maiden taxi run of the world's largest and most expensive aircraft. The H-4 Hercules, as only Mr. Hughes calls it, is a gigantic flying boat designed to be a key part of the war effort. With its huge wooden belly, it can transport large numbers of war personnel and materials across the Atlantic Ocean, providing a tremendous logistical advantage. And just in time, one reporter jokes, seeing how the war's been over for 2 years. But the Hercules is a sight to behold. A majestic, bewildered beast gleaming in the sun and making every other boat in the bay seem minuscule by comparison. Due to wartime restrictions, the aircraft is built principally from plywood, and this has led some detractors to name it the Flying Lumberyard. But history will remember the aircraft by another name, a name despised by Howard Hughes, the Spruce Goose. From Noiser and Airship, I'm Lindsey Graham, and this is History Daily. History is made every day. On this podcast, every day, we tell the true stories of the people and events that shaped our world. Today is November 2nd, the Spruce Goose. It's November 2nd, 1947, at Long Beach, California. On the harbor rim under the canopy, reporters are placing bets. This goose won't fly, one reporter says to McNamara. He'd have better chance of putting the Empire State Building into the air. The radio reporter lugs with him some heavy but portable recording equipment, including a turntable, a large storage battery, and cables. He and his engineer haul it toward where the giant aircraft is moored. McNamara is one of the lucky few reporters who've been allowed to board the Spruce Goose this morning. And soon McNamara is seated inside the spacious flight deck. Speaking into his microphone, he describes to listeners how the Sky Giant is cruising along the northwest course of the outer harbor. This marvel is over 200 tons and has a wingspan greater than 320 feet, bigger than any football field in America. The tail alone is 80 feet tall. But the most astounding fact is the price tag. According to some reports, the Spruce Goose cost in excess of $23 million, equivalent to $211 million today. That extraordinary figure includes $18 million in government funds that the project received way back in 1942 for 3 of such boats. The Spruce Goose has garnered a reputation as a useless money pit, and Howard Hughes, a shameless war profiteer. In fact, just 2 months earlier, Hughes was called before the United States Congress. They asked him to explain how he'd only managed to produce 2 prototypes of a now unnecessary aircraft. Howard Hughes came out fighting. He told the committee members, "I put the sweat of my life into this thing. I have my reputation rolled up in it, and I've stated several times that if it's a failure, I'll probably leave the country, never come back. And I mean it." Now Howard sits behind the controls of his controversial airship. Today was billed as a simple high-speed taxi demonstration, but Howard plans to give his onlookers something more sensational than that. After all, this is a man who knows a thing or two about showmanship. As well as being a highly successful entrepreneur and inventor, he tried his hand in filmmaking and was, as far as he's concerned, very good, even if the critics didn't always agree. As the director and producer of the 1930 film Hell's Angels, Hughes staged spectacular aerial dogfighting scenes, even piloting planes above the action himself and coordinating maneuvers through radio direction. Later, when he directed The Outlaw, starring Jane Russell, he employed his engineering skills to design a new cantilevered underwire bra, one to emphasize Russell's already impressive bust. The result was too uncomfortable for Miss Russell to wear, but that didn't faze Howard Hughes. He knows what the country wants to see. And today, on November 2nd, 1947, they want to get a glimpse of a great American hero. Howard certainly looks the part. He isn't dressed like a movie star. With his brown leather jacket, brown trousers, and matching fedora, he looks like the daring aviator a movie star might play on the big screen. But now, inside the hot, king-size cockpit, he's removed his hat and jacket. He's pushing at the throttle and picking up speed. McNamara, holding a microphone to his lips, looks out the side window. He reports that they're 30 feet above the ocean, even though they haven't taken off. But to Howard, who sits in the cockpit, the reporter might as well be a buzzing fly. Howard is partly deaf, and so he likely wouldn't be able to hear him, even without the roaring of the engines. It's a good thing, too, as McNamara is now reminding his listeners that Mr. Hughes' war contracts are still under investigation. Howard wants to play the part of the great American hero. But there are those in the press who describe Howard Hughes as anything but heroic. They point to the fact that he didn't even serve in World War II and yet made huge profits as a weapons manufacturer. He's a silver spoon kid, his detractors say, who inherited his fortune. He's not some great inventor. He's a spoiled hobbyist, and he's been indulging his own preoccupations at America's expense. But Howard, the idiosyncratic billionaire, has never slowed down in the face of criticism. Inside the cockpit of the Spruce Goose, he presses down on the throttle, determined to show a skeptical world that in the end, only a fool bets against Howard Hughes. It's November 2nd, 1947. As Howard Hughes presses the throttle of the Spruce Goose, he knows that his entire reputation as an air manufacturer is at stake. If this thing fails to fly this morning, he may have to make good on his promise and leave the country in disgrace. But the story of the Spruce Goose didn't begin with Howard. It was actually the brainchild of Henry Kaiser, a wealthy American boat builder, renowned for his line of Liberty cargo ships. Throughout World War II, Kaiser's Liberty ships were mass-produced on an unprecedented scale, providing a vital resource for Allied forces. They transported everything from tanks to troops to wherever they most needed to be. But down in the depths of the North Atlantic, there lurked a problem. German U-boats were torpedoing Allied transport ships as they attempted to cross the sea. It became impossible to get any heavy payload through without risking destruction. The solution was obvious. Giant flying boats capable of taking off and landing on water and built to carry huge loads across long distances far above enemy subs. And Kaiser knew about boats, but to get aloft, he needed the help of another industrialist with more aeronautical experience. Howard Hughes had already stepped up to aid in the war effort. He wasn't a soldier. His deafness precluded him from serving his country in that way, but as an inventor and military supplier, he could still pitch in. In 1941, Howard devised a method to feed ammunition into fighter plane guns with greater efficiency. And as a result, he'd made millions through war contracts, building an even greater fortune than the one he'd inherited from his father. Howard Hughes Sr. had been the founder of the Hughes Tool Company and made his mark on the world in the drilling industry. And it was evident from an early age that Howard Jr. was going to be a chip off the old block. At age 11, with his dad's help, Howard, a native Texan, had built Houston's first ever wireless radio transmitter. At age 12, he had his picture taken for the papers as the first boy in Houston to have built himself a motorized bicycle. He was taking flying lessons at 14, and no one who knew Howard at that age had any doubt that something big was going to come from him. But as a teenager, Howard suffered a double blow. Both of his parents died suddenly. His mother from an ectopic pregnancy, his father from a heart attack. It was an emotional loss that cast a shadow over the rest of his life. In his father's will, Howard inherited most of the family fortune. But he wasn't merely an heir. He distinguished himself as a highly successful businessman in his own right, setting up the Hughes Aircraft Company. He was so successful that in 1942, shipbuilder Henry Kaiser convinced him to build a prototype for a flying boat that could help win the war. The aircraft was originally called the HK-1, H for Hughes, K for Kaiser. It was to carry 750 troops, despite being made of birchwood rather than metal. However, the development of the craft dragged on far beyond its initial deadline, and the relationship between the two industrialists grew strained. Frustrated by the excruciating slowness of Howard's perfectionism, Kaiser dropped out of the project. Hughes dropped the K from the name. Now the aircraft was just the H form. War raged on while Howard kept perfecting his new obsession. When the war ended, the aircraft still wasn't finished. The media dubbed the overdue aircraft the Spruce Goose, but in Washington, it was seen as a waste of time, money, and resources. And for one Republican senator, Ralph Brewster, it became the focus of a political attack. Senator Brewster launched an inquiry into Hughes' supposed misappropriation of funds. To have taken so much money from the war budget, Brewster argued, during a moment of national crisis, to still not have delivered anything long after that crisis had been averted was surely profiteering. So Hughes went to Washington to defend himself. He told Congress that Senator Brewster's story, as related here yesterday, is a pack of lies and I can tear it apart. It was in this testimony that he swore before the Senate that if he couldn't get his Hercules H-4 into the air, then he'd leave the country in disgrace. So, 2 months later, on the shore of Long Beach Harbor, Howard has everything riding on this demonstration. He accelerates his mighty aircraft and prepares for takeoff. He's ready to show Senator Brewster and everyone else that nobody underestimates Howard Hughes. It's November 2nd, 1947, on the South Californian coast. On board the Spruce Goose, radio reporter James McNamara makes his way to the cockpit. He passes by mechanics, engineers, and the co-pilot for an exclusive interview with Howard Hughes himself. He holds the microphone close to Howard's lips so his answers can be heard over the roar of the machine. The craft has already completed its first run on the water, and McNamara asks what speed they attain. 90 miles per hour, he's told. Howard explains that he's about to do another run for the photographers, but this one will be a little different. McNamara straps in, but keeps commentating as he watches the airspeed indicator. We're at 45, he tells his listeners. 50, 55, 60, full throttle, 70, 75, then at 80 miles per hour over an extremely choppy sea. The Spruce Goose takes flight. Howard and the crew on board cheer victoriously, as do the onlookers watching from the harbor wall. Howard, did you expect that? Asks an astounded McNamara once the Goose returns the water. Certainly, replies Howard in a cool tone. I like to make surprises. The Goose was airborne for 1 minute and reached 70 feet off the water. It flew 135 miles per hour for roughly a mile. It was the only time that the Spruce Goose ever took to the skies. However, that demonstration was all that was needed to prove Howard's detractors wrong, and in the public eye, he vindicated his use of government funds. The H-4 Hercules, the Spruce Goose, is now the centerpiece attraction at the Evergreen Aviation and Space Museum in Oregon. It was originally commissioned to save Allied ships from German torpedoes, but because it arrived long after the U-boat menace had subsided, it never fulfilled its intended purpose. It could be argued, in fact, that the only thing the Spruce Goose ever really saved was Howard Hughes' reputation. Tomorrow on History Day, November 3rd, in the midst of the space race, a stray Russian bot named Laika rides a rocket into history. From Noiser and Airship, this is History Daily. Hosted, edited, and executive produced by me, Lindsay Graham. Audio editing by Paul Bond. Sound design by Derek Aarons. Music by executive producers are Stephen Walters for Airship, Pascal Hughes for Noiser.
You're listening to an Airwave Media Podcast.
There will be a violation of intellectual property.
Hello and welcome to the Explorers Podcast. Today we start a new series, this on Norwegian polar explorer, Fridtjof Nansen. Nansen is, to be honest, a really extraordinary man. He was the first person to cross Greenland, which he did on skis, and he held the record for furthest north for 5 years. He's often viewed as one of the pioneers of modern polar exploration for his innovative approach toward conducting his expeditions. This included using skis and dogs, and an emphasis on developing and using modern and scientific equipment. Also, he rejected the old approach of polar exploration of large, cumbersome expeditions. Instead, Nansen valued speed and mobility. But Nansen was not just an explorer. He was an accomplished scientist doing groundbreaking research in the fields of the central nervous system and oceanography. And I'm not done. He was also a diplomat, playing a role in the establishment of Norway as an independent nation. Need more? Well, let's give him a Nobel Peace Prize for his humanitarian work. And there's more, but you'll just have to wait for the details. Now, despite all of these really cool things, I want to note that Fridtjof Nansen was an immensely complex character. He was tall, athletic, and good-looking, the image of a Viking to the world. He had a brilliant mind and was passionate about the work that he did. However, he was also a very difficult man. He was overbearing and stubborn. Arrogant know-it-all might be a good description of the guy. But we will talk all about this and lots more in our story. I do want to note that we will focus on Nance's life as an time on the other aspects of Nance's life, as it's pretty remarkable. Anyhow, that is it for today's introduction. Let's get started with our series on Fridtjof Nansen. Fridtjof Merdel Jarlsberg Nansen was born on October 10th, 1861, Christiania, now called Grace, as that is the name used by Nansen throughout his life. So Christiania equals Oslo. Nansen was born into a rather strange political world. Norway was not an independent nation at this time, but part of the, quote, union between Sweden and Norway, end quote. But make no bones about it, Sweden was the boss in this relationship. The union between these two Scandinavian nations had happened in 1814, the result of the Napoleonic Wars. We should note that it wasn't as if Norway was terribly oppressed. It had its own autonomous government, and it was mostly independent, except for foreign affairs. But Norway had been free of outside lords before. People look back on those times and lamented the current situation. And in the revolutions of the 1800s, we have a land brimming with a strong streak of nationalism. This is the world Nansen would grow up in, and it will be important in his life. Nansen's parents were Baldur Nansen and Adelea Johanna Tegla Isidor Ulin Merdel Jarlsberg, which is quite the mouthful. Their marriage was the second for both. Baldur's first wife had died in 1834 of puerperal fever, a week after giving birth to the couple's only child. The child, a boy, died at the age of 13 after a lifetime of health issues. Adelea's first husband, an army officer, died in 1853 during a of which there were not that many in Norway. She was criticized for marrying Baldur as he was seen as beneath her socially. Many felt that she married him for security. Baldur was 41 at the time of the marriage, Adelea 37. Baldur was seen as a smart and sensible man, but often consumed by monetary issues. Adelea was known to be strong-willed and free-spoken. The big blended family would move into a large home just on the outskirts of Christiania, and there were more children to come, 3 boys. One died within a year of being born, while Fridtjof was born in 1861 and Alexander a year later. I want to note that Norway was still a very rustic land at this time, almost a frontier. It was filled with mountains and glaciers and fjords. The upper and northern regions were home to the Sami people, many living semi-nomadic lives as reindeer herders. Norway had fewer than 2 million inhabitants, with Christiania being the largest city, with a population of just 60,000. With all of this in mind, Norway would be the most innovative nation in one particular area, skiing. And I mention this because it's important to our story. Skiing had been done for centuries in Norway, mostly for practical reasons. It was a way of getting around in the winter. Skis were critical to the survival of the Sami people in the north. In the 1800s, skiing emerged as the national pastime in Norway. People described it as being part of the Norwegian national spirit and soul. As a result, you'll see skiing go beyond practical measures and into a recreational pursuit and the nation's national sport. Downhill skiing was. Into all of this was born Fridtjof Nansen, and his family's home on the edge of the wilderness was a perfect place for Nansen to grow up. In school, he was not a great student, but he took to athletics such as skiing, skating, fishing, swimming, and later hunting. He spent hours, even days, exploring the forests and mountains, usually with his brother Alexander. He was, however, a loner in many ways, not making many friends at school. He was described as moody, and his relationship with his parents was never great. At one point, there were 10 children in the house, and Nansen often felt like an afterthought to his parents, especially his mother. With his father, Nansen struggled all his life to find a connection. Baldur was a lawyer who valued predictability and stability. He had no interest in the outdoors, although he always supported the activities his children showed interest in. Nansen would grow into a tall, handsome, blonde young man. Initially, he was heavy, but he lost the excess weight in his teen years. He excelled at individual sports such as skiing, skating, swimming, and gymnastics. And Nansen never lost his spirit of adventure. He would ski out into the wilderness, cutting his own trails and learning how to survive in the snow-covered Norwegian mountains. Nansen also embraced Norwegian nationalism. Like much of the rest of the population, Nansen would take pride in the homegrown literature, art, and science endeavors that emerged at this time. The nation's greatest artist was playwright Henrik Ibsen, whose critical and commercial success made him a point of pride for Norwegians. And skiing, Norway's national pastime, was growing as a sport, in particular in the European Alps. In 1877, Nansen's mother would die suddenly. With most of the children now moved away, Baldur would sell the family home outside of Christiania and move into a flat in the city. Over the next few years, Nansen would continue to improve as a skier and skater. At 18, he broke the world 1-mile skating record, and the next year won the National Cross Country Skiing Championship. did a hiking tour of the Hyman Mountain Range, the highest in the nation, and joined the Christiania Ski Club. A year later, he was off to the Royal Frederick University in Christiania. Nansen would consider engineering and forestry, but settled on zoology, specializing in lower marine creatures. He would do well in school, but the confines of academia were not his strong suit. And then, in December of 1800, and collect specimens of marine life, Nansen would jump at the idea and get the job, mainly because he was the only one to apply. The idea of spending half a year in the Arctic held little appeal to most people, but Nansen embraced the opportunity. Nansen would thus sail north on the steamer Viking in March of 1882. The Viking was a big wooden sealing ship on her maiden voyage, and Nansen would collect samples at the same time as the ship went seal hunting. He would not have to participate in the day-to-day activities on the ship, but he was expected to be part of the seal hunt. Nansen would do well on this expedition. The captain, Axel Crafting, liked the odd young man, and the two got along. Nansen would shoot seabirds and dissect them, take water temperatures, and collect all sorts of samples. He was also a good artist and made many outstanding sketches. By the way, Nansen's ability with the brush led some to encourage him to become an artist, but science would win out. As for seal hunting, Nansen would take to the boats when seals were spotted and go out to kill and collect the animals. Nansen, who was an outstanding shot, typically was a rifleman. For 2 months, the Viking moved north, trying to reach the seals before other ships beat their pursuit. By the way, on this voyage, Nansen would get a glimpse of the ship Vega. The Vega was famed for being the first ship to complete the Northeast Passage back in the late 1870s. This meant traveling through the icy Arctic waters from Norway to the Bering Sea, which is between Alaska and Russia. The ship had gone on to circumnavigate Europe and Asia. The leader of the expedition, Baron Adolf Erik ROTHSCHILD, was of Finnish and Swedish descent and was a hero to all Scandinavians. The Vega was now back to being a sealer, which is what she had been built for. With the sighting of the famed vessel roused some emotions in young Nansen, and he began to dream of going on his own voyage of exploration. The search for seals would take the Viking between Spitsbergen and Greenland. Along the way, Nansen continued to collect marine life specimens. In the process, he hunted and killed polar bears and even sharks. The Viking would, for a short time, get caught up in the ice off Greenland, where Nansen asked to go ashore. The captain, however, refused. The ice along the coast was unpredictable, and if Nansen was ashore when a passage out of the ice opened up, the captain didn't want to leave him stranded. That would be his death. In fact, no European had reached the east coast of Greenland in hundreds of years due to this ice barrier. Nansen would have to file away the experience, but it was clear he'd caught the exploration bug. Of his journey, Nansen would say that it was, quote, the first fatal step that led me astray from the quiet life of science, end quote. Nansen would return to Norway, his job complete. However, he would not return to school, and that's because he was offered a position at a museum in Bergen on Norway's west coast as curator of the zoological department. Nansen, only 21 years old, would take the job, which was good for him. The rigid structure of school was not in his best interest, and at the Bergen's Museum, he would not just study, but he would get to do stuff alongside people he admired and respected. On the staff was Gerhard Omar Hansen, who discovered the leprosy bacillus, and there was the museum's distinguished director, Daniel Danielson, an eccentric doctor who had made the institution one of the world's leaders in the study of living creatures. The people at the museum were doing the sorts of things that Nansen wanted to do. They were on the edge of scientific research in the fields. It was a great spot for an ambitious and politically smart young man. Also, Bergen's location on the ocean gave it access to a wide range of marine life, which was important to Nansen. Now, a few things about Nansen at this point in his life. One, as I noted, he was ambitious. He saw himself as the smartest guy in the room, and thus he went about promoting himself and what he did. To this end, he wrote an article for the Danish Geographical Journal about his time on the Viking. He would also write a series of articles for a sporting journal. These were small steps, but it did show that Nansen recognized the importance of being published. Two, at his new job, he focused on studying the nervous systems of marine vertebrates. But let's be clear, his ultimate goal was to understand the human nervous system. There was little understanding of either at this time, but Nansen correctly believed that if you could understand the nervous system of a simpler creature, such as a marine invertebrate, you could better understand the nervous system of humans. Three, Nansen, as I said, was a unique guy. He was clean-shaven, with beards were the norm in Scandinavia, and he shunned wearing heavy clothing, often sporting a little light jacket, even in the winter. Women were attracted to him. In fact, many of his lifelong friends would be women. He struggled all of his life to find a connection with other men, just like with his own father. Most people attribute this to Nansen's personality. He could be moody or life of the party one moment, brooding and prickly the next. And people, especially men, saw him as overbearing and arrogant. The word I've often seen attributed to him is overwhelming. I think some of this was because it was men who Nansen would have to compete and debate against them all his life. There just weren't many women in the fields of science and exploration and diplomacy. And so it would be men he would clash with when ideas were put on the table. And let's be clear, Nansen was never the kind of guy to back down. If he believed something was right, he'd fight for it to the bitter end. Nansen probably saw himself as the hero in games in play. He and only he knew the truth of the right path, and he had to fight against the ignorance and pettiness of those who did not share his vision. People will often comment on how inflexible Nansen could be, and how strident he was when he felt others were wrong. It's not hard to see why people found him unbearable to be around for anything but a short time. Anyhow, Nansen did well in his early years in America. He had found a place at the museum and began to develop his own theories and ideas and plans for the future. Also, he skied whenever he could, which leads us to a fun item. Bergen is on the west coast of Norway, while his hometown, Christiania, is on the southern coast along the big channel that leads into the Baltic Sea. It's about 180 miles or 290 kilometers away as the crow flies. There is a mountain range between the two cities. At this time, there was no train available to cross the mountains, so in the winter, Nansen would simply ski from Bergen to Christiania when he wanted to go home. He would sometimes use the coastal roads, but he was just as likely to head into the wilderness and blaze a trail on his own. It seems crazy that someone would do such a thing, go up into the mountains as Nansen. He would go cross country, down steep slopes, over mountains, whatever it took. One time he spent 2 days in the mountains alone, except for his dog. He had no tent, no sleeping bag, no food. He slept between a boulder and a rocky outcropping at night, and he made it to where he wanted to go. He would even write a series of articles in the newspaper detailing his backcountry excursion. He was bold and cocky and supremely confident, and he certainly saw the journey as being just as important as the destination. And I want to point out that it's amazing that he not only had the guts to do this, but the ability to get it done. But there is another thing about these stories that is very important. It proved to Nansen that skis can be used in just about any type of snow and terrain. And I want you to hold on to that thought as we will talk about it later. Now, I want to take a moment to talk about an event that will shape Nansen's future. In 1883, Adolf and Nordenskiöld would be the first European to step on Greenland's eastern shore. My wanderlust was roused again. End quote. In his mind, he began to formulate how he could conduct an expedition, such as crossing Greenland, but we will get to that shortly. In 1885, Nansen would spend some time in Christiania, completing his required military service. Also, in that same year, his father would pass away. Nansen had never gotten along well with his father, and his relationship with the rest of his family was not great either. His half-brothers and sisters were older than him, and while he was cordial with them, they were never that close. His brother Alexander was a different story. They were quite close as children, but as they got older, their relationship would be strained at times. Again, Fridtjof's overbearing personality was likely to blame for much of this. Anyhow, Nansen would continue to work at the museum and publish his first scientific paper, a look at the nervous system in a tiny marine creature. The paper was well received. After that, he would take a 6-month sabbatical from the museum, travel to the European continent, and visit other leading scientists in his field. The idea was to broaden his horizons and forge his own path. The sabbatical was Nansen's first journey to continental Europe. He would travel first to Germany and then Italy. The result would be enlightening. Nansen had the chance to study and experiment alongside some of the great minds of Europe, many of them working in the same field of study, and he had access to the latest equipment. After a stint in Italy, Nansen would travel through Europe and then to England. He was then back to Norway and the American Museum. In August of 1887, Nansen, through the museum, would publish a paper on the nervous system. The paper, titled The Structure and Combination of Histological Elements of the Central Nervous System, was groundbreaking in its field, as it presents the modern nervous system as we know it today. Nansen showed the ability to be clear and concise in his report, something not always common in scientific journals at the time, or even now. The ability to simplify things was always a strength for Nansen. Also, in addition to writing the paper, Nansen had done the illustrations himself. Nansen's views were confirmed by 2 other independently published reports at this time, one by embryologist Wilhelm His and another by psychiatrist August Forel. These 2 men and Nansen thus helped establish the basis of modern neurology. Now, I am not going to lie to you and say that I understand all of Nansen's scientific work. I may have even gotten wrong some of the stuff I just said, but in the end, I can say that his work was exciting, bold, and innovative, and it made Nansen, who was just 25, one one of the most interesting young scientists in Europe. In November of 1887, Nansen would submit the paper for his PhD. So here was Nansen, his views in paper causing a buzz in the scientific world. This surely would make bigger institutions become calling. And that's exactly what did happen. The first would be the University of Indiana in the United States. But he passed on the opportunity as he deemed Indiana too far away from the ocean to study marine biology. So where to next? Well, instead of the world of academics and research, Nansen was going to forge a different path, one that he'd been considering a long time. Fridtjof Nansen decided he was going to be the first person in history to cross Greenland.
Why do we find popping bubble wrap so satisfying? Why do we say boop when we touch somebody's nose? Why do we turn anything and everything into drums? Honey, I need those pots to start dinner. Why do we sing in the shower?
Taking a shower.
And outside the shower.
Conference call is boring.
Rick, you are not on mute.
Why? For the same reason we play scratchers from the California lottery, because a little play can make your day. Please play responsibly. You must be 18 years or older to purchase play or claim.
At Arizona State University, we are committed to our student success. That's why our online educational experience is unmatched. You'll access our state-of-the-art adaptive learning technology that fosters innovative thinking and inspires collaboration with faculty and peers. Explore more than 300 world-class programs offered online, all designed to empower our students to become the next generation of critical thinkers and innovators. Visit asunline.asu.edu.
Greenland, the world's biggest island, had an attraction to Nansen and to other Norwegians. Greenland had first been settled by Vikings from Norway 1,000 years earlier. And while those settlements would fade into history, some Norwegians felt a sort of kinship to the land. So let's talk about Greenland. Greenland is, as noted, the world's biggest island. It is 2.16 million square kilometers, or 838,000 square miles, of mostly ice cap. On average, it is 2,000 meters, or 6,500 feet thick. The western side of Greenland is the most accessible, as the weather is milder and the land more than just snow-covered. It is where, even today, most of the people live. No one had ever crossed Greenland, but it had been tried on at least 8 occasions. All of the attempts had begun on the western coast. The most recent attempt had been in the summer of 1886 under the command of American naval officer Robert Peary. Striking out from Disco Bay, which is about 800 miles or 1,300 kilometers from the southern tip of the island, the expedition had penetrated the ice cap about 100 miles or 160 kilometers before retreating. That was only about a quarter of the way across the ice. A big question that loomed over any expedition was what lay in the interior of Greenland. People knew that, at least for a while, it was covered in ice. But did that change? Some people thought Greenland's interior would be ice-free and fertile. And if there was ice, what was it like? Not all ice is created equal. All this made planning any expedition a challenge, as no one knew for sure what to expect. So regarding an expedition to Greenland, Robert Peary intended to return in 1888, much more knowledgeable and wiser regarding polar travel. However, he would be kept in Nicaragua by the U.S. government for another year, serving possible canal routes. This was the door that Nansen needed. His plan was to cross with a small team using skis. He had demonstrated that skis could be used in most kinds of snow and terrain. The days of hundreds of men hauling sledges across the polar landscape were, in Nansen's opinion, long past. Although the English did not get that memo, as we will see when they start exploring Antarctica. Anyhow, in addition to using skis and employing a small, skilled team, Nansen proposed making the crossing from the east side of the island and heading toward the western side. Why do this? Well, if a team did traverse the interior and get to the eastern coast of Greenland, the unpredictable ice would make it very hard for those men to coordinate their extraction from the find that the ice was blocking the coast for 50 miles out to sea. How would they get to their relief ship? Nansen felt that traveling from east to west was a better idea. This way, any expedition would arrive on a coast with many settlements. However, this plan had 2 big red flags. The first is that it was difficult, even in the warm months, for a ship to actually get close to the eastern coast of Greenland. The ice on the coast was just too thick and unpredictable. The expedition would need to get as close to the coast as possible. If they couldn't actually reach the shore, they would take small boats through the ice pack. They could even sit on the ice pack and let the drift take them closer to the coast. And if an opening in the ice appeared, they could hop in their boats and make a dash for the shore. This was all very risky, as again, polar ice just isn't that predictable. But there was another red flag regarding Nansen's plan, and that was if things went wrong, the expedition was doomed. They could not just turn around and head back to a friendly settlement. moment they landed on the eastern shore of Greenland, or the ice along the coast, the retreat was pretty much gone. The ship could hang around for a while, but as the ice shifted, a vessel might need to put out to sea to avoid getting trapped in the ice pack. So why take this risk? Well, Nansen felt that if men were given the chance to push forward or retreat, they'd take the easy way out and turn back. But if the best chance of survival was to go forward, they would do anything, risk everything, make that happen. Nansen would later say their motto was, quote, death or the west coast of Greenland, end quote. And with that in mind, Nansen would hatch his plan for a crossing of Greenland in the summer of 1880, on time to make his expedition a reality. To plan such an enterprise in such a short time frame was very risky, but Nansen had the utmost confidence in what he was doing. He would use skilled people, travel light, and move fast. Speed, above all else, was critical to Nansen's plan. The route he proposed would cross about 700 kilometers, or 435 miles, of Greenland's interior. His team would travel 30 kilometers, or about 19 miles a day. That was twice what any polar expedition had even dreamed of traveling. If all went well, they would make the crossing in about 25 days. To be safe, the team would carry provisions for twice that number. With luck, they would reach the other side of Greenland and even catch a ship before the bays and fjords iced in for the year. They'd be back before the year was out. It was all wildly optimistic and dangerous. The first thing that Nansen did was to travel to Sweden, where he consulted his hero, ROTHSCHILD, the first man to make the Northeast Passage from Europe to Asia a decade earlier. ROTHSCHILD was enthusiastic about Nansen's plan. He believed the skis were a good idea, although he himself evolved. He was especially concerned about getting an expedition together in such a short time. Nansen would ask about using the Sami people, or Laps, or Laplanders, as they were called at this time by the Europeans. The Sami, ROTHSCHILD said, were good to have on any expedition. Skiing was a part of their way of life, and surviving the harsh winter conditions of the north was something they did all the time. The Sami, however, Nansen was warned, were difficult to handle. Their culture was very different from the rest of Europe. In the end, ROTHSCHILD enjoyed being a mentor to Nansen, and he reinforced most of what Nansen believed about how he should proceed with his plans. Nansen would announce his expedition plans on November 24th, 1887, in the newspaper. In it, he called on people to a specific skill set. First, they had to be good skiers. That was critical. Second, he was not interested in city-raised men. He wanted men who were accustomed to hard work and long spells in the wilderness. He felt country types were his best option, as they would be tough and adaptable. Third, he was looking for young men in good physical shape who would commit to an expedition long-term. Fourth, he wanted only unmarried men who had no children. And fifth, he wanted Norwegians. For Nansen, this was a way to promote Norwegian nationalism and pride. To Danish explorer Gustav Holm, he would write, quote, with 3 to 4 of the best skiers to be found, I propose to sail on a Norwegian sealing ship at the beginning of June, and around 66 degrees north, end quote. Amongst the skiers, Nansen decided he would bring 2 men from the Sami. This was an ambitious plan. He was proposing to start further north than anyone had ever explored. Honestly, people thought Nansen was crazy. His plan was just too risky. He would only lead himself and his team to their deaths. Some suggested that he spend a season in Greenland to get a better feel for what lay ahead. But Nansen was undeterred. He was going to go in 1888. The last thing he wanted was to compete with an American team under Robert Peary. The one change Nansen did make was on the advice of Gustav Holm, the Danish explorer I just mentioned. Holm convinced Nansen to start his journey a little further south at an Inuit village at the farthest known northerly point on the east coast of Greenland. But other than that, Nansen was determined to move forward. He now had several tasks to complete if he was going to get his scheme off the ground. First, he had to obtain financing. Second, he had to assemble his team. And third, he had to outfit the expedition for the Greenland crossing. Regarding financing, Nansen approached the University of Christiania for a grant, estimating the expedition would cost 5,000 kroner, which, if I did my math correctly, translates into about $45,000 US in 2022 money. So fairly modest. He was prepared to pay for it all himself if necessary. However, if he got public financing, he felt it would give the expedition a sense of national approval. The government, however, rejected the request for funds on January 4th, 1888. But a few days later, a wealthy Danish businessman, Augustin Gamel, reached out to Nansen after reading about his plans in the newspaper, expressing interest in financing the expedition. A deal would be struck, and Nansen would have the money in hand by the end of the month. So, with money in the bank, let's turn to Nansen's team. Nansen would try and recruit some of Norway's more well-known skiers, but he would have no luck. People saw his plan as too risky, plus the idea of being away for at least half a year helped little appeal to most men. Still, in time, Nansen would form his team. The first person I'll talk about is Otto Sverdrup. Sverdrup was a 33-year-old sailor and outdoorsman. He had grown up on a farm between a mountain and a fjord and had gone to sea at 17. Was a rugged, resourceful man and had been recommended by Nansen's brother, Alexander. Due to his common sense and resourcefulness, Sverdrup would become the unofficial second in command of the expedition. The second member of the team was Olaf Christian Jacobsen, a 31-year-old military officer. The other two team members would come from the northern Sami people. Getting to Sami was difficult, as Nansen could not go and interview them himself. He would thus have to get someone to recruit them for him. The two Sami would not arrive in Christiania until April 16, 1888. They had traveled more than 1,000 miles to join the team. Their names were Ulla Nilsson Rabna and Samuel Johannesson Walter. They showed up wearing the traditional clothing of the Sami, a blue jacket with red and yellow stripes. They spoke broken Norwegian. Neither man had ever been south of the Arctic Circle, and they had never heard of Greenland before being recruited for the expedition. They had been lured to the expedition by a salary of 800 kron, but in reality, it had been difficult to find anyone interested in the job. The main issue was that no one wanted to go away from home for such a long time frame. All this meant that Nansen's recruits were not exactly what he wanted. Walter was 27, but he was a river Sami, meaning he was settled. He was not one of the mountain Sami, where nomads had survived by following a reindeer much of the year. Nansen had wanted both of them to be mountain Sami. The second guy, Rabna, was a mountain Sami, but he was 46 years old and had a wife and 5 children. Nansen was tempted to send both the men back, but this late in the game, he had little choice but to accept them into the team. Now, late in the process of forming the expedition, Nansen decided to add one more member. He would settle on 23-year-old Christian Christensen. Christensen was a noted skier and sailor and was known and recommended by Sverdrup. With the addition of Christensen, the team was complete. That takes us to the outfitting of the expedition, and this is where Nansen will shine. Nansen studied all the reports of earlier polar explorers, seeking to find insight into how best to accomplish his goals, and thus outfitting the expedition was critical to him. Now, everything he was doing was to be done with speed, simplicity, and mobility in mind. Nansen would go on to design and build all sorts of his supplies and tools from scratch. Taking it on from the Sami, he designed the sleeping bags using reindeer fur so they would be light and warm. For transportation, he tested sledges used by the Sami and Inuit, but settled on a design based on the kind used by Norwegian farmers. He said broad runners like skis and were versatile and durable. They used no iron. Instead, leather thongs were used to hold them together. These sledges would be pulled by the skiers. Nansen would test out one of the sledges by towing it from Bergen to Christiania. The result was a great success. Nansen's sledge design would be one of the most innovative aspects of the expedition. By the way, Nansen would never seriously consider using dogs, at least not yet. He toyed with using reindeer, but they would need to forage for food, which wasn't going to happen on an ice cap. Nansen also had new ski boots designed and built a stove that would work more efficiently in the cold and high altitude. As for clothing, he stuck to the idea of layers. Each man would wear 4 layers of light wool. This included underwear, a shirt, a sweater, and a jacket. The knee breeches and leggings were also made of wool. Nansen also had a wind jacket made. This was made of light cotton and based on an Inuit anorak. As for a tent, Nansen ordered it specially from Copenhagen. He had it made from various pieces, which would allow the various parts to be used as sails for the sledges if the opportunity came up. The other item on the list was food. Nansen was not too worried about scurvy, as the team would theoretically not be on the ice alone for a long time. What he needed was a high-caloric diet, like that used by Norwegians on mountain tours. Thus, he would order canned pemmican, a staple of polar travel for decades. Pemmican is a dried meat mixed with fat and formed into solid cakes. They are high in calories, perfect for men working hard. There would also be more, including skis, which we will talk more about next time. But I think you get the idea about Nansen's preparation. It was, to be honest, unlike most any polar expedition in history. He had taken the available knowledge and tried to provide a logical solution to the challenges ahead. So many times, the men running expeditions in this era lacked vision. It's almost as if they started outfitting a polar trip by going to the local department store. But not Nansen. To him, preparation was so critical, and it would help him survive what lay ahead. So with all the planning coming together, much of it at the last minute, Nansen had 2 other things on his plate. The first was that he was taking Inuit language lessons from a woman, Christiania, wife of the retired governor of southern Greenland. That the expedition would interact with the Inuit was not a sure thing. Credit Nansen for preparing for any such encounter. The second item was his dissertation. Remember that? He had submitted his dissertation in previous November, and the staff at Christiania University had considered it for months. Now it was time for Nansen to defend his provocative paper. There would be 3 days of written exams, followed by Nansen's defense of his report. This entailed going through the devil's advocate process, where 2 opponents of the paper's results would essentially challenge Nansen and his findings. The date for his oral defense was April 28, 1888, just 4 days before he was set to depart for Greenland. Well, it's not like Nansen had anything else to do. Anyhow, the clash between Nansen and his opponents was fierce. The big thing was that Nansen was proposing some radical ideas that meant setting aside commonly accepted theories. Such thinking required an open mind, and in some ways, a leap of faith. To Nansen, he again probably saw himself as the hero in the Ibsen play, the scientist whose ideas are dismissed by the narrow-minded establishment because it threatens their own ideas and beliefs. No matter, despite recognizing the legitimate issues with Nansen's paper, the committee would also take note of his boldness and the deep ramifications of what he was proposing. They would thus grant Nansen his doctorate. Unfortunately, Nansen had departed for Greenland before the announcement was made. It will be many long months before Nansen finds out that he is now Dr. Nansen. And with that, Nansen and his team would set out on their expedition to cross Greenland. And that is where we will leave things for today. Next time, we will pick up Nansen as he heads to Greenland and begins his historic attempt to cross the world's largest island. I hope you enjoyed today's episode. Please take care, and I will see you next time.
The Explorers podcast is part of the Airwave Media Network. Go to airwavemedia.com to find other independent podcasts, such as Attaboy Clarence and Ben Franklin's World.
You're listening to an Airwave Media podcast. Reimagined, engineered, and built without compromise. The tough 2023 Defender is ready to help you tackle the most challenging conditions. The question is, are you ready to accept the challenge? Either way, your Defender is here at Land Rover Anaheim Hills. Now take advantage of our most attractive financing this year. Land Rover Anaheim Hills, just 20 minutes from the center of Orange County. Press now. It's that easy.
On Gone Medieval from History Hit, we set out to solve the biggest mysteries of the medieval age.
So many of these travellers who went out looking for Preston John, what did they think they were hearing?
Using science to identify our buried ancestors
Mysteries we found in these individuals.
and reveal the answers to centuries-old riddles.
I stand up straight in a bed, I'm hairy at my base, and I make the ladies cry. The solution is an onion.
I'm Matt Lewis, and every Tuesday and Friday you can join me to travel the medieval world in search of the stories you haven't heard and to get under the skins of the ones you have. Gone Medieval from History Hit, twice a week, every week. Listen and follow on Apple, Spotify, or wherever you get your podcasts. Welcome to the Explorers podcast. Today is part 2 in our series on Norwegian polar explorer Fridtjof Nansen. Last time, we left Nansen just as he was departing Norway in the first week of May 1888. His destination was the east coast of Greenland, and from there, a dash across the world's biggest island, a feat never accomplished in human history. In today's episode, we will cover Nansen's Greenland expedition. Let's kick things off with a couple of notes. Note number 1. If you want to see a map of Nansen's Greenland, track it and go to explorerspodcast.com. I put one on the site along with other fun stuff about our Scandinavian explorer. I do think seeing the map does help give you a better perspective of the expedition. So check out the website. There's a link in the show notes as well. Note number 2. A lot of the names in this episode are places in Greenland. That means we'll have some Inuit names, Danish names, and Norwegian names all mixed together. That means that some of the pronunciations may not be quite perfect, but I'll do my best. Anyhow, that is it for notes, so it's off to Greenland we go. Well, not quite yet. While Nansen had departed Norway, there were some stops to make. Nansen would leave separately from his team, and the plan for them was to all get together again in Scotland. From there, they would catch a ship to Iceland, where they would rendezvous with a sealing vessel named Jason, which would take them to Greenland. As for Nansen, he was off to Copenhagen in Denmark. There he would meet Augustin Gamel, his primary financial backer. Gamel was a Dane, so there was a bit of angst on Nansen's part, as he wanted the expedition to be completely Norwegian.
His team was all Norwegian, but the money was not. But Nansen put those qualms aside, as the Norwegian government had passed on financing his expedition. A big reason they had declined to back Nansen was the perceived danger. Many people thought that he was taking a big, unnecessary risk. No one wanted to be associated with a failure. The Danish press, by the way, were as skeptical of Nansen's expedition as was the Norwegian press. Most people thought that Nansen would end up having to be rescued by the Inuit if they didn't die. And so in Copenhagen, Nansen would meet with Gamel, who was gracious and supportive. Frankly, Nansen was lucky to have such a backer. Gamel had deep pockets, allowed Nansen to do things as he saw fit, and was truly interested in the expedition's success. Another person Nansen would meet with was explorer Gustav Holm, whom he had exchanged correspondence with about the upcoming expedition. Holm had been helpful and encouraging, even aiding Nansen in getting provisions, but he reiterated his warnings about traveling to East Greenland. Holm had been there. He said the ice would likely bar him from reaching the coast, especially this early in the year. No matter, Nansen was committed. He would next be off to London, where he met with key members of the Royal Geographical Society. They offered encouragement to Nansen, but stopped short of offering him their full support. Again, they didn't want to appear to be part of a failed endeavor. Next, Nansen would go to Scotland, where he would reunite with his team. And with that, let us reintroduce to you the members of the Greenland expedition. Otto Sverdrup, a rugged and dependable 33-year-old sailor and outdoorsman, was the expedition's second in command. Olaf Dietrichson was a 31-year-old career military officer and would help as a surveyor and mapmaker. 23-year-old Christensen was a sailor and a gifted handyman. The latter skills would be invaluable on the expedition, as the small team size meant that men were hardworking and reliable. From the Sami people in the north, there was Ole Nielsen Ravna and Samuel Johansen Baltu. Ravna, at 46, was the oldest of the group and the only member married and with children. Baltu was 27. Both men had lived all their lives north of the Arctic Circle and were accustomed to surviving in cold and rugged conditions. Another thing, all of these men were considered quality skiers. Also, something the five men had in common was experience working as a team, whether on a ship or in the army or herding reindeer. Each of these men knew what it meant to rely on others and have others rely on you. The one person who didn't have any such experience was the leader, Nansen. Nansen was an academic, the only one in the group, and he had all of his life struggled in team settings. He was best when he worked alone. This means that Nansen, with his overwhelming personality, will often struggle in a leadership role, especially the larger the team became. But know that it won't be a huge issue on the Greenland expedition, as the team was small and the task at hand very focused. Nansen and his men would take a mailboat to Iceland. As the ship went north, the cold would drop with each passing mile. The men froze on board, except the two Sami, who were just fine in their traditional clothing. Ravna was so nonplussed by the cold and uncomfortable sleeping below in such cramped quarters that he slept on the deck of the ship at night. The team would reach Iceland on May 20th after 11 days at sea. There they waited for the arrival of the ship. As they waited, the men would train and go on excursions. Nansen would sketch in his notebook and take photos with the new portable camera. While practicing on the skis, Baltu would hurt his leg as he was unaccustomed to the Norwegian heel bindings. Nansen was so concerned about the injury, he considered leaving Baltu behind. However, he could find no Icelander willing to join the expedition. In the end, Baltu would recover from his injury, and it would not be an issue. The team would finally meet with Jason on June 3rd. The vessel even had a Danish warship to escort them on their way out to sea the next day, the crew cheering and the ship firing off its guns to salute the brave explorers. The departure day was perfect, clear skies and good weather, and the Jason set sail to the west for Greenland. They would run into ice the next day, a sign of things to come. After a week crossing the Denmark Strait, the Jason would sight the coastal mountains of East Greenland, some 70 miles off, or 110 kilometers. But heavy, broken ice blocked the way west, and thus the ship retreated to avoid getting trapped in the pack. The team would settle in and wait for the opportunity to move west. Meanwhile, the ship took to seal hunting, Nansen helping out as a rifleman. The wait would go from days to weeks and then to a month. Finally, in mid-July, the ice began to break up, allowing the Jason to move west. The men would sight Greenland again on July 15th. As they got closer, Nansen had this to say about the coast, quote, "This landscape has a rare, wild beauty, more broken than anything I remember having seen," end quote. As a note, the east coast of Greenland is like a wall of mountains. Beyond the peaks was the ice cap, thousands of feet thick. The team would have to find a route up through the mountain range and onto that ice cap. The Jason sailed west for 2 days, getting to within 20 further. The pack was just too dangerous. Plus, the closer the ship moved toward the coast, the more they risked hitting uncharted shoals or submerged ice. Nansen decided it was time to do. There was an Inuit village at this location named Amukselek, and it was the furthest north any European had ever explored. Again, I recommend taking a look at our map on our site to get a feel for all of this. Before departing the ship, Nansen and the rest of the men would write final letters to family, friends, and associates. And with that, Nansen was ready to go. He had had a special boat built for this moment, complete with metal runners. The idea was that the men could take to the water in the boat, but if the ice closed in and blocked them, they could drag the boat onto a solid ice floe and wait until things cleared. The metal runners allowed the men to easily pull the boat onto the ice. However, the captain of the Jason, Jacobson, was concerned for the safety of Nansen and his men. He felt the boat they had was too small, and thus he offered to let them take one of his whaling boats, which Nansen gladly accepted. Trying to get 6 men and their supplies into a single boat would have been difficult. Nansen, his team, their boats, and provisions would thus be offloaded, and the men would begin rowing westward in a steady rain. A single cannon from the Jason was fired to mark the occasion. Captain Jacobson watched the 2 boats from his ship and estimated they pushed into the ice approximately 5 miles or 8 kilometers before losing sight of them in the fog. But things had looked pretty good. The captain wrote to Augusta Gamel that it was likely they reached land on the evening of July 18th, but that is being a wee bit optimistic. Nansen and his men, 3 to a boat, rowed their way west, wending through the channels of open ice. The whaling boat had red and white markings, which were the Danish colors. Nansen's boat sported the red, white, and blue colors of Norway, as well as a small Norwegian flag. On the boats, the men, wearing brown oilskins with cowls pulled over their heads, rowed steadily in the rain. The men, including Nansen, were confident. It appeared that the way ahead was open. They would close the distance to the coast by half and talked about making coffee and eating a meal on the shore that evening. But just as things looked like they were going great, the unpredictable nature of the Arctic ice reared its ugly head. The ice began to close in on the boats dangerously fast, likely the result of the tides. Nansen's wooden boats would be crushed in the ice, so a stable floe was found and the boats pulled onto it. A while later, the open water returned, so the boats were put back in. However, the whaling boat was damaged in the process and had to be hauled back up onto the ice floe. By the time it was repaired, the ice had closed up again. I want to note that the water here was filled with ice floes, bergs, and chunks of floating and submerged ice. Sometimes it was solid, other times it was not. But I want to stress that it wasn't as if they could easily just walk across the ice pack or haul the boats on it for long. The ice constantly moved and shifted, breaking up and reforming. It made walking across it very dangerous. The best the men could do was find a nice solid ice floe and wait for another chance to get the boats into the water. So while the coast was tantalizingly close, it was still blocked by the ice, and hopes of reaching the shore that day were gone. The team would have to camp on a stable ice floe that night. The tent was erected, and a constant watch was set in case the water opened suddenly, or the ice showed signs of opening underneath them. That was a very real danger. The next morning, the boats were put into the water, but it was a frustrating situation. The ice would open suddenly and just as suddenly close, sending the men and boats scrambling back onto the ice pack. And even more distressing was the direction of the ice floe. It was moving southeast, away from the coast. The drift grew stronger and stronger, taking the men and boats with it. And as the ice pack moved further from the coast, it began to swell dramatically under their feet, threatening to break up at any moment. This would go on for days. Nansen would have the men practice loading and launching the boats on a moment's notice, but the drift was merciless. The floe they were camped on got smaller and smaller, waves breaking over the edges all around them. The men now faced 2 very deadly threats. If the floe the men were on fell apart, the team would have to take to the boats, and the odds of the boats surviving in a mass of ice chunks was not good. And the other issue was the danger of essentially being swept out to sea. All this made the team disheartened, especially the 2 Sami. Ravna and Baltu, believing that the end was near, took to reading from a Sami language New Testament they had brought. However, just as quickly as it had started, the ice pack would shift southwest, back towards the coast. Nansen, by the way, had learned to navigate for the expedition, and he brought out his sextant whenever he needed to track his location. During all of this, the men's personalities would emerge. Svedra was quiet and dependable. Dietrichson was talkative, while Christensen was reserved. Ravna was glum, while Baltu was good-natured and lively, although temperamental. He would, on occasion, let his emotions boil over, but such outbursts were usually gone as soon as they emerged. Also, regarding Baltu, his engaging personality brought some levity to the group. Nansen called him, quote, the expedition's minister of humor, end quote. And another thing I want to note about the team, Despite all the ongoing problems, the men, for the most part, were not freaked out by all that was going on. As I noted earlier, they were accustomed to working in difficult conditions and did what was needed when a challenge came up. Of the team, it was Nansen who was the biggest wild card due to his moodiness. As the boats drifted south, the mountains on Greenland's coast taunted them. Their destination was not that far, but they couldn't quite reach it. And every mile they drifted south brought them further away from Selfie Fjord, which was the spot Nansen had wanted to depart on the crossing. I want to stress that most of this time was spent sitting on an ice pack, the men prisoners to the drift. The team had found an old solid ice floe to camp on and just had to wait for their opportunity. On July 29th, the men waked to find themselves closer to the shore than ever before, and more importantly, the ice had broken up in front of them. Now was the time to escape. The campers quickly finally reached land, a small rocky island just off the coast, and the water between the island and the coast was mostly clear. And while this was great, when Nansen took a reading of the location, it would prove to be disheartening. Over the past 2 weeks, they had drifted south about 235 miles, or 380 kilometers. The southern tip of Greenland, Cape Farewell, was only about 200 miles, or 320 kilometers away. They could head there and reach a settlement, but that would be given up, and some of the men thought this was the best option. It was getting dangerously late in the summer for a crossing. Cold would come sooner than later. But Nansen couldn't bear the idea of giving up. His obstinate nature and ego refused to yield to the idea of failure, not while there was still a chance. The expedition would thus move back north, rowing their boats along the shore. Goal was still to reach Selfie Fjord up the coast and to make the crossing to Disco Bay. That night, the men would have a special celebratory meal of chocolate, cheese, biscuits, and jam. And so up the coast the boats went. The way was mostly clear, but the men had their boat hooks ready to push aside ice as needed. The rowing was exhausting, but progress was steady, the team making 18 miles or 30 kilometers on the second day. And then, that evening, as they were eating their meal, the men thought they heard human voices amongst the cries of the birds. Nansen grabbed the telescope and scanned the horizon. He would spot 2 black dots, kayaks. It was the local native people, the Inuit. Excited to find other human beings, the men jumped up and down, shouted, and waved. The kayaks would cautiously approach them, as the Inuit had never expected to find white men in such a place. Nansen described the natives, whom he called Eskimos, as wild-looking but friendly. With a combination of Nansen's Inuit language skills and an Inuit phrase book and a lot of hand gestures, it was determined the natives were heading north to a large glacier called Pusortak. Nansen knew about the glacier, as Danish explorer Gustav Holm had encountered it on his travels. It was 6 miles wide, or 10 kilometers, its high, icy cliffs jutting out into the ocean. The glacier was feared by the Inuit because large fragments of ice would break off underwater and shoot up to the surface like projectiles. The glacier's name translates into where the ice rises to the surface. The kayaks would depart, but the next day Nansen and his boats would encounter them on the opposite side of Pusortak Glacier. It was a camp of 70 to 80 men, women, and children, as well as dogs. Nansen could not withstand the urge to visit the camp, which reeked of seal blubber. The men described the Inuit as wild and unkempt. They wore sealskin clothing, and their tents were made of sealskin as well. Kayaks were all around, as were 4 umiaks, bigger crafts made of sealskin and driftwood. The men were shocked to find the Inuit went naked in their tents, and they were appalled to discover that they washed with urine, as they had no access to soap or any other cleaning materials. But the natives were friendly and interested in the newcomers. They were especially fascinated by the fur reindeer boots that the Sami wore. The Inuit were actually 2 groups, one heading north, the other south. The ones heading south were going to trade with the Danish settlements. They especially wanted tobacco. Nansen noted that they possessed non-native items such as beads and wooden crates. That night, Nansen and his men stayed at the Inuit camp. However, they didn't sleep much because the dogs howled endlessly. The Inuit would leave early the next morning, and Nansen would tag along with the northbound. He wanted to use their expertise and knowledge to help them up the coast. The Inuit were happy to have the Norwegians in their big boats go along with them. One of Nansen's boats would take the point, pushing aside ice chunks as they went. This was helpful to the Inuit, whose kayaks and umiaks could easily get damaged by the ice. At one point, it started to rain, and the Inuit put ashore. Nansen, however, pushed on. The team would end up getting caught in a fjord filled with ice and swirling currents. It is a reminder to take the advice of the locals, even if you aren't sure why. They have a reason for doing what they do. The Inuit would eventually catch up and pass the Norwegians in the night. Nansen and his men would thus continue on alone. Along the way, they saw abandoned Inuit camps, often littered with the bones of seals, polar bears, fish, and dogs. And while the ice was always a challenge, the currents and winds were aiming south, meaning the men were fighting for every foot they advanced. When they pulled into a camp at night, all the men were exhausted. And there were other mishaps to delay them as well, such as the time Dietrichson fell off one of the boats, breaking an oar at the same time. On August 6th, the men again ran into some Inuit. They traded with them, offering the natives sewing needles, something they prized. The boats would travel with the Inuit for a while before parting. On August 8th, the team would reach Bernstorff Fjord and work their way through a myriad of icebergs. Some of these were huge. In fact, the boats actually rode into a tunnel and through one big old berg. 2 days later, the team would reach Nuvik Bay, a long fjord about 120 miles or 190 kilometers south of Surmalik, the fjord Nansen was originally aiming for. However, the men had been in their boats and on the ice for nearly 2 months, and they had been rowing for 12 straight days. The season was getting late. Nansen would scout up the fjord and find the ice appeared to stretch from the water's edge and onto the ice cap. Of it, he would say it was, quote, so simple that we had never hoped for anything better, end quote. With that, Nansen decided to make this their final landfall. From here, they would make the dash to Disco Bay. The team would set up camp on shore and have coffee and feast on some birds Nansen had shot. By the way, to this point, the team had avoided using a lot of the sledging rations. They had survived on hunting, mostly seabirds. The 6 men would spend 5 days at the camp, recuperating from their time on the ice and in the boats, plus preparing for their inland journey. Water had gotten into everything, and anything with steel parts on it, like the runners on the skis and sledges, was rusted, and many of the canned rations were encrusted in mold. Nansen would pack most of the supplies onto 5 sledges, but he did cache a collection of items, including 2 extra guns and ammunition. Under one of the boats, he left an account of the expedition to this point. It was now time to attempt the crossing of Greenland.
On Gone Medieval from History Hit, we set out to solve the biggest mysteries of the medieval age.
So many of these travellers who went out looking for Prester John, what did they think they were hearing?
Using science to identify our buried ancestors.
Genetic signatures found in present-day Ashkenazi Jewish population shared by the genetic ancestries we found in these individuals.
And reveal the answers to centuries-old riddles.
I stand up straight in a bed, I'm hairy at my base, and I make the ladies cry. The solution is an onion.
I'm Matt Lewis, and every Tuesday and Friday you can join me to travel the medieval world in search of the stories you haven't heard and to get under the skins of the ones you have. Gone Medieval from History Hit, twice a week, every week. Listen and follow on Apple, Spotify, or wherever you get your podcasts.
It had taken Nansen and his men a month to reach the launching spot of their expedition, but it was now time to begin a crossing of Greenland. Let us take stock of the situation. They had at least 600 kilometers, or 370 miles, to go. They had to get onto Greenland's ice cap, which, on average, is about 6,000 feet, or 2,000 meters, thick. That meant that the men were going to have to go up. Mountains surrounded them, but they had a glacier that appeared to take them to the top of the ice cap. Now, because they had 5 sledges and needed to go up, skis were not going to help them out, at least not yet. To start, everyone would have to trudge along on foot. The sledges would be well on the snow and ice at this point, but it took 3 men to haul them. That meant the team would have to pull a couple of the sledges forward and then go back and get 2 more, and then they would have to go back again for the final one. This made for slow progress as the men were covering the same ground over and over and going uphill. It makes for exhausting work, and that's even if the snow and terrain cooperated, which was not always the case. The path onto the ice cap was littered with chasms and crevasses, plus rocky ridges called none attacked by the Inuit. And it's not as if there were signs pointing them to their destination. It meant a lot of scouting ahead and trial and error. At times, the men would follow a path only to have to turn around when they came to an impassable crevasse, or they'd have to lift a sledge over a ridge. One of the frustrating things about snow and ice as it changes in elevation is that it breaks, creating all sorts of fissures and cracks and so forth. It's dangerous and unpredictable. As an example of the team's progress, one day over a 10-hour stretch, the men covered only 5 kilometers, or 3 miles, and an elevation gain of 200 meters, or 650 feet. And we cannot forget about the weather. At these lower altitudes, it was warm enough to rain. This made for miserable conditions as everyone and everything was soaked through and through. Plus, it made the snow soft, meaning hauling the sledges was even more difficult. At night, the men would sleep in a single tent, 3 men to a sleeping bag. Most of Nansen's specially crafted items were working well. The clothing, the wind jackets, the tent, the sleeping bags, all good. Which was important because after a long day hauling sledges, the last thing the men needed was to be cold or wet as they tried to sleep. By the way, the Sami would give Nansen a pair of their native boots, which were made of reindeer hide. Nansen found them amazing, his feet rarely getting cold, yet still staying dry even when he worked hard. The one item that struggled was Nansen's stove. While it was better than previous polar stoves, it took a long time to warm things up, especially as the men moved to higher altitudes. And this would be important when they had to melt snow for water. That was not necessary now, but sooner than later it will be an issue. The other problem was food. The men were getting a solid 4,000 calories a day, and while that was not bad, it's not great. They needed at least another 20-25% more calories to maintain their strength and endurance. One of the reasons for this was the pemmican that Nansen had gotten did not include fat, which was the norm. The men thus began to crave fat. Each man was given a small ration of butter once a week. It became one of the most welcomed and relished foods that they had, but it was not nearly enough. As a note, Nansen had not brought alcohol on the journey, believing it didn't help anyone in the long run. And the tobacco supply was limited, as Nansen felt it weakened a man's nerves and endurance. He only brought enough for a single pipeful for each man on Sundays. And so up the snow and ice the men went, the progress slow but steady. And soon the upward gradient eased, meaning only 2 men were needed to haul one sledge. On August 20th, they passed the fissured edge of the ice cap, and before the men was the unbroken surface of the interior. It was like a sea of ice, with long frozen waves across the horizon. This was a big moment as the surface was hard and polished and even. A single man could now pull a sledge, no more relaying back and forth. However, 3 days later, the snow would change. It became fine and crystalline and rough. It clung to the iron-shod sledges. Nansen would say, quote, "The going is miserable. The snow became stickier and stickier and deeper and deeper. We sank 4 inches," end quote. The Inuit, by the way, had a method for dealing with such conditions. They would coat the runners of a sled with a thin layer of ice, and it would help it slide along. But Nansen knew nothing of this, and thus the sledges struggled except for in moderate conditions. The team, by the way, was still rising in elevation, just at a more like /exposed skin and high winds. It was like being in a sandstorm in the desert. And with no available water, the snow had to be melted on the inefficient stove, and dehydration set in. Dehydration saps a person of so much. They get weak and disoriented. They suffer from a wide variety of symptoms, including muscle cramps, headaches, and exhaustion. And there were other issues as well. Both Baltu and Ravna had developed snow blindness. Nansen gave them cocaine-infused eye drops to help with the pain. The men, as you can imagine, were miserable. They had not signed up for this sort of thing. They had viewed the expedition as a ski tour, not a slog up mountains and glaciers. Heck, they had barely used their skis at this point. Of it all, Christensen would say, quote, "My God, how can people wish so much suffering on themselves that they do this?" End quote. Now, being that the team was on the ice cap, the wind was becoming a greater factor, and Nansen experimented with lashing the sledges together and attaching sails to them. However, there was a big problem with this. The winds drove the sledges southwest, not northwest, which was the direction to Disco Bay. And thus on August 27th, Nansen would make a major decision. The new destination of the expedition was now Godhavn, which today is called Nuuk and is the capital of Greenland. I will use the latter name for the rest of our story. Anyhow, a journey to Nuuk was not quite as epic of a crossing as if they had gone to Disco Bay, but it was a sensible decision considering their status. And completing the crossing to Nuuk would still be considered traversing Greenland. The change made the men happy as it cut roughly 100 kilometers or 60 miles off their journey. The men sailing the sledges had been possible, but hauling them when needed. Up until now, the team had not really used their skis, but it was here that Baltu would break them out and find the going not too difficult. The skis Nansen had ordered were made of birch with thin iron plates and a strip of elk fur down the middle to help them glide in the wet snow. However, the skis struggled going uphill, and the grip was not very secure, but several of the men gave them a go. The rest of the team turned to using snowshoes. Nansen had brought big Canadian-designed shoes, which no one had really used. The Sami refused to try them and stuck to their skis. After some fits and starts, the rest of the men soon figured out how to use them effectively. On August 31st, the men were essentially on Greenland's ice cap. They no longer could see any land. There were no mountains or ridges protruding up out of the ice pack, just a sea of ice and snow. They were at an elevation of about 2,500 meters, or 8,200 feet. They had spent 17 days plodding upwards to get to this point. In short order, all the men would be on skis, and progress would be much smoother and steadier. However, this high up, the cold and wind got brutal. On September 4th, the temperatures dropped to negative 18 Celsius, or 0 degrees Fahrenheit. The wind chill was a balmy negative 50 degrees Celsius, or negative 58 Fahrenheit. And thirst was even more of an issue as melting snow became extremely difficult. Luckily, the clothing and tent kept the men warm and dry. Here's a crazy story I wanted to share with regards to the extreme temperatures. On a bright day, Nansen took the temperature of the shady side of the tent. It registered negative 40 degrees Celsius. The Fahrenheit equivalent is negative 40 degrees as well. Nansen then took the temperature on the sunny side of the tent. It registered at 40 degrees centigrade. Not negative 40, but 40. That's 104 degrees Fahrenheit. No matter, as long as the weather was okay, the men were making around 15 kilometers, or 9 to 10 miles, a day. Nansen said the model was, quote, death or the west coast of Greenland, end quote. However, the cold, snow, and wind would persist. On September 6th, the men were waiting to find their entire tent nearly buried by drifting snow. They used whatever they could to prop up the tent wall so it wouldn't collapse. The wind had been so fierce during the storm that if the men had to go outside, they had to crawl, otherwise they would simply get blown over. Meters, or 8,920 feet. They had reached the summit of the Greenland ice pack. The main thing about reaching the summit was that after going up, you now got to go down, which is much more fun. And so onward the men went. The sails were used on the sledges if possible, but they would be hauled if necessary. When the sails weren't used, one of the men stood in back, holding onto a bamboo pole attached to the sledge, acting as a helmsman. The one major issue was if the sledges got going too fast, and they couldn't be stopped. One time the men had to bring the sledges to a quick halt as they neared a chasm, which was a 100-meter drop, or 330 feet. But things would go well. One day the conditions were perfect, and the men pushed themselves as long as they could manage. They covered 70 kilometers, or 44 miles, in that single day. The sledges were, by the way, proving to be outstanding. One of them did break down and have to be abandoned, but otherwise they slid along the surface at a rate most polar explorers could never imagine. Nansen's vision was bearing fruit. On September 17th, the team would sight a snow bunting, which is a small bird. It was the first living creature they had seen in weeks. It was an encouraging sign. As they approached the western coast of Greenland, the landscape began to transform. The flat surface was replaced by increasing numbers of gullies, chasms, ridges, and crevasses. Progress would slow as the men had to carry the sledges over rocks or find their way around crevasses. Eventually, the gradual decline in altitude became quite dramatic, forcing the men to take off their skis and lower their sledges down steeper slopes. Now, 2 milestones were reached at this time. First, the men, for the first time in a month, discovered fresh pools of water. When they found the water the first time, they rushed to it and pushed their faces in, drinking to their heart's content. It was a big moment, physically and mentally. Dehydration was now removed from the picture. Mentally, it offered the men hope that they were nearing their destination. The second item was that Nansen recognized the mountains that they were approaching. The men were running a little north of Nook, so he shifted his course for the next 2 days. But the fact that they knew where they were and where they needed to go was a huge morale boost. Now, one advantage to the lateness of the season was that most of the streams and ice fields were frozen over. This turned them into highways. Streams flowed to the fjords, which flowed to the ocean. Follow the streams, you reached the coast. On September 24th, the men would lower themselves down a steep slope, their crampons sticking into the ice. Inch by inch they went, all the while carefully lowering the sledges so they didn't go flying away. Slowly, surely they went, finally emerging at the bottom of a glacier tongue. And there they stepped onto the earth for the first time in 41 days. Nansen would say this of the moment, quote, words cannot describe what it meant to feel earth and rock underfoot, the sense of well-being that rippled through us when we felt the heather give under our soles, and the smell of wonderful scent of grass and moss, end quote. The team was thrilled. The ice cap was behind them, although they still had another 100 kilometers, or 60 miles, before they reached civilization. The 6 men would now have to abandon the sledges and skis that had taken them across Greenland. They were now backpackers for the rest of the march. Nansen had the supplies divided into 6 equal loads, and the men set off. Down into valleys they went, the vegetation thickening as they did so, and it was not long before they saw signs of the Inuit people. The team would make their way down into a fjord, reaching sea level for the first time in weeks. They had officially crossed Greenland. Now, the fjord had high mountain walls on both sides, which the men could not scale. This meant that they could not go overland to reach their destination. Nansen decided that he and Svendrup would travel down the fjord and summon aid for the rest of the men. For this, they would need a boat, which they did not have, so that meant they would have to build one. The result was a 2.5 meter or 8 foot long vessel. Bamboo ski poles, brush, and branches were used for the hull, and the 10 ground sheet was used to cover the boat. It was all lashed together, crude but effective. Nansen and Svendrup's journey would start off with a lot of challenges. The water was not yet deep enough to ride the boat down the fjord, so they would have to carry it or drag it. This was a slog. The earth was nothing but sludgy mud, the men sinking ankle deep. On the plus side, game was now readily available in the form of seabirds. Early on, Nansen would shoot 6 large gulls. They would cook the birds, the first fresh food they had eaten in 46 days. As for the boat, once the water was deep enough, the men climbed on board and floated down the coast. The craft leaked and had to be bailed constantly, but it was seaworthy. On October 2nd, the men would reach the mouth of the fjord, and then the following morning they would sight a building. It was a mission station just outside of Nuuk. Once on shore, Nansen and Svendrup would be greeted by a swarm of Inuit women. They thought the 2 men were shipwrecked Americans. They were soon joined by a man, Gustav Baumann, who happened to be the governor of the area. He had, by chance, just arrived at the mission for a visit. Baumann reportedly said, "Are you Englishmen?" To which Nansen replied, "No, we are Norwegian." When Baumann asked his name, he replied, "My name is Nansen. We have come from the ice cap." Baumann then said something rather unexpected. Quote, "I thought as much. May I congratulate you on your doctor's degree?" End quote. I love that Nansen had just crossed Greenland, the first person ever, and the first thing they mentioned was his doctorate. Anyhow, the 2 explorers were greeted as heroes. A small cannon was fired to celebrate their arrival, and people came from all over Nuuk to see the men. Nansen and Svendrup, by the way, were filthy. Their hair and beards were long and tangled. Their faces were black from ashes and grease and dirt. They would have been quite the sight. The first thing that Nansen asked about was if the last ship had left for the year from Nuuk. He was disappointed to find that it already had, which meant he would be stuck here until spring. But Nansen wanted to get word to the outside world of his accomplishment. There was no telegraph in Greenland, but Nansen was told that there was a ship scheduled to leave from the port of Igers, about 500 kilometers or 310 miles to the south. The main issue was if the water started freezing, the ship might have to depart early. And thus Nansen quickly wrote out a few letters and had them rushed south by 2 Inuit in kayaks. As luck would have it, the ship was still in port. It could not wait for Nansen and his team, but it would at least be able to bring the letters. The ship, along with the letters, would arrive in the Norwegian port of Farsund on November 9th. A telegram of the contents was then sent to the expedition's backer, Gustav Gamel. The message: Nansen had done it. He was over the cap. All was well. It wasn't long before news reached the rest of the world. Nansen was now famous. However, Nansen could not reap the benefits of his success sitting in Greenland. He would have to wait for that. Instead, he would organize the return of the rest of the men who were still camped up the fjord. They had been waiting anxiously for Nansen's return, growing more and more worried that he had not made it. But they would eventually be brought back by the locals. Like Nansen and Svendrup, the first thing they did was gorge on food. And so the men would have to wait until spring. Nansen adopted Inuit dress that winter and learned how to survive in a polar environment. He learned to throw an Inuit harpoon, how to use a kayak, and even the language. He found the Inuit to be highly adapted to their world. Now, some of this was Nansen simply being fascinated by something new, but it was also a hint of what was brewing in his mind. Already, Nansen was plotting out his next great adventure, a run at the North Pole. But that will be for next time. Instead, Nansen and his team, most of whom learned how to hunt and fish and kayak with the Inuit, would ride out the long winter. It was not an unhappy time for the men, who found the Inuit friendly and welcoming. When a ship would arrive on April 15, 1889, it was time to pack up and go. Nansen had grown fond of the place, writing, quote, "It was not without sorrow that we left this place and these people, among whom we had enjoyed ourselves so well," end quote. The ship would thus depart with the team, although Balton was saddened to leave as he had fallen in love with a local girl. However, she was already engaged, and he was thus heartbroken. The voyage that followed would take 27 days to reach Copenhagen. The ship had brought with it a ton of mail, piles of letters and cards congratulated Nansen on his wondrous accomplishment. Nansen's brother, Alexander, wrote that he was no longer known as Alexander, but as Nansen's brother. Anyhow, the men would arrive in Copenhagen to the cheers of thousands. Augustine Gamble feted Nansen and his team, keeping them there for a week. The press loved Nansen. He was tall and blonde and handsome, the image of a Viking. One journalist said he was, quote, the lion of the moment, end quote. In his speeches, Nansen frequently downplayed the rigors of the expedition, making it sound as if the journey had been easy. From Copenhagen, he was back to Norway. There, people were ready to welcome home their heroes as Nansen fever swept the nation. They arrived by ship in Christiania, where they were escorted into the harbor by hundreds of boats. It was estimated that 30,000 to 40,000 people had gathered to welcome home Nansen and his team. One story I love from this great celebration involved two of the team members. As they approached the city and saw all the cheering people, Dietrichson asked one of the Sami, Ravna, about the welcome, saying, quote, look, isn't it wonderful with all the people, end quote. Ravna replied, quote, yes, wonderful, very wonderful, if it had only been reindeer, end quote. Anyhow, what followed for Nansen and his men was 10 days of parades and parties and speeches. There would be medals for everyone. After that, the mania faded, and the team, except for Nansen, would board trains and head home. For Nansen, Christiania was home, so he had nowhere to go. However, by this point, he just wanted to be left alone. He was tired of repeating the same stories and answering the same questions. Frankly, it was boring. Instead, he would look to his future, which now offered all sorts of possibilities, including financial security. His boss at the museum in Bergen, Daniel Danielson, out there for him than life in Bergen. The University of Christiania would offer him the position of curator of the zoological collection. The job had no specific duties or responsibilities. They wanted Nansen's name more than anything. With a salary of 3,000 krona, which was quite generous, that offered him the opportunity to have some security and to do whatever he really wanted, he would accept the position. As for what to do next, well, Nansen would start by putting together an account of the Greenland expedition. The result would be the book, The First Crossing of Greenland, which would come out the following year. The other big thing for Nansen was a wedding, as he would get married just a few months after returning from his now epic journey. But let's hold that story for next time, because we are pretty much wrapped up for today. Fridtjof Nansen had done it. He had become the first person to cross Greenland and was world famous. He had accomplished the feat with a fresh and innovative approach. His use of skis, specially designed sledges and gear, had been a great success, and he had done it without the loss of life, rare for such endeavors. Also, the crossing revealed to the world exactly what lay in the center of Greenland. At 28, Nansen had the world before him, and next time we will get him on the path for his next big adventure, a go for the North Pole. Now, before we end today, I want to visit with a few of the people in our story, because most of them we are done with, but I want to let you know about their fates. Amos Vedrup, the expedition's second in command, we will hold off on, as he will be on Nansen's next expedition. Olaf Dietrichson, our military officer, would head back into the army and have a long and successful career, rising to the rank of Major General. He would die in 1942. Christian Christensen was invited on Nansen's next expedition, but by then he would have a wife and a family, and he would ultimately pass on the opportunity, even if he was sorely tempted. He would go on to work as a foreman at a timber yard as well as on a farm, before spending most of his life working for a shipping company. He died in June of 1943. Regarding our Sami, neither of them was done with exploration or adventure. Ola Nielsen Ravna would apply to be on Nansen's next expedition, but was passed up due to his age. However, in 1905, at the age of 65, he went back to Greenland as part of a team looking into the possibility of setting up a reindeer farm around Nuuk. He would return to Norway, but die the following year. The last member of our team was Samuel Baltu, the excitable Sami whose good humor had been a great source of relief on the Greenland expedition. While Baltu would go on to write a book on the expedition, it was honest and interesting and provided us with a lot of great insight into the endeavor. Nansen would even use some of Baltu's text in his book. In some ways, Baltu struggled to adapt to life after the expedition. His home in the north was now very small after having done and seen so much. He wrote Nansen about coming on his next expedition, but his lack of sailing experience and his unpredictability made him ill-suited for such a large endeavor. His offer would be declined. Baltu would spend some time in Alaska, helping expand the reindeer herds brought from Siberia. He would also do some gold prospecting. Baltu would ultimately return to Norway and get married. He died in 1921. Side note relating to Baltu. In 1925, diphtheria broke out in Nome, Alaska. 20 mushers and 150 dogs were organized to carry the medicine across Alaska to save the city's population. The lead dog on the final stretch of the journey was named Bautu in honor of our zombie explorer. Bautu the dog would go on to become one of the most famous canines in the world. And so that wraps up the story of Fridtjof Nansen's 1888 Greenland expedition. It had been a great success and thrust Nansen onto the world stage. Next time, we will follow Nansen as he develops his plan to reach the North Pole. That is it for today. I hope you've enjoyed the show. Please take care, stay healthy, and I will see you next time. The Explorers podcast is part of the Airwave Media Network. Go to airwavemedia.com to find other independent podcasts such as Big Picture Science and Clever.
T-Mobile 5G home internet can leave you with slower speeds during its busiest hours. Why deal with that? Switch to Cox Internet with 2 times faster download speeds than T-Mobile 5G home internet during peak hours. Visit cox.com/5G home to learn.
You're listening to an Airwave Media Podcast.
On Medieval from History Hit, we set out to solve the biggest mysteries of the medieval age.
So many of these travelers who went out looking for Prester John, what did they think they were hearing?
Using science to identify our buried ancestors.
Genetic signatures found in present-day Ashkenazi Jewish population shared by the genetic ancestries we found in these individuals.
And reveal the answers to centuries-old riddles.
I stand up straight in a bed, I'm hairy at my base, and I make the ladies cry. The solution is an onion.
I'm Matt Lewis, and every Tuesday and Friday you can join me to travel the medieval world in search of the stories you haven't heard and to get under the skins of the ones you have. Gone Medieval from History Hit, twice a week, every week. Listen and follow on Apple, Spotify, or wherever you get your podcasts. Hello, and welcome to the Explorers podcast. Today is part 3 in our series on Norwegian explorer Fridtjof Nansen. Last time, we got Nansen home from a successful crossing of Greenland, making him the first person to ever accomplish that momentous task. Nansen was now famous, the toast of Europe. He had a new position at Christiania University as the curator of the zoological collection, but there were no real responsibilities associated with it. He got a nice paycheck, the university got his name. It would give the 27-year-old Nansen a bit of financial security, but it's not like he was rich. So it was the summer of 1889. Nansen would head off to do some lectures about his Greenland crossing in Edinburgh and London, meeting with the Prince of Wales, aka future King Edward VII, and members of the Royal Geographical Society. The latter would give Nansen the prestigious Founders Medal, the Society's president saying that he had moved to, quote, the foremost place amongst northern travelers, end quote. The main thing for Nansen was to start to gather his thoughts on a book about the Greenland expedition. But awards and books aside, the thing that captured Nansen's attention at this time was a woman. As a note, Nansen had always been enamored with women, and they with him. He had had a long string of female friends and relationships, which would continue throughout his life. Before departing on the Greenland expedition, he had reportedly been involved with Dagmar Engelhardt, reputedly one of the most beautiful women in Christiania. And so it was with more than a bit of shock that in August of that year, Nansen would announce his engagement, but not to Engelhardt. Instead, it was to Eva Sars. To say the couple's relationship was a whirlwind affair was an understatement. They would meet, get engaged, and marry all within a few months. And the union was even more surprising to Nansen's friends and colleagues, as he had often expressed skepticism, if not outright hostility, towards the institution of marriage. Eva, 3 years older than Nansen, was short with dark hair, a contrast to her husband. She was a professional singer, a mezzo-soprano, who had a growing reputation in Europe. Thus, she was an independent woman, having carved out a career for herself. It is said that she captured Nansen's attention due to her skiing abilities, with Nansen calling her the best female skier in Norway. A few things about the couple's relationship. First, it would be a tumultuous union. Nansen had numerous affairs in his lifetime, and Eva was constantly fighting to keep his eyes on her and their home. In fact, Eva's parents had disapproved of the marriage, as they thought Nansen would never be able to settle into a conventional life. He was a man of too many interests, and not just women. Second, Nansen, despite all of his philandering, would forever express his affection for Eva.
and he seems to have missed her tremendously when they were apart. No matter, it makes for an awkward and at times messy marriage. I'll touch on this throughout the rest of the series, but know that I will share only a fraction of the drama that surrounded Nanson's personal life. And so Nanson was married. Aside from that, he now had two major things on his plate. The first was his book on the Greenland expedition, and the second was his plan on another epic feat of exploration. For the latter item, Nanson wanted to be the first man to reach the North Pole. Let's deal with the book first. Nanson's book, The First Crossing of Greenland, would be published in 1890. It was a large, more than 1,000 pages, 2-volume set. The book would actually only spend about a third of the pages on the actual crossing of Greenland. The rest was on topics such as the life of the Inuit and seal hunting. As a note, Samuel Baltu, the Sami who had been with Nanson on the Greenland crossing, would write his own book about the expedition. Nanson would even quote Baltu's book in his own. Nanson's book would be a success, and he would receive 7,000 krona for his efforts. The funds would allow Nanson to purchase a home for himself and Eva. And that takes us to our second item, the North Pole. The blue of the Arctic was not far from Nanson's mind. In fact, for years he had been concocting a rather bold plan to reach the pole. In February 1890, he would announce that plan at the meeting of the Norwegian Geographical Society. The idea was actually pretty simple. Take a ship to the waters off of Siberia, let it get frozen in, and then have the ice drift take the ship to the North Pole. Or at least close enough that a team could do a quick dash from the ship to the pole. He finished the presentation by saying, quote, "May Norwegians show the way. May it be the Norwegian flag that first flies over the pole," end quote. Now, we need to do some background here before we just run off and start getting an expedition ready. Because you are probably saying, what the heck? Just drift the ice to the pole. The genesis of Nanson's plan begins in 1879 when an American ship, the Jeanette, set out to reach the North Pole. The ship went through the Bering Strait, which divides Alaska and Russia. The ship would get trapped in the ice and drift west for 2 years before being crushed off the Siberian coast. 20 of the 32 crew would die. Side note here, I will cover the Jeanette expedition someday as it's a great story. Side note done. So the Jeanette sinks, and that's the last we heard of her, correct? Well, no, and that's because in 1884, 3 years after sinking, items from the ship would be found on the southeast coast of Greenland. This was thousands of miles from where the Jeanette had gone down. How was this possible? Well, the theory that was proposed was that there was an east to west current that carried across the Arctic Ocean from the area where the Jeanette went down, which was the East Siberian Sea, to Greenland. This theory is actually correct. There is a specific current, now called the transpolar drift stream, that goes from the waters of northern Russia to Greenland. Our key thing here is that the drift doesn't go directly over the North Pole. You get close, but in reality, it skirts north of the landmasses, mostly archipelagos, of the area. This includes the New Siberian Islands, the Severnaia Zemlya Islands, the islands of Franz Josef Land, and Spitsbergen. I put a map of all this on our website, explorerspodcast.com. So what Nanson and others were suggesting was that if you let yourself get frozen into the ice at the right spot, the natural drift of the ice would take you close to the North Pole. Now, some real big questions here. First, this assumes that there is no solid land in the north, like at the South Pole, as a continent doesn't drift. But based on the information available, Nanson believed that the Arctic was only a frozen pack of ice, not a solid mass of land. Yes, there were some islands here and there, but the transpolar drift stream demonstrated nothing significant. Second, how long would it take to drift across the Arctic Ocean? I mean, the relics from the Jeanette had taken 3 years to reach Greenland. Was that normal? What if the time frame varied? What if a ship took 5 or more years? Third, as noted, exactly how close did the drift get to the North Pole? Again, a huge question. Any expedition would not only have to be frozen into the ice, but have to, at some point, probably strike out on foot across the Arctic ice cap to actually reach the pole. No one knew how far such a journey would be. Fourth, what if the whole transpolar drift theory was wrong? I mean, maybe the Jeanette relics got to Greenland in some other fashion. Well, if that was the case, that might do everyone who took part in such an endeavor. And finally, if you believe the transpolar drift stream theory was correct and were willing to live on the Arctic ice for 2, 3, 4 years, how did you manage that? Ships just didn't survive that long in the ice. The constant pressure they have to endure eventually crushes them. And this takes us back to Nanson's plan. He proposed building a small, strong ship that would not get crushed in the ice. And how was that possible? Well, in theory, the idea was to build a ship that would get pushed upward as the ice pressed in. Think of it this way. Let's say you have a bowl, one you use for eating cereal or soup. Let's put that bowl in a pond of water. As the pond freezes over, the ice forms around the bowl. The colder it gets, the thicker the ice gets. Over time, the ice presses harder and harder against the bowl. And when the pressure gets too much for the bowl, it does what? Well, in theory, it gets pushed upward. This is because of the curved shape of the bowl. The bowl isn't trying to resist the pressure of the ice. It's going with the flow, so to speak, and just slides upward as the ice pushes inward. When the ice melts, the bowl is lowered right back down into the water. Again, that's in theory. Nansen's proposal would generate all sorts of opinions. Some people thought it was absolutely nuts. They doubted the transpolar drift theory, and they said a person would be crazy to purposely get frozen into the Arctic ice. It was a disaster waiting to happen. No ship could withstand the pressure of the polar ice for such a long time. American polar explorer Adolphus Greely, whose team held the farthest north record at this time, would say the plan was, quote, an illogical scheme of self-destruction, end quote. But there were others who embraced Nansen's bold plan of using the forces of nature to execute his goals. Baron Oscar Dixon, a Swede, called Nansen's plan, quote, grand and brilliant, end quote. He was so enthralled by Nansen's ideas, he offered to finance the entire expedition, which would cost upwards of 300,000 krona. As a comparison, the total cost of Nansen's Greenland expedition was around 10,000 krona, or 1/30th of the price. Now, Nansen could have taken the money and been done, but as with his previous endeavor, he wanted this to be an extension of Norwegian nationalism. He was determined to make it an all-Norwegian affair, including the financing, if possible. The threat of foreign money would spur the Norwegian government into action. They would approve a grant of 200,000 krona for a polar expedition. The remaining 100,000 would be raised by private donations, and thus Nansen would get his Norwegian money. Next, he needed to get a ship, which was the most critical element of the entire expedition. For that, he would turn to Colin Archer, one of Norway's most distinguished ship architects and builders. Archer was on the cutting edge of shipbuilding theory and was famous for making ships to exact specifications. Nansen would visit the Manilvik, Norway in late 1890. Archer was hesitant to get involved, but curious about Nansen's idea. In the end, he would agree to build the vessel. The resulting ship would be unlike anything ever constructed. The ship, which would be named Fram, which means forward in Norwegian, was not large. It measured 128 feet long by 36 feet wide. That's 31.5 by 11 meters. The unique thing about the Fram was its rounded hull. The ship is naturally curved. The Fram was exceptionally so. The idea was that when the ice pushed in on the sloping sides of the ship, it would force the ship upward instead of just pressing against the hull and crushing it. As we know, the Fram still exists today. There's an entire museum in Oslo dedicated to the ship and polar exploration. I put a link to it on our site, and in the show notes, I recommend taking a look. Grown to shape and 30 years aged. The stem, which is the curved edge stretching from the keel below up to the upper edge of the ship, was made of 3 massive oak timbers. The deck was of Norwegian pine, while the outer planking was doubled and made of oak. To top it off, the outer planking was sheathed in a layer of South American greenheart, one of the hardest timber types in the world. The ship's thickness ranged from about 2 to 2.5 feet, or 60 by 75 centimeters. But at the bow, which is the front of the ship, it was 4 feet thick, or 1.25 meters. Diagonal braces were used to reinforce the hull internally, and inside there were 3 layers of paneling, 2 filled with cork shavings, felt, and reindeer hair. This would give the ship live on the ship for years. The Fram was rigged as a 3-masted schooner and had a state-of-the-art 220 horsepower engine capable of 7 knots. There was even a windmill to run a generator, which would provide power for electric lamps. The end result was a stubby-looking ship. The key design element was the ship's roundness. No matter how strong a ship is, it will eventually buckle under the power of the ice cap. The rounded hull would allow the ship to evolve with its environment and, hopefully, survive. It was really quite amazing, as there was no real established rules or examples to draw upon. I talk a lot about Fram because it's very important to our story, and I think it reflects Nansen's thought process. Remember on the Greenland expedition, he had used custom-designed sledges, skis, clothing, and other gear. He looked at his environment and worked to adapt to that world. So often humans try and do things the other way around, and it often means failure. So with the ship being constructed, Nansen would have a million other things to do to make the expedition a reality. He had to get provisions and gear, hire a crew, and solidify his plans. By the way, his goal was to set out in 1892, but delays would force him to wait until the following year. But before we get into the planning of the expedition, let's take a moment to talk about some things going on in Nansen's life. First item, Nansen would have other opportunities at this time. An Australian group asked him to lead an expedition to the South Pole. He felt it could easily be achieved using skis and dogs, and Nansen's experience on a snow-capped landmass would have made him a perfect leader. But he would pass, saying that the North Pole, due to its proximity, was the important goal for his nation. However, he did express interest in the South Pole expedition after the North Pole was conquered. His dream was to be the first man in both poles. Anyhow, one of the reasons for Nansen to delay in his expedition by a year was money. He had a nice salary, but it was not that much. He and his wife had a new home, and he was constantly traveling. In all honesty, he was living beyond his means. As a result, he hit the lecture circuit, at one point giving 21 lectures in 29 days. It made him some decent cash, but it was exhausting. Plus, Nansen found it boring. Telling the same stories over and over was not something a man like him wanted to be doing. Second item, his wife would give birth to a stillborn baby, casting a gloom over him and Ava's lives. Add in rumors of infidelity, and Nansen's home life was anything but calm. To be honest, Nansen and his wife would have a somewhat tortured relationship. Nansen was moody, naturally argumentative, and didn't like to compromise. She worked hard to manage his moods, but it wasn't always easy. The two relished each other's company, but travel and demands on Nansen kept him away, which upset both of them. Nansen was always writing to Ava and saying how much he missed her. It would send him into bouts of depression. As for Ava, she dreaded losing him. She had heard the rumors of his flings, and every time he traveled, those fears only grew. On the flip side, after recovering from the stillbirth, she got back into singing and started to give singing lessons. Also, whenever possible, she joined Nansen when he traveled, which helped both of them. However, one thing she dreaded was Nansen heading off on his expedition. She knew he would be gone for years. That idea scared both of them. Okay, let's put that stuff aside and get back to Nansen's proposed polar expedition.
On Gone Medieval from History, we set out to solve the biggest mysteries of the medieval age.
So many of these travellers who went out looking for Prester John, what did they think they were hearing?
Using science to identify our buried ancestors.
Genetic signatures found in present-day Ashkenazi Jewish population shared by the genetic ancestries we found in these individuals.
And reveal the answers to centuries-old riddles.
I stand up straight in a bed, I'm hairy at my base, and I make the ladies cry. The solution is an onion.
I'm Matt Lewis, and every Tuesday and Friday you can join me to travel the medieval world in search of the stories you haven't heard and to get under the skins of the ones you have. Gone Medieval from History Hit, twice a week, every week. Listen and follow on Apple, Spotify, or wherever you get your podcasts.
Nansen's goal was to reach the North Pole. Here are the details of his plan. The team consisted of only about a dozen men, specialists at their jobs. Again, Nansen was eschewing the traditional approach of dozens or even hundreds of men on this kind of endeavor. Now, the initial idea was to sail all the way around South America and come up to the Bering Strait, just like the Jeanette had done a decade earlier. The idea was to follow the footsteps of the ship. But Nansen would make a change to this part of the plan. His ship would instead sail up the Norwegian coast and go east and skirt along the Russian coastline. They would then reach where the Jeanette had been frozen in the ice, just from the opposite direction. That sounds logical, but I want to point out that only one ship had ever sailed that far east along the coast. That was the Vega under Adolf Nordenskjöld, who was the first person to complete the Northeast Passage, which we discussed previously. Anyhow, the idea was a good one, as long as the Fram could make it that far east, which wasn't a given, as the ice was hard to predict. The ship would then make its way north and let itself get frozen in, and then they would wait. With luck, the drift would take the ship close to the North Pole. Just how close was a great question. No one knew for sure. No matter, Nansen was pretty sure he'd have to get out onto the ice and make a crossing at some point. For that, he would bring along sledge dogs. The idea was that Nansen would use skis and dogs to make a dash to the pole. The ship would continue to float along with the drift, hopefully breaking out of the ice around Spitsbergen. As for Nansen and anyone else on the North Pole trek, well, once they turned around, they would have to cross the frozen ice to land, likely the collection of islands called Franz Josef Land. From there, they would make their way to Spitsbergen, which was frequented by whaling and fishing vessels. So that was the plan. The theories behind it all were sound, but they were still just theories. As I said, most people thought Nansen was a bit crazy to try such a thing. But as we've seen, the guy never lacked confidence. So Nansen would thus have to outfit his expedition and assemble his team. As with the Greenland expedition, he scoured through books and journals and tried to discern all he could from previous expeditions, anything for an edge. One of my favorite stories involved American polar that had been held up by the United States Navy with surveying work in Central America. Nansen had used that delay to launch his own expedition and steal Perry's thunder. While Perry was more than a little upset by Nansen's interloping on what he thought was his territory, he felt that since he had made an earlier reconnaissance mission, that gave him priority to do a crossing. That aside, Perry would eventually return to Greenland in 1891 and make a rather epic crossing much further north than Nansen's route. Perry would go across Greenland and back, traveling 4 times longer than Nansen. It was really quite amazing. And while everyone would praise Perry for what he had done, it stung that it was Nansen whose name was in the record book. Now, Perry had used dogs as food, that sort of thing. Perhaps it was a bit cheeky to go ask the guy he was just bested for advice, but it might have been that Nansen was oblivious to such niceties and traditions. Anyhow, Perry would ultimately respond, but he was clearly not thrilled. In his biography of Nansen, Roland Huntford wrote this, quote, Perry eventually replied that he stuck to pemmican as his staple diet and that his sledge was based on Nansen's model. His letter was curt and reserved. He saw Nansen as a deadly rival. He was consumed by resentment toward those who, as he considered, had forestalled him in his first crossing of Greenland and robbed him of his rightful due. End quote. By the way, Perry had his own designs on the North Pole and would ultimately claim the prize, but not for another decade and a half, and not without controversy. In the end, Nansen would work hard outfitting the expedition. As before, this was critical to him. He'd pick and test the food, the clothing, the gear, pretty much everything. He actually loved the planning part of the expedition. He tested the rifles and guns and ammunition. He tried out all sorts of food options. For skis, he abandoned the telemark style as he felt it was more for downhill skiing. He would ultimately bring 50 different kinds of skis to test on the ice cap. One fun thing was chocolate. In his book on the Greenland expedition, Nansen had written how wonderful the chocolate was that they had taken. It had been a great treat anytime it was eaten by the men. Well, the chocolate he had brought was made by Cadbury in England. The company was so thrilled by Nansen's poetic descriptions of their product, they gave him all that he requested for free. One other item I want to mention, as it is very important to this and future polar expeditions, was the Primus stove. The Primus had only been invented in 1892 by a Stockholm mechanic. It was, to be honest, revolutionary. It would be the first portable stove to efficiently burn liquid fuel, paraffin, and produce an intense heat. It was 5 to 6 times better than anything else on the market. It was light, compact, and portable, practically a miracle. It will be a staple on polar expeditions in the future, and Nansen was the first explorer to use it. And so, as the ship and supplies and gear was put together, Nansen would have to settle on a team. The ship would have a crew of 12. All would be men and Norwegians. Well, not quite all Norwegians, but we'll get to that in a moment. As second in command to Nansen, there was no question it would be Otto Sverdrup, his loyal and dependable deputy from the Greenland expedition. He was the one man Nansen insisted on being on the team. Sverdrup had gotten married in 1891 and was hesitant about going, but Nansen agreed to have the man's wife taken care of financially if he didn't return. With that, Sverdrup was on board. Some other key team members included Theodore Jacobsen, who was an Arctic veteran who would be the ship's first officer. And then there was Sigurd Hansen, a naval lieutenant who would conduct scientific observations. Henrik Blessing was the ship's doctor, and Hjalmar Johansson, an Army reservist, was the dog handler. Johansson will be very important to our story later on. One of the men, second engineer Lars Peterson, would turn out to be Swedish. Once his nationality was discovered, he was allowed to stay, the only non-Norwegian on the expedition. Now, the list of people not brought on the expedition is interesting. This included 20-year-old Roald Amundsen, the first person to reach the South Pole. She had applied, but his mother had stepped in and stopped her son from going. Another fascinating person was English explorer Frederick Jackson. Now, Jackson would be turned down because he was not Norwegian, but remember him because he was so keen to be part of a polar expedition, he would go off and organize his own enterprise. And he will pop up later in our story, so again, don't forget him. And finally, 2 men turned down for the expedition included the Sami from the Greenland expedition. Samuel Boughton, and in the case of Ravna, was too old. I do want to note that Nansen's team will, for a variety of reasons, change right up to the point of departing the last port in Norway. We will talk about that when it happens. Now, I want to stress that all that I'm talking about, getting provisions and gear, hiring the team, building the ship, it was all happening at the same time over the course of 1891 through 1893. And that takes us back to Nansen's ship. The Fram would be launched in London on October 6th, 1892. Nansen's wife, Eva, would do the christening. The ship would be towed to Christiania, about 75 miles, 420 kilometers away. There, it would be fitted and ready for sail. All the preparations would be completed by April 1893, and the first trials at sea went well. The ship could make 7 knots and was highly maneuverable. The round design did cause the ship to roll comfortably in an open sea. That was an acceptable trade-off. All in all, Colin Archer's design and build had been outstanding, and everyone was thrilled with the results. And so Nansen and his crew prepared to set off on their epic journey. However, 2 issues would arise. The first was money. The expedition was over budget. The price had risen from $300,000 to almost $450,000. This would cause a bit of a scramble right before launch. Ultimately, the Norwegian government would only up $80,000 more, and the rest would be raised from private sources. Oscar II, the King of Sweden and Norway, would donate 20,000 krona and visit the Fram while in Christiania. This and other donors would step up to alleviate the issue, but not until the last minute. The other problem was with dogs. Nansen had had difficulties obtaining sled dogs. They were ultimately settled on getting them from Russia. However, they had not arrived in Christiania and would instead have to be picked up on the Siberian coast. In fact, Nansen's contacts had arranged for 2 groups of dogs to rendezvous with the ship. Extra dogs were never a bad thing. All of this was troubling, as it was something out of Nansen's control, and the dogs were an important part of his plan. He would just have to trust that everything would work out well. So that gets us up to June of 1893 as the Fram prepared to depart Christiania. For the 32-year-old Nansen, leaving down was a troubling proposition. His wife, Eva, had given birth to a baby girl in January of that year. The idea of leaving his wife and his daughter was almost unbearable, put him in a dark much of the time. But there was not much that could be done about things at this point. The ship was ready, the men were ready. As a reminder, the ship would sail up the Norwegian coast and push toward Russia. The good part about this is that there were ports all along the coast, but they weren't quite heading off alone, at least yet. On June 24, 1893, the Fram departed from Christiania. The ship would stop in Bergen for a spell before continuing up the coast. In reality, this part of the voyage was one long, drawn-out farewell. Fram would stop at various ports, each town celebrating their great day of suns as they headed out into the wild. On July 12th, the ship reached Tromsø, a key port on the northern tip of Norway. It was a major center for whaling and sealing ships. A few things would happen here. First, some last-minute gear and supplies would be brought on board. This included boots, sleeping bags, and other clothing made by the Sami people, much of it from reindeer fur. Second, everyone on board not heading into the Arctic waters would depart. This included someone I have not mentioned in today's episode, and that is Christian Christensen, who had been on the Greenland expedition. Nansen had wanted Christensen, a dependable man, on this upcoming endeavor. And Christensen had seriously considered the offer and had traveled to Tromsø, still undecided as to what he was going to do. The idea of spending 3 or 4 years away from his home was not attractive, but the clincher was being met with Nansen and spent some time with him and the team. Christensen realized that he could relate to others, especially Ben, who was just too great an obstacle. He would thus pass on the offer, which struck Nansen, who had been counting on Christensen to be a reliable and dependable part of the team. The final item was that Nansen would have to add a couple of replacement crew members who would want to take Christensen's place. So, when things filled up, Nansen decided to leave Tromsø on the morning of July 14th, but he would have to delay departure for half a day because the men had went out the night before and got more drunk. On July 18th, the ship reached Gardo, the last port of call in Norwegian territory, and the final bit of civilization on their itinerary. Nansen would get a telegram from his wife at the last moment. He would write her back saying, quote, "I kiss it in you 1,000 times," and depart thinking of you bright, cheerful thoughts, end quote. But honestly, bright, cheerful thoughts were not easy for Nansen. He knew he would not see his wife for several years, and he had an irrational fear that he would die while he was at sea. That thought put him in a dark frame of mind. Anyhow, the locals would give the men a big farewell party. The men would, again, get wild and drunk. This forced the ship to delay the departure by another half a day. Once out at sea, Nansen unloaded on his crew. He never liked drinking that much, but he was furious at the men's behavior of the past few days. And it wasn't just the getting drunk part. It was delaying the ship's departure twice, and some of the men, while drunk, had stolen beer and food from the ship's stores. The rebuke was an unusually harsh one. The men were heading out into the ice, preparing for being away for years from their family and friends, not to mention risking their lives. That they went off as they should not have been unexpected. Nansen's fury landed really from the pressure of getting from and away, and the anxiety of being behind his wife and young daughter. It put everyone on edge, and it was a sign of things to come. The truth is that Nansen understood little about these men, and they didn't understand much about him either. He was a self-righteous, argumentative, prickly jerk who thought he was better than all of them. Of course they disliked him. Anyhow, we will explore the relationship between Nansen and the crew in our next episode. And so the Fram was underway on what would be a milestone voyage of polar exploration. The next step was through Siberia and pick up the dogs. After that, it was north into the Arctic Ocean, where the Fram would be frozen in for a very long time. So that is it for today's episode. I hope you enjoyed it. I want to say thank you to everyone who supports the show. Your contributions help make the Explore podcast a reality. I want to thank our upper tier patrons, Dave, Donnell, Theodore, Eric, Jesse, Robert, Adam, Elizabeth, Andrew, Benjamin, Cameron, Catherine, Christopher, Craig, David, Michael, Eamon, Eileen, George, Gregory, Peter, Philip, Ralph, and all the rest of our patrons and donors. Thank you so very much. If you are interested in helping out the show financially, please visit explorespodcast.com. Otherwise, thanks again for listening. Please join us next time for part 4 in our series on Nansen. I will see you then. Please take care. The Explorers podcast is part of the Airwave Media Network. Go to airwavemedia.com to find other cool podcasts, including the Daily Meditation podcast and The Constant.
You're listening to an Airwave Media podcast.
How powerful is God's internet? So powerful that one day your daughter will be able to simulate a soccer match against some of the world's best players right from her backyard. Get these ones powered by fiber from Cox. It's internet for tomorrow. Today, you can connect to 1,000 fiber products with
Gone Medieval from History Hit, we set out to solve the biggest mysteries of the medieval age.
So many of these travellers who went out looking for Prester John, what did they think they were hearing?
Using science to identify our buried ancestors.
Genetic signatures found in present-day Ashkenazi Jewish population shared by the genetic ancestries we found in these individuals.
Reveal the answers to centuries-old riddles.
I stand up straight in bed, I'm hairy at my base, and I make the ladies cry. The solution is an onion.
I'm Matt Lewis, and every Tuesday and Friday you can join me to travel the medieval world in search of the stories you haven't heard and to get under the skins of the ones you have. Gone Medieval from History Hit, twice a week, every week. Listen and follow on Apple, Spotify, or wherever you get your podcasts. Hello, and welcome to the Explorers podcast. Today is part 4 in our series on Norwegian explorer Nansen. Last time, we left Nansen as his ship departed from the northern settlement of Vardø, Norway, bound for the Siberian coast. They were now truly in the wilderness. But before we set off with Nansen, there is one note for today. Go to our website, explorerspodcast.com, for a map of Fram's journey. It will very much help you understand the specifics of Nansen's expedition. That is it for notes. Let's get going. It was late July of 1893. Fram traveled east along the Russian coast, aiming for the remote outpost of Karbarova, where the team would pick up dogs for the expedition. From there, they would continue east and bring on a second batch of dogs at the mouth of the Olinio River. After that, they would head north to the approximate location where the jet had been crushed in the ice over a decade before. At that point, Fram iced in and taken by the transport drift to the Northern Pole.
Nansen didn't expect to be carried right to his goal, but close enough that he could lead a team on skis and using dogs to the pole. The journey would take at least 2 years, probably more. The ship, the Fram, had been specially built for the expedition. It had a crew of 12, although Svedra was the expedition's second in command. The Fram departed Vardu on July 21st in the early morning hours. Many of the men had gotten drunk the night before, and Nansen lit into them for their actions. So it was the summer of 1893, and Fram would push east. The expedition would cross the Barents Sea, reaching Novaya Zemlya, a big island off the Russian mainland. It would arrive at the settlement of Karparova on July 29th. It had been a roughly 700-mile or 1,100-kilometer voyage from Vardo, waiting for the Norwegians with their dogs. The sled dogs had been procured by a Latvian agent, Alexander Trondheim. He had bought 40 dogs from Siberian tribesmen, although Nansen had asked for only 30. The reason was that sled dogs led hard lives. Disease and illness, as well as fighting with other animals and each other, was commonplace. Trondheim would lead the dogs across the Ural Mountains, following the reindeer herds of the area's nomadic tribes. It was a winding journey that had taken 6 months. 34 of the 40 dogs would survive the journey. For the dogs, the expedition hadn't even started yet. 6 were already dead. They had reached Karparova on July 10th and had been waiting for Nansen. Karparova was a desolate and bleak place. 2 churches dominated the small settlement. It was inhabited only in the summer by tribesmen and Russian traders. A few things to note. 1. Ice was already appearing in the area, an obvious sign. 2. The expedition was expecting a load of coal to deliver to Karparova, but it had not yet arrived. 3. The Fram was experiencing mechanical issues as the steam pipes of the engine leaked, causing the boiler to fail. Also, the bilge pump broke. Repairs were being made at this time. 4. Despite the problems, the Fram had performed well. It was nimble and quick, and it was strong, able to push aside ice floes as needed. 5. To the east was the Igers Strait, which led into the Kara Sea. Few ships had ever gone to this region. Nansen would take a motorboat to the entrance of the Kara Sea to find heavy ice. However, the coastal area was clear. The Fram needed to get through the Kara Sea, which was about 1,000 miles wide or 1,600 kilometers. From the Kara Sea, you could sail into the Lapta Sea, which leads to the New Siberian Islands. North of those islands was where the Jedet had come down, and this was Nansen's destination. The big fear was that the ice would form early in the Kara Sea and block the way east. As a note, only one ship had ever managed to sail into the Lapta Sea from the Kara Sea, so this was no simple thing. And so Nansen and his crew prepared to head into Britain's rare adventure. Alexander Trondheim, the man who procured the dogs, was impressed by Fram, crew, and Nansen. A very Norwegian explorer, noted his commanding presence, plus his willingness to work hard and set a good example. He said that when coal was being hauled to the boiler room, a hard and dirty job, Nansen took part. However, despite Trondheim's praise, there was, without question, a barrier between Nansen and the rest of the crew. We'll talk more about that in a few minutes. So, the Fram, engines repaired, would wait until August 3rd before departing Karparova. The dogs would be kenneled on the deck of the ship, except for one, a Viking, which had been brought from Norway. She roamed the ship freely and was Nansen's favorite. The other dogs had to be kept apart because they would fight viciously with one another if given a chance. As for the coal Nansen had been waiting for, well, it never arrived. While it was a setback, it wasn't critical to the mission. Before sailing, Nansen had been able to write some final letters, including one to his wife. He included some flowers he had picked from the Siberian plain. He wrote to Ava that he hoped to be home in 2 years, but to his brother Alexander, he said it would likely be at least 3 years, perhaps as long as 5. Fram would sail east, dissipating into the fog, the vessel's last contact with civilization. The ship would pass through the Igers Strait and into the Kara Sea. The ice, fog, and unknown waters put everyone on edge. Fram would sail wherever the water and ice allowed them. Through channels of open ice or along the coast, the ship moved steadily east, although not necessarily in a straight line. And I want to note that the ship often had to turn around when the ice closed in, forcing them to retrace their steps. Through it all, Fram would be everything she was made out to be. She was quick and maneuverable, as well as powerful. However, on August 6th, the ship would be stopped by the fog and ice. Fram would not move for 3 days. Things would clear up on August 9th, and Fram would press onward, reaching open water a few days later. On August 16th, Ron rounded the Yamal Peninsula. A couple of days later, they sighted an island, the first discovery of the expedition. The island was dubbed Symmetric Island, as it was the expedition's second in command who had sighted it. And there would be more discoveries as the Fram zigzagged its way east through the ice. One place was named after Clemens Markham, the president of the Royal Geographical Society. Another was named after Adolf Nordenschild, the Scandinavian explorer who had been the first to complete the Northeast Passage. Fram would continue to press east, but with each day, the ice thickened and snow began to fall. In the beginning of September, the ship would get stuck in the ice for 40 days. Frankly, the journey across the Kara Sea, which was shallow and choked with ice, was touch and go on more than one occasion. Many of the men felt they would have escaped the clutches of the sea and get frozen in until spring. And then on September 9th, the men would sight a wide stretch of water. Nansen ordered the ship to ram its way through the ice, and in short order, the Fram was in the sea. The next day, she routed Cape Chelyabinsk, the entrance to the Lapidus Sea. Fram was only the second ship after Northern Swift's Vega in 1878 after the Lapidus Sea in such a fashion. It was a great moment for Fram continued to skirt along the coast of Siberia, but when they came to the region around the Volga River, the ice was thick, adding unpredictable currents and unknown shoals, and it was too risky to try and press onward. Nansen ordered the ship off. He would have loved to have had the second pack of dogs, but the uncharted waters in conjunction with the ice were just too dangerous. The Fram thus headed northeast toward the New Siberian Islands. The Lapidus Sea was much deeper than the Kara Sea, so there was a lot less ice pack than ahead of them. This allowed them to make good progress. Nansen now wanted to get north of the New Siberian Islands. This equated roughly with 80-degree north latitude. He needed the ice to hold off just a little longer to reach his goal. But luck would not be Nansen's friend. The ice would thicken, especially to the north and east. Then, on September 20th, Nansen would write, quote, "Ahead lay the edge of the ice, massive and tight pack, gleaming in the fog," end quote. The Fram could go no further. The northeast, which was where Nansen had wanted to reach, was blocked by solid ice. Faced with an impassable option to the east, Nansen decided to push northwest, where the ice wasn't yet completely packed tight. This would take the Fram further away from the current than Nansen had expected, but he decided that getting further north was the most important thing at this point. In reality, it would not matter too much, and that's because within a day, the ice closed in around Fram. To the men, it seemed inevitable that this was where the ship would get iced in for the future. On September 28th, the dogs were transferred to the ice, and then about a week later, the rudder of the ship was raised to prevent it from being damaged by the approaching ice. Seeger Scott Hansen, the expedition science officer, would say this of the moment, quote, "Now we are well and truly moored for the winter," end quote. The position was 78 degrees and 49 minutes north. Nansen had wanted to reach the 80th parallel, and he was a little west of his desired location, but it would have to do. Now the men in the ship were at the mercy of the ice pack. On October 9th, the ice would press in and put Fram under real pressure for the first time. Of it, Nansen would say, quote, "A great commotion began and the whole ship trembled," end quote. The noise and the shaking was unnerving. Many of the men experienced such a thing for the first time. But Fram performed beautifully, exactly as expected. The ice slid cleanly beneath the grounded hull, lifting her up a few feet. As the pressure eased, the ship would settle down and break through the ice. Nansen was thrilled by the success of Colin Archer's design and construction, but it was just the beginning. Groans and creaks and rumbles would continue for days, but each time the Fram would be pushed up and then settled down, the ice just couldn't grip the hull. On October 25th, the expedition would see the last of the sun. The Arctic night was upon them. The ship had a windmill, which powered a generator, which powered a set of electric lamps. The lights were strung throughout the ship, and while they were weak, especially compared to today's lights, they were a much appreciated amenity. As we have seen on any expedition that spends a winter in the polar regions, the darkness can be oppressive, even debilitating. The small lamps that ran through the ship kept the gloominess at bay, even if just for a bit. Fram would move with the ice pack, but not necessarily in one direction. As we've talked about, ice packs are unpredictable. They are subject to the tides and the currents, which were unknown to Nansen and his team. and thus the Fram would drift in all sorts of directions, north, south, east, west, and everything in between. If you look at the map of Fram's route, it is nothing at all like a straight line. By November 19th, the Fram would actually be further south than when she had been frozen in. But now, the biggest issue facing the men of Fram was boredom, plus the prospect of not seeing their homes for 2, 3, 4 years. To battle the gloom, the ship maintained a standard watch, and duties were assigned and completed in a regular fashion. Scientific readings were taken, laundry was done, repairs were made. The idea was to keep the men occupied and engaged. Also, each man on the ship had to undergo a medical exam every month under the eye of the ship's doctor, Great Blessing. Each man was tested for anemia and watched for signs of scurvy. The latter was a common problem on polar expeditions. At the time, no one knew that scurvy was caused by a lack of vitamin C, but it was known that certain foods helped battle the disease. This included oranges and limes. The latter, limes, had been a staple on English ships for 100 years, and that, my friends, is why Brits are often called liming by Americans. However, the Scandinavians had a scurvy-fighting solution that dated back to the days of the Vikings. This was the Arctic cloudberry. The cloudberry was only found in the northern regions of Scandinavia, and it was rich in vitamin C. Nansen had been told by the explorer Adolf Nordenschool that he had brought cloudberries on his Vega expedition. And so Nansen, for his own endeavor, had purchased a half-ton of cloudberry preserves. Nansen had not thought the cloudberries to be the key to fighting scurvy. He actually believed that scurvy was a bacterial infection and went on the theory that a variety of foods was essential to keep the disease at bay. As such, Nansen had brought more than 50 kinds of tinned foods. Many of these items, such as red cabbage, were high in vitamin C if fresh, but when you can food, it destroys much of the nutritional value. Luckily for Nansen, he had brought the cloudberry preserves, and it saved the men from scurvy. The ship, by the way, was well outfitted with food. Oddly, Nansen had not brought along a dedicated cook. We have seen in other stories about polar exploration how important a smart, innovative chef can be to the crew of a ship. To not eat the same food, prepared in the same fashion for months, even years, was critical to the morale of the men. The crew had enough problems already. He didn't want them constantly grumbling about the food. It could provide a rallying point for the disgruntled. Luckily for Nansen, a few of the men would emerge as cooks and bakers, and the variety of foods he had brought helped avoid such discontent. Side note here, years ago I got to spend a night on a dock World War II era submarine with my son. We did a tour of the sub, and the guy told us that, with regards to the health of the crew, the two most important people were the doctor and the cook. The doctor is understandable, but why the cook? Well, the cook touched everything and everyone. If the cook got sick, it was the easiest way for something to spread throughout the rest of the crew. And thus the cook and the doctor were always the cleanest of anyone on the submarine, sight had done. And this takes us to another item that I mentioned earlier, and that's Nansen's relationship with the rest of the crew. As I said before, Nansen had little in common with most of the men of the Fram. These were sailors and outdoorsmen and military men. He was an academic and a scientist, prickly and moody. Sirgun Scott Hansen, the chief science officer and navigator, wrote this about the boss. He is an odd character, sometimes serious and scientific and aggressive in discussions, and then one fine day extravagant and cheerful and pleasant. He said that Nansen wanted to be the dominant alpha male, but in doing so, he just came across as an insufferable know-it-all. And even worse was Nansen's inability to listen to others. In the diaries of the crew, this is a common frustration. If it wasn't Nansen's idea, it wasn't right. And if someone had a suggestion, he just wouldn't listen. For the most part, the men just wished that Nansen would leave them to do work, but he was a meddler. Scott Hansen said Nansen, quote, had a sheer mania for interfering with everything, end quote. Nansen never really connected with the men, and this only isolated him from the form. The closest person he had to a friend was Peter Hendrickson, a harpooner, who would often take walks, and Nansen able to speak freely with the man. Now, two things about all of this. One, it is not as if the men despised Nansen every waking moment. They respected him in many ways. He worked hard and shared in the burdens of life on the ice. He was funny and engaging when it struck him. And when he learned how to do something better, he did it. We have seen that in Nansen. But his moodiness just drove the men crazy. They were always on edge, wondering what version of Nansen was running the ship. And that brings us to a second one, and that is Otto Svedrup, the expedition's second in command. Svedrup was a quiet and stolid man. Although he displayed little emotion, people said he had a unique sense of humor that would emerge in quieter moments. Svedra had Nansen's trust, and more importantly, he knew how to do things without threatening Nansen's status as a ship's top dog. And he had the natural ability to work with the rest of the crew. Like Nansen, he did not let his emotions erupt in the heat of the moment. He was in need of a trusted and calm presence, which was sorely needed on the ship, countered as a hero of nature. Old Comfort, in his biography of Nansen, would say this about the two. Quote, Nansen was a man who thrived. Svedra had the talent to command. End quote. I think the thing I admire so much about Svedra was his ability to assess a situation and know when and how to make things work. He admired Nansen in many ways, but he didn't necessarily like him. Yet he understood what Nansen needed in order to succeed. That's an admirable quality. A few things I want to mention about life on the farm. There were 4 single cabins, which were taken by Nansen, Scott Hansen, Svedra, and Blessing. There were then 2 larger cabins, which housed 4 and 5 men, respectively. The ship, which was not that big, had 1 large room that served as the de facto mess hall and lounge. It featured many Nordic touches, such as dragon heads carved into chairs. Now, the ship would provide things to occupy the men outside of their daily routine. There was a library with more than 600 books, and Nansen tried to get a newspaper going called the From Review, but interest was middling. Only 8 issues were published. Another distraction was an organ. When Nansen played, it invariably caused all the dogs to begin to howl while the dogs. They were another welcome distraction. As it always seems to happen, the men grew attached to the animals. On December 13th, 1893, Nansen's favorite dog, Kvike, gave birth to a litter of puppies. Even the hardest of men can't help but not love puppies. By the way, most of the dogs that Nansen had bought had been neutered, but he had hoped to have some pups, which would give him more dogs in the future. Also regarding the dogs, there would be some initial test runs done on ice with them. The first major test ended up with Nansen humiliated as a team of dogs dragged across the ice. And so the men would spend the first Christmas in the Arctic, trapped in the erratic snow ice. And the passing of the new year cast a horror of melancholy over the ship.
Gone medieval from history hit, we set out to solve the biggest mysteries of the medieval age. So many of these travellers who went up looking for Preston John, they think they were here. Using science to identify our buried ancestors.
Genetic signatures found in present-day Ashkenazi Jewish population shared by the genetic ancestries we found in these individuals.
And reveal the answers to centuries-old riddles.
I stand up straight in bed, I'm hairy at my
Lewis, and every Tuesday and Friday you can join me to travel the medieval world in search of the stories you haven't heard and to get under the skins of the ones you have. Gone Medieval from History Hit, twice a week, every week. Listen and follow on Apple, Spotify, or wherever you get your podcasts.
In January of 1894, the crazy zigzagging of From would have made, and the ship began to move in a more northerly direction. 80th parallel would be passed on March 22nd. The drift was slower than Nansen had anticipated. At this rate, From would not get near the pole for 5 years. One reason for this was the depth of the Arctic Ocean. No one had understood how immensely deep the Arctic waters were. Nansen's drift theory was based on the region having shallow waters. All of this uncertainty gnawed at Nansen. He saw himself as a man of action, yet he was stuck, powerless to do anything about it. He would write, I feel I must break through this deadness, this inertia, find some outlet for my energies. None of this helped Nansen's darker moods. In his diary, he brooded over the slow progress of the expedition, and he pondered if he had wasted his life on such a bad endeavor. But he would have to endure it all as the Fram slowly drifted northwest. In May of 1894, the ship was only moving about a mile a day. Nansen knew sooner or later he was going to have to be built for the full-on skis and 2 dogs. Before making any decisions, he decided to wait until summer to see exactly how far Fram would drift. And so, as summer came and went, Nansen began to prepare for the inevitable. In September, he set out testing the sledges and skis and dogs. He ordered everyone to practice 2 hours a day on skis. Now, I want to note that this wasn't all related to the North Pole attempt. This was for the very real possibility that Fram would never get out of the ice. Despite the innovative design of the vessel, she would not last forever in a pack. With that in mind, Nansen wanted the men to be prepared in case they had to abandon the Fram, and they could go across the ice to reach land. So, regarding the dogs, Nansen was not a natural with them. He lacked the patience and empathy needed. Yet while he struggled with them, he worked hard to get better at it. But everyone knew that Nansen wouldn't be going to the hole himself. He would take at least one or two others along with the dogs. The obvious choice to be part of such a was 26-year-old gentleman Johansson. Johansson is signed on the expedition as a stoker, but it was really for his expertise with the dogs that he had been hired. In addition to knowing how to handle dogs, Johansson was an outstanding skier, athlete, as well as a world champion gymnast. Good completely at times, but unlike Nansen, was modest and unassuming, and thus popular amongst the crew, and had no illusions of overshadowing his boss. That appealed to Nansen. On November 16, 1894, Nansen would unveil his plans to the rest of the team. Once the ship reached the 83-degree north mark, he and one other man would set off for a run around the pole. On the return, they would make their way for the islands of Franz Joseph Land. From there, they would make a crossing to Spitzbergen, where they would find a sailing vessel, which often visited the region, to bring them home. Nansen would offer Johansson the opportunity to accompany him to the pole. Johansson immediately accepted. Of Johansson, Nansen said he was, quote, unquestionably best suited in all respects, end quote. The two men's relationship would end up being, well, let's just say awkward. Johansson quickly came to despise how Nansen treated him and most everyone else like a child. His condescending attitude grated on Johansson, and his journal was filled with daily complaints about his boss. How to? No matter, the push to the pole was now on the table, and it meant the entire crew was dedicated to the enterprise in the winter of 1894-95. Training was done with the dogs and on skis, and the sledges were tested. It was determined instinctively to follow the skier and didn't need a driver. This meant the sledges could carry more supplies. The sledges themselves were refined to work better on the ice, and Nansen went through the many skis he had brought and settled on a design. Something that had to be constructed was a pair of kayaks. This was because on the return journey, there was a good chance that two explorers would need to take to the water to reach Spitzbergen. For this, two kayaks were built. They were called the North Pole kayaks by the men. They were shorter and stubbier than a traditional kayak, so they could be carried on the sledges. Made of bamboo and covered in canvas, they weighed about 18 kilos or 40 pounds. Now, as all the preparations for Nansen's departure were made, some things happened that I want to talk about. When 1895 rolled around, the Fram had been at sea for about a year and a half, and the ship performed well. However, in the first week of the new year, an incident occurred that nearly doomed the entire ship. The men would wake up one night as Fram was rocked by violent tremors. Everyone thought the ship was being crushed, and then the source of the tremors was revealed in the dark of the Arctic winter. A wall of ice, far bigger than the ship, was pressing toward the vessel. Nansen described it as a wave of ice, and it was approaching the ship. The big danger was that the wall of ice would collapse on top of the ship and block the exits, trapping them below. The wall would approach the ship and press against the port side, causing the ship to list to the starboard. The men had rigged a canvas awning on the port side of the ship, and it was the only thing keeping the weight of ice from crashing down on the Fram's deck. Serious preparations were made to abandon the ship. Provisions and gear, as well as the dogs, were all moved to the ice. Each man had his personal bag ready to take to the ice if necessary. The men could only watch in negative 20 degrees Celsius or negative 4 Fahrenheit, cold as the Fram, already covered in ice and snow, was threatened by the wall of ice. If the ship went down, it would 250 miles from land, or 400 kilometers, and would have to survive on the ice as it drifted west. And so the men waited. The wall of ice hovered over the ship, but did not collapse. At night, due to the intense cold, the men slept on board, fully clothed and ready to abandon the ship at a moment's notice. And then the ice would let go. Fram was pushed up several feet and broke away from the wall of ice. The ship was clear of the danger. Nansen would write, quote, "We are like tiny dwarfs that struggle with titans," end quote. It is a reminder that Fram was not going to last forever in the ice, no matter how ingenious the design was. With that crisis averted, the ship would reach a milestone on January 8th. It was here that the expedition reached 83 degrees 34 minutes north, setting a record for farthest north, besting Adolphus Greenland. No matter what happened going forward, Nansen at least had that record in the bag. Nansen targeted departing to the pole in late February. Even to the last moment, he was tweaking things, which drove him nuts. And the closer they came to departing, the more manic Nansen became. He was combative and fussy, insisting his ideas were the best, often ignoring the suggestions of others. Unbearable is a common word used to describe him. Johansson would write, quote, "My friends on board predicted it would be a miserable tour with him," end quote. The truth is that Nansen was overwhelmed. which is understandable, but his inability to compartmentalize his feelings and anxiety made him unpleasant to be around. Now, despite it all, the work continued. The sledges had to be reconfigured. They would be shod in German steel with false maple runners attached over them. The wood runners were being removed when the temperatures back forward were changed. On February 14th, Nansen and Johansson slept out on the ice to test things out. The temperature would fall to negative 43 degrees Celsius or negative 45 Fahrenheit. They found the two sleeping bags were not warm enough. Thus, more insulation was added, and they were combined into a single bag that the men would share. The dogs were also ready for the journey by being fed as much food as they wanted. This included the steady diet of pork as well. By the way, the ship had, during its time on the ice, run into bears on several occasions. These moments could turn deadly as dogs would die in these encounters. Nansen prepared by reading everything he could find about Franz Josef Land, which would be his target of the return journey. There was, however, not much information about the islands, which had not even been discovered until 1873. One positive was that it was known to be home to bears and seals, so food would not be an issue once they returned to the area. Nansen and Johansson would set out on February 26th, the day before their farewell dinner, and photographs were taken on the ice. The two men would take 28 dogs and 4 sledges, and 7 dogs per sledge. Nansen's dog, Rabbi, would lead one of the teams. Nansen would take the point, the dogs following. A group of men on skis from the ship would travel with them for a while. The team did great on even flat surfaces, but it quickly became obvious that the sledges were inadequate for the task at hand. They came to a halt presented with obstacles, and they were hard to get going once they had stopped. One sledge would break when it tried to go over a small ridge called a hummock. Another was damaged. Nansen would have to turn around and return the from. The problem was the weight. The sledges were overloaded. Thus, Nansen elected to take 2 more sledges, reducing the weight of the load from 280 to 200 kilos, or from 615 to 440 pounds. The dogs would work in teams of 5 or 6. Also, the sledges were reinforced by having boards fitted to the underside. Nansen would set out a second time 2 days later. The results were not good. The sledges were still too heavy, so 150 pounds of pemmican was abandoned. The other issue was the dogs were better in larger teams. In the end, there were too many sledges and too much weight. On March 3rd, they'd only made 8 miles or 13 kilometers. Nansen elected to return from and regroup. It would have been an embarrassing moment for Nansen, seeing his carefully laid plans blowing up in his face. Let's not forget that the man wasn't an idiot, and while he was stubborn and opinionated, he knew that he had to adapt, and thus he would start again. The first thing he did was to go with just 3 sledges. These were reinforced to withstand the rougher landscape, and the weight of everything was carefully calculated, and some things were cut from the provision list. As a note, Nansen had been oddly really calculated with regards to weighing things. He had sort of eyeballed the loads of the sledges before, but now the men meticulously weighed each item. In the end, the average load per dog was loaded from 42 to 27 kilos, or from 93 to 60 pounds. The provision list included 100 days of supplies for the 2 men, 80 days of food for the dogs, plus the kayaks and remaining gear. Nansen even adjusted the clothing for the journey, as the wolfskin outfits he had planned on using got stiff and froze when the man sweated. He would go back to the hole. A third attempt to set off occurred on May 14, 1895. The day was sunny, and the sledges were now pulled by teams of 9 or 10 dogs. The ship was at 84 degrees and 4 minutes north. The Fram would fire off its cannon again, and the dogs were off, this time for good. Several of the crew would travel along with Nansen that day, but the next morning, everyone shook hands, and Nansen and Johansson were alone. The 2 men had before them a journey of 660 kilometers, or 410 miles, to the North Pole. Nansen calculated they needed to cover 13 kilometers a day, or 8 miles. That's roughly a 50-day journey. And we can't forget, they have to come back. And that, my friends, is where we will leave things for today. Nansen is off on what he hoped to be an epic run for the North Pole. We will follow him and Johansson in our next episode. And we won't forget about the Fram, the ship now under the command of Otto Svensson as well. So that is it for today. I hope you enjoyed this episode. Please come back next time, and we will continue the story of Fridtjof Nansen and the Fram expedition. Thank you for listening. Please take care. The Explorers podcast is part of the Airwave Media Network. Go to airwavemedia.com to find other great podcasts, including the Daily Meditation Podcast and Everything, Everywhere, Daily.
You're listening to an Airwave Media Podcast.
Gone Medieval from History Hit, we set out to solve the biggest mysteries of the medieval age. So many of these travellers who went out looking for Preston John, they think they were hearing, using science to identify our buried ancestors.
Genetic signatures found in present-day Ashkenazi Jewish population shared by the genetic ancestries we found in these individuals.
And reveal the answers to centuries-old riddles.
I stand up straight in bed, I'm hairy at my base, and I make the ladies cry. The solution is onion.
I'm Matt Lewis, and every Tuesday and Friday you can join me to travel the medieval world in search of the stories you haven't heard and to get under the skins of the ones you have. On Medieval from History Hit, twice a week, every week. Listen and follow on Apple, Spotify, or wherever you get your podcasts.
From epic battles, revealed wars, and the dramatic rise and fall of civilizations. Join us on the History of Africa podcast to learn the too often unknown stories of the African continent. From the sands of Cairo to the plains of Zimbabwe, and from the mountains of Ethiopia to the forests of the Congo. Find the History of Africa podcast wherever you listen to your podcasts.
Hello, and welcome to the Explorers Podcast. Today we are continuing with the story of Yoff Nansen from Expedition. 2 minutes to start. First, as usual, there is a map of Nansen's route on our website, explorerspodcast.com. I recommend checking it out. And second, today's episode is going to cover Nansen and Hjalmar Johansson's attempt at the North Pole, as well as their return journey. We will look at the fate of the Fram, which is still stuck in the ice, in our next episode. That's it. The notes are done. Let's roll. Last time, we left Nansen as he and Johansson set off onto the polar ice with 3 sledges and 28 dogs. Their goal was to reach the North Pole. They left the Fram at the location of 48 degrees and 4 minutes north. The pole was about 660 kilometers or 410 miles away. Nansen figured it would take about 50 days to cover the distance. At that point, they would head back south, aiming for Franz Josef Land, an archipelago in the Arctic Ocean. From there, they would cross to Spitzbergen using the kayaks, which were packed onto sledges. There, they would find a sealing or whaling ship to get them home. So, after 2 aborted attempts to set out for the North Pole, Nansen, Johansson, 3 sledges, and 28 dogs would finally get going on March 14, 1895. Initial progress was mixed due to the changing terrain. The sledges ran fine on the flat areas, but the ice was really flat. It was often littered with bumps and ridges. Ridges, called hummocks, were all too common. They could be a foot or 2 high, or 10 times that. Smaller ones could be crossed with care, but large. One time in these early days, the team ran into a field of hummocks, 40 meters deep, 430 feet. There was no way around the field, so the men had to carry the sledges through the field, sliding them along when possible, then lifting them over the outcroppings. It was slow and tedious work. Now, one thing that the men did do rather quickly was fall into a routine. From the outset, it was obvious that Johansson had a way with the dogs that Nansen did not possess. Nansen didn't have any patience needed with working with them, and was frustrated by any sort of erratic behavior, which if you have ever owned a dog, is pretty much most of the time. This meant that Johansson would take care of the animals. At the end of the day, he would unharness them, feed them, and tie them up for the night. As Johansson would be outstanding, the men had no problem with food or melted water. This meant that dehydration was not an issue, unlike the Greenland expedition. The men often added a dry milk protein to the water for extra nutrition. In the mornings, Nansen would make breakfast while Johansson read the dogs. Breakfast tended to be porridge and hot chocolate, while lunch was crisp bread, butter, cold pemmican, or some other canned food. Chocolate was eaten as a treat. For dinner, Nansen had 3 hot dishes that he typically made. The first was pemmican and potatoes. The second was fish gratin, which was fish meal, flour, and butter. And the third was pea, bean, or lentil soup. There was no coffee or tea. Nansen would keep a very careful track of his nutrition in his diary. It included 200 grams of protein, 220 grams of fat, and 450 grams of carbs. This amounted to about 4,700 calories per day, which was a solid intake. The men may get cold and tired, but they would not be hungry. Cold and tired sucks. Cold and tired and hungry is far, far worse. In the evenings, the men both kept diaries, although they did so erratically. Also, there was a single sleeping bag made of reindeer fur, which the men shared. Now, aside from the issues with the mixed terrain, the big thing bothering the two men was the cold. The temperature consistently hovered at negative 40 degrees. While a person can handle that level of cold for a few hours or even a day or 2 days, Johansson said it best when he would write, quote, "If only the cold would relent, it is miserable." The clothing and sleeping bag did not help matters. The sleeping bag, which was made of reindeer fur, was fine at first, but it would slowly begin to retain moisture, which caused it to become heavy and freeze and stiffen up. The same was true for the men's clothing. In the day, the men would sweat even in the cold as they worked hard. Their wool clothing would absorb the moisture and then freeze up once they stopped. Another issue was the cuffs of the clothing. They would get wet from sweat and then freeze. I read that the cuffs became almost like sharp metal and scraped and cut the skin. The problem here was that their clothing was too tight. There was no room for air to circulate. One of the classic images of polar natives, such as the Inuit, is seeing them in their big coats. We often think of this as having a lot of layers or super thick insulation, but a major reason is to offer some room for the fabric to breathe, allowing air to circulate underneath. This helps prevent the sweating and freezing cycle. Anyhow, at night, the two men would get into their sleeping bag and get together for warmth. The bag was half frozen, and so would the clothing. They'd have to lay there shivering and wait an hour or two before the clothing and bag thawed, so they could feel warm and fall asleep. Now, despite these issues, and their early setbacks moving across the ice, Nansen and Johansson would get better and more efficient each day as they learned how to tackle the problems in their path. Their daily run rose to around 9 miles or 15 kilometers. That was a little better than what Nansen had predicted. This was greatly aided by a changing of the landscape. The often broken ice would transform into flat ice and rolling snowfields. It was perfect for the skis and sledges. Nansen would write, quote, "The ice," and with regard to routine, the dogs figured out their routines after a few days as well. They were bred for the cold weather and hard work, and they trotted along with the two skiers, following dutifully throughout the day. Nansen would go first in one of the teams, led by Kvike, following him. The other two sledges were tended to by Johansson. The dogs knew that at the end of the day, they would get fed, so they did their jobs knowing that rest and food was waiting for them. We should note that the dogs were not perfect. They would get into fights, and many of them seemed to take it as a challenge to escape their harnesses. Escapees often were ignored, as catching them took too much time and energy. Instead, Nansen and Johansson would just continue on, and the dog would eventually join them. But in the end, the use of the dogs along with skis was revolutionary for travel on an ice pack. And so the dogs and men fell into routines, and the ice got better for travel. On March 22nd, 8 days into the trek, they covered 11 miles, the best distance thus far. Also on that day, Nansen took his first astronomical observation. They had reached 85 degrees and 9 minutes north. In doing so, they had covered about a sixth of the way to the pole. That was good progress, and the men were confident. Johansson wrote, quote, "It's going gloriously." He could have added, other than the cold, which refused to let up. I think the toughest part about the cold for the moon was that it made it hard to sleep. When someone doesn't sleep, they suffer fatigue and headaches and are more prone to making mistakes. Now, in addition to the intense cold, there were a few other signs of trouble. First, the team's sledge meter, which is basically the odometer connected to the sled, fell off and was lost. Thus, Nansen did not have a simple way of telling how far they had traveled on any given day. And second, the problem was their workload. Sled dogs could work long hours, pulling heavy loads, and in extremely cold conditions. The main thing they need is food, which they were getting, and frequent stops so they could rest. And this latter item was the main issue. Nansen and Johansson, once they got on their skis, did not want to stop. They got into a rhythm and routine, and they wanted to take advantage of the smooth sailing. But sled dogs need to rest often, and if they don't get that, they start to break down. On March 24th, the first of the dogs would have to be put down after it collapsed. The dog would be butchered and fed to the other animals. So the team made steady progress north, the day becoming a permanent fixture. It went from smooth and open to choppy frozen seas. It became so uneven, the men removed their skis and plotted ahead on foot. On March 29th, Nansen took a reading to determine their location. The results were confusing and disheartening. They had advanced only 47 miles, or 75 kilometers, in the past week. At this rate, they would reach the pole until May 4th. Nansen felt they should have been closer. The issue that he was confronted with was that the Arctic ice pack didn't stay still. It moved with the winds and currents, and thus the team was facing the problem with the ice pack moving south. They might travel 10 miles north in a day, but if the ice drifted 4 miles south, the net gain was only 6 miles. Nansen could only hope that the drift would favor him and Johansson. On March 31st, the team would have some welcome relief when the temperatures rose above 10 degrees and the winds faded. This made a huge difference. However, the warm temperatures meant the men would start experiencing ice conditions, including open water. One time, a gap of water suddenly opened, separating Nansen and Johansson. Johansson would actually fall into the water, and while he got out quickly, he would spend hours trying to find a way across the gap. He would then have to thaw out in his sleeping bag. Now, I want to note that when ice was spotted, it's not as if it was deep water. They were still on an ice pack. The water they encountered could be as deep as a few inches or several feet or a couple of meters or whatever. That means that even if the men did run into water, they could, if it wasn't too deep, cross it. The warming also contributed to dangerous and unpredictable terrain. Ice floes would push together and create big ridges. This made the use of skis difficult. This uneven terrain was the single biggest issue facing Nansen. It was essential to have a smooth surface so that the men and dogs could move quickly. And that is not what they were getting. They still had 240 miles to go to the pole. And with the difficult ice pack conditions, their pace was slowing. Doubts about the expedition's success crept into his head. In his diary, Nansen would write, quote, beginning to have serious reservations over continuing northwards much longer, end quote. The next day, another dog would have to be put down. Johansson didn't kill him, but he hated it. He would cut the dog's throat in order to conserve ammunition. Both Johansson and Nansen were unnerved at having to kill the dogs. The team continued north, but things did not go well. The current was pushing them south, and the ice was not smooth. In fact, it got worse, becoming so convoluted. They advanced only a couple of miles on April 6th. Nansen wrote, quote, the ice is growing worse and worse. Yesterday, it brought me to the brink of despair, end quote. The following day, the conditions deteriorated even more. Nansen would scout ahead to see what lay in the distance. It was not good. He wrote, quote, I went ahead a good distance northwards on skis. It was all no reasonable way ahead. And from the top of the highest serra, no other kind of ice could be seen right up to the horizon, end quote. This means he was seeing nothing but broken and choppy ice, hummocks, crevasses, and serras. The smooth, flat, wide-open ice pack he predicted there in the north just didn't exist. Nansen knew it would be foolish to go on. They were still 230 miles or 370 kilometers from the pole. They could push north and gain a bit more ground, but with this terrain, there was no way they were going to make it to the North Pole and return alive. It was time to turn around. That day, Nansen and Johansson would have a farthest north celebration, feasting on hot stewed chocolate and pudding. They had reached 86 degrees, 13 minutes north. It was the biggest single advance to the farthest north in 400 years. They set up 2 flags, a Norwegian one and another of the Sweden Union. Now they had to get back to civilization. For that, they had to make for the archipelago called Franz Josef Land, which had been visited by only a handful of people from the annals of history. Little was known about it. They didn't even know it was an archipelago. Many people thought Franz Josef Land was just 1 or 2 big islands. But Nansen did know that the southwestern edge of the region got closest to Spitsbergen, which was their ultimate goal. Plus, near the same spot, there was a place called Ira Harbor. Earlier explorers had placed a supply depot at this location. They would likely find food and provisions, and perhaps even wood or other materials to help them with the crossing of Spitsbergen. The return journey south went well in the first few days. The currents were with them, the weather was warming, making things much more bearable. In the broken terrain turned to smoother, open stretches of ice. However, on April 13th, the men would commit a potentially dangerous gap. The weather was good and progress was steady, and in the desire to press onward, both Nansen and Johansson would let their watches stop. This was a potential disaster. The reason is that you need to have accurate time for reliable navigation. For calculating your latitude, which is your location going north to south, time isn't that important. But for longitude, your east-west location, it's critical. Johansson would have to estimate how long his watch would stop, take calculations from there, but it was only an estimate. If he was wrong, you could end up pointing for east or west of Franz Josef land. So men did that, there was nothing but ocean for them. And if that wasn't enough, by the middle of April, other issues arose. The temperature was rising by the day, and the sun was intense. This caused the ice conditions to get worse. There were more ridges, the snow became warm and sticky, not great for sledges or skis. Also, currents shifted again, pushing the ice north. On April 18th, the expedition would press on for 16 hours, weaving its way through the twisted terrain of crevices, ridges, and open water. The dogs were physically straining. However, the men would find signs of encouragement. A large piece of driftwood was discovered sticking out of the ice. It was the first object the men had seen in 18 months. They carved their initials into the piece of wood. Also, a week later, the men spotted fox tracks, another encouraging sign that they were in land. Now, I want to mention something that I have talked about in the past, and that was the relationship between Nansen and Hansen. The two were, without question, not friends. Hansen's condescending attitude grated on Hansen. His diary is littered with complaints about his boss. However, Johansson was not one to confront his superior, although they had their spats. Thankfully, it was often minor, passive-aggressive comments of them. But on the whole, the two men tried to stick to their duties and keep out of the way of each other, but know that it was not always easy. So, towards the end of April, there were a few major issues facing Hansen. First, the dogs were wearing down. Two more had to be worn down, others were in bad shape. Plus, the dog food was running low. The problem was that every time a dog was put down, it forced the other dogs, who were getting weak themselves, working harder. This only sapped the strength of the dogs even more. With luck, the team would be able to find and kill some game, although bear or seal would do everything they wanted. The second issue was open water, which would become more frequent. This required extra effort as the team would have to find a way around such obstacles. But even that was getting difficult. On April 30th, men would come to a wide stretch of it and find themselves strapped on an ice floe. Unable to move on, Hansen would elect to rest for a day. It was the first day the team had rested since they had started nearly 7 weeks earlier. The men would repair their bodies fully, just try and relax. The next day they would set out when the water closed up. By the way, that same day would bring a blizzard. Remarkably, the two men had not run into a snowstorm since they had started. And so the men went south, even as the drifted pack pushed them north. Also, food was running low, especially for the dogs. However, on the bright side, it was warming. On May 8th, the temperature was reported at -8°C, or 18 degrees Fahrenheit. On May 13th, Nansen would decide to abandon one of the 3 sledges. A major reason was the condition of the dogs. Only 12 remained. 4 tired dogs per sled just wasn't working. Plus, they were shedding supplies and lightening the load as they had moved south. The loads of the dogs would be redistributed amongst the 2 sledges. All of this would help the dogs and Johansson, who now only had to manage a single sledge. Food would remain the main issue. Men on the lookout for game. On May 17th, they spotted a narwhal. Hansen would snatch up a harpoon and race to the water's edge, but the narwhal never got within range of the opportunity to pass. As May waned, the men would see more positive signs. Polar bear tracks, birds, more whales, even a seal were sighted. Life was all around them. Unfortunately, nothing got within range for the men to hunt. This would take a toll on the dogs. By the end of the month, only 8 remained. Amongst those moved down was Nansen's precious Mike. He was crushed by this. He adored the dog, which was his last thing to home. Like the other dogs, she had worked her heart out, but could go no further. Nansen would say that the only solace in her death was that she would provide 3 days of food for the remaining dogs. Now, the other thing that the end of May brought was warming temperatures and changing conditions. The ice was becoming loose and slushy. The men stayed on their skis, but it was slow going. If they tried to walk, they simply sank 1 or 2 feet into the wet snow and ice. Traveling on the skis distributed the weight of the men and kept them from sinking. Also, there were fewer and fewer solid ice floes to travel on. Willem Humford, in his book on Nansen, described the terrain as, quote, changing from clear and defined channels into a confusing mesh like the delta of a meandering river, end quote. As if to put an exclamation point on this statement, on May 31st, the men would again find themselves marooned on an ice floe. At this point, the men had to wait for the floe to drift through another larger section of the ice, and that signaled it was time to prepare for the future, and that meant unpacking the kayaks. As a reminder, Nansen had brought 2 kayaks with him. These had been made special so they could be packed on the sledges. Now, as the men waded out the drift ice, it was time to refit and repair the 2 boats. The past 2.5 months have been hard on the kayaks. They'd endured brutal cold, endless jostling, and far too many crashes when the sledges tipped over. Thus, each kayak was relashed by hand, holes were repaired, and seams resealed. The big question that faced the men was the reliability of the boats. They had never been tested before, as there had been no open water available. The time on the ice floe allowed the men and dogs to rest, but as you can imagine, food was a major concern. Nansen would cut his Johansson's rations for the first time. Johansson, by the way, managed to shoot down a couple of seagulls during this time. It wasn't much, but it was better than nothing. It was the first fresh food they'd had in months. On June 8th, the ice floe the men were on connected up to another floe, and the entire expedition could get moving. The team was now down to 6 dogs. The temperature would rise above freezing for the first time in months, which was welcome. However, it meant the travel conditions were terrible. The ice floes were crumbling underfoot. The team plowed through the mess, more dogs dropping as they went. By June 16th, only 3 were still alive. Nansen and Johansson, desperate for fresh food, ate one of the dogs that had collapsed. They said it made them feel like cannibals. Going forward, the men would work with the surviving dogs to pull the sledges. To be honest, hope was waning. Conditions were bad. Open water was thwarting them consistently. The dogs were almost all dead. Fuel for the Primus stoves had been gone, and food was running low. On June 21st, the ice conditions were so bad, the men could not use their skis. Nansen had to make a change. He needed to reach land soon. It was time to take to the kayaks. Now, the men didn't just toss the kayaks into the water and start rowing. Instead, they would take the 2 sledges and put them between the kayaks and lash them all together, creating a catamaran sort of thing. This meant that the men could sit in their kayaks, the sledges creating a platform between the 2 boats for transporting supplies and dogs. The 3 remaining dogs, by the way, hopped right onto the catamaran without any hesitation, and the kayaks were soon rowing into open water. And the kayaks, well, they worked. Not great, but they worked. They didn't do badly. The men had to constantly bail them, but at least they worked. Now, the big question facing Nansen was, where did he go? He didn't know exactly where he was. He thought he was on the eastern edge of Franz Josef land, but he was not positive. In the end, Nansen could only push southwest, hoping to sight land. But they could not stay in the kayaks for long. They were taking on too much water. As the makeshift catamaran made its way toward a large southern ice floe, the team would get a much-needed gift. A large bearded seal, curious about the odd-looking object floating in the water, popped up its head. Johansson would grab a rifle and fire a single shot at the animal. Later say it was, quote, the best and most useful shot in my whole life, end quote. The kayaks were dragged onto the ice floe, as was the carcass of the now dead seal. Nansen said that he and Johansson did a celebratory dance around the Johansson and the surviving dogs. Everyone would gorge themselves on seal meat, and the seal blubber was used in the Primus stove to insert paraffin, and leftover meat was cut up and used for traveling rations. Nansen would make pancakes using seal's blood and fry them with blubber. Johansson would write it was, quote, the most wonderful meal we had had during the whole trip, end quote. The second seal would be shot 4 days later, and on that same day, the team found a pool of fresh water. It was the first time they had drinking water without melting it. On this ice floe, Nansen and Johansson would relax and recuperate. They took their time to regain their strength and get ready for their journey. Nansen needed the ice to come together to give him and Johansson a solid path to walk or ski on, or he needed the water to clear of ice so they could use the kayaks. Neither was happening. The stay on this big ice floe would turn from days into weeks. The men called the place home sickness camp, as their idle time allowed them to think of better days, family, and friends. By the way, the temperatures were now steadily above freezing, and rain was common. On July 6th, the men would wait to find a polar bear sniffing around the camp. Nansen would shoot and kill the animal, plus 2 cubs. They now had more food, plus the bear skins were used as an under mattress for the sleeping bag. Also, another of the dogs would have to be put down. While there was now plenty of food, it had simply lost the will to keep going. There were only 2 remaining. Nansen and Johansson would finally depart on skis from home sickness camp on July 22nd. They left unused items, including the spare skis. The reindeer sleeping bag was abandoned as well, as it was worn and falling apart. Some blankets were sewn together for a new bag. The next day, Nansen would see a dark, hazy shape on the horizon. He would get out his telescope to investigate. It was land. of the moment he would write, quote, "At last the marvel has come to pass, land, land, and after we had almost given up our belief in it," end quote. Now, getting to that land was not so simple. Nansen estimated it was 5 to 10 miles away. The distances are deceiving on the ice, and it was actually closer to 20 miles. At this point, they needed to continue across the ice to the edge of the pack, where they could then try their kayaks again. So as the fog descended on the explorers, they had to carefully pick their way through the ice, which was deteriorating around them. They were literally jumping from one ice floe to the other. It was slow going, as they were often at the mercy of the winds and currents. They were getting closer. It didn't help that Nansen's lumbago flared up. Lumbago is a chronic pain in the lower back. Nansen could move slowly, but that was about it. Johansson would have to take over all the camp duties. By early August, food for the dogs ran out, and the men's rations were running low. Johansson would even shoot some seagull to feed the dogs. And then on August 4th, the men would cycle for water. The edge of the ice pack was near. As the men were getting the kayaks ready for the open water, they would suddenly face disaster. A polar bear burst into the camp, completely surprising everyone. The bear made a rush for Johansson, who would shout out an alarm. Nansen went for a shotgun. The bear, Johansson wrote, quote, "gave me a cuff on my right cheek with its giant forepaw, so that my head rang with the blow, and I was on my back with the bear over me," end quote. Thankfully, the bear was distracted by the barking dogs, or else Johansson would have been badly mauled and killed. Instead, with the bear distracted, Nansen felled the animal with a single shot. Johansson was stunned, but was unhurt, save for a few cuts and bruises. It had been a close call, and the men were shaken by the encounter. But on the positive side, the killing of the bear would give them plenty of food for the near future. In the early morning hours of August 5th, the men struck out from their camp. They went over the ice on foot, excited at what lay ahead, despite sinking into the slushy snow and ice, which was often ankle or even knee deep. The next morning, the team had reached the edge of the Arctic ice pack. It had been a 600-plus mile trek, or nearly 1,000 kilometers, covering 146 days. It was the longest journey over the Arctic ice ever recorded at the time. The men were ecstatic. Nansen broke out some chocolate, which was running low, to celebrate. After that, they didn't dally. They wanted to move on while the dishes were good. And thus, as before, they fixed the sledges to the kayaks, making the improvised catamaran. It was time to go. But there was one last dreaded task to be done. 2 remaining dogs were no longer needed. Each of the men would shoot one of the dogs, the only time they used cartridges for such a thing. Both Nansen and Johansson were close to tears when they put the kayaks into the water. Johansson would write, quote, "You were faithful to the last, and if you come to another world, may you enjoy yourselves in the eternal hunting grounds," end quote. Deed was done, 2 men moved on.
On Gone Medieval from History, we set out to solve the biggest mysteries of the medieval age. So many of these travellers who went out looking for Preston John, they think they were hearing, using science to identify our buried ancestors.
Genetic signatures found in present-day Ashkenazi Jewish population shared by the genetic ancestries we found in these individuals.
Reveal the answers to centuries-old riddles.
I stand up straight in a bed, I'm hairy at my base, and I make the ladies cry. The solution is an onion.
I'm Matt Lewis, and every Tuesday and Friday you can join me to travel the medieval world in search of the stories you haven't heard and to get under the skins of the ones you have. Gone Medieval from History Hit, twice a week, every week. Listen and follow on Apple, Spotify, or wherever you get your podcasts.